Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Kodiak. Nicole, I believe, is going to give us the microphones. Apparently aren't quite as straightforward as you might think. So we're going to get a tutorial on how to use the microphones.
Good morning, everyone. You might notice that you have some brand new microphones in front of you. They are wireless. They do have batteries in them, but we will be monitoring the battery life and make sure that you guys do not run out of power. But I just wanted to give you a quick rundown. These units are push to talk, just like your old ones. However, it's a large button. We recommend you try and push in the middle. Is a slight delay occasionally for it to turn on, and it will have a red light illuminating at the top and the bottom to let you know that your microphone is active. When you're done talking, simply push. All right, if you experience any issues, any interference with your computer, anything like that, we're clearly working through this new system, so please just let us know.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go straight into executive session. We're all going to get up and walk next door, and then we'll come back.
Out when I told.
Nicole, can you hear me right now?
Yeah, the volume is pretty loud. Yeah, even from
Tell them
pretty
that
far
there is
away.
a phone booth over. red when they come on too, which red means off, you know.
All right, welcome back, everybody. So we will get a short presentation from Diana Evans. Before that, I just wanted to say that the SSC in our executive session discussed membership for next year. And because after this meeting, the council has the option of putting out a call for nominations. And so due to the expected turnover or loss of expertise on the SSC, the SSC recommends, will recommend to the council looking for 2 additional positions. One, a social scientist with expertise in anthropology, human geography, or sociology. And the second position is a member that would have quantitative ecosystem expertise and expertise in marine mammals. And in filling those, wow, hi. Were you able to hear the beginning of this at all? Okay. How's this? 2 positions, non-economic social scientists, the other one marine mammals and quantitative ecosystem. And then in filling these positions, the SSC does highlight that it would be beneficial to identify someone who also has experience working with Alaska coastal communities and who has scientific experience with local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence. So that's what we will be sharing with the council as our recommendations. Mike. Yes, thank you. All right, I skipped the very first part of this meeting, which is our land acknowledgement. And the SSC would like to take this opportunity to respectfully acknowledge that we're gathered for this meeting in the traditional homelands of the Alutiiq Squamish people, and we recognize the 10 tribes of the Kodiak Alutiiq region. The heritage and culture of the Alutiiq people continue to enrich our communities. The name Kodiak is based on the Alutiiq word Piktuk, meaning island. The SSC recognizes the complex history of this community and honors the culture, resilience of the families and tribal members connected to this land. We also wanted to make another just brief recognition. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, we'd also like to recognize that yesterday was the 100th anniversary of the Indian Citizenship Act, where non-citizen Indians born within the territorial limits of the United States were declared to be citizens of the United States. So indigenous citizenship didn't happen until 1924 on June 2nd.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think we are back. I'll go over to Diana.
Good morning, members of the SSC. Diana Evans, council staff, and I just have a couple of administrative issues to walk through this morning. These are the standard slides. We're having a hybrid meeting. The meeting is being recorded. I don't think we will be using webcams this meeting. We're having some internet issues, and that's a higher bandwidth requirement. So if you're watching online, we'll try to put more written cues up as to when the SSC is exactly coming back. But if you could just have a little patience with us for this meeting, we'd appreciate it. Standard reminders about how to sign up for testimony and a 5-minute timer for all SSC testimony. And also that we will be able to share presentations if they're attached with your e-agenda testimony. One other note about the acoustics in this room, it is quite echoey, and just a couple cautions to make sure, try to remember to turn your mic off, like for going on break and such. And also if you're in the corners, the sound can sometimes travel to the opposite side of the room in unexpected ways. So just making everybody aware. On your own recognizance from here. Okay. So a couple things we wanted to share. First, I just wanted to note that council member Kenny Down passed away since the last meeting, and just to provide a moment to reflect. Will be his memorial service this weekend. Moving on to some of the other updates from the executive director's report. You can see this is posted under B1 on the council agenda, but we always just try to highlight a couple things for you that you might find of interest. One is that there are several council staff changes that are happening right about now. As Dr. Nicole Watson left after the last meeting, I think you're aware of that. After this June meeting, we will see the departure of Sam Cunningham and Sarah Rhinesmith as our analysts, and also Sarah LaBelle, who is sitting here as well. So all of them are going on to exciting new opportunities, but we will be doing some hiring to backfill those big shoes that they are leaving. Just another announcement to keep you aware, the SSC did not review this in last December, but the council did review an allocation review for our Gulf Pacific cod fisheries. And the council had asked for some minor changes to that document. The final version is now posted on the council website. There's a link in this PowerPoint if you are interested, or if that's relevant to you. I just wanted to draw your attention to that. And then also just noting that there's some national legislation affecting fisheries. David Witherall put a summary of that in the executive director's report. So if that's something that you're interested to track, that will give you a little bit of a summary of what's going on there. You already talked about the SSC nominations for 2025 in your executive session. Jumping to the bottom section here, we talked in April, and I think had some communication by email about when we were planning to schedule our chum bycatch as the second next initial review. And we have chosen to schedule that for that February meeting that we've dropped. We've now added back in as primarily a special issue meeting, except for the SSC. We might try to take up one other agenda item as well, possibly Cook Inlet salmon. I need to have a few more conversations with the agency about the right timing for that. But given the backlog of issues that are coming, that the SSC would usually address, we want to take advantage of that third meeting day for the SSC. So try to at least get in one other agenda item in that February slot. That will be in Anchorage at the Egan Center. And while we're talking about special meetings, I'd just like to thank the SSC for being willing to hold the virtual meeting on research priorities in May. That really helped with making this agenda work well. And I think it was also really useful to have your recommendations out to the public so that they can look at those and then comment to the council on final recommendations as well. So appreciate that on both sides. I think, Dr. Muter, were you planning to provide an update on SCS 8?
Yeah, thank you, Diana. Just a quick update on the SCS 8 planning. That's proceeding well. There'll be 4 SSC participants in addition to the two co-chairs. Mike Downs and Chris Anderson will be there to represent the social sciences. That was one of the requests from the organizers, or emphasis on social sciences. The council had hoped to support participation of additional SSC members, and I appreciate several of you volunteering to potentially participate, but it seems very unlikely at this point due to the constraints that the organizers are under. I'll just note that we have some homework to do to provide information and data from this region for some brief overviews at the meeting, and we may, time allowing, seek some feedback on that from the whole SSC for a couple of short presentations. As a reminder, the 2 case studies from this region focus on sablefish that will be presented by Dan Gathel, and on pollock to be presented by Paul Spencer. The organizers have been responsive to our desire for an opportunity to kind of dig into a case study more deeply, and so hopefully that will be reflected in the way the breakout sessions work. We anticipate that the SSC and the council will receive an update on the outcomes in October, I believe, or at least a brief written summary. And that's all I have.
So just noting, as you are, I think, all well aware, that the climate scenarios workshop will be happening here on Wednesday and Thursday. We do expect a high level of participation and appreciate SSC members who have volunteered to help facilitate some of those breakout groups that will be part of the structure of the workshop. We, in terms of your role as, I mean, as SSC, as individuals, you'll be participating in the workshop. You know, as the SSC, you don't have a chance at this meeting to come back together after the workshop concludes. But we do anticipate being able to provide some opportunity for that in October. We'll have the workshop report, and also, as Dr. Muter mentioned, the SCS 8 kind of a report as well, and whether we can find a linkage between some of the ideas that come out of our workshop in June and the kind of ideas that come out of the national SSC workshop, I think will be really helpful to bring those back to the council and deciding a future direction. Particularly, we have hopefully been we've been approved for our IRA funds. If we eventually receive them, then we'll be able to support some of the work that we have been talking about under that funding source. So if anyone has any questions about the workshop or their participation, Katie's here, and Dr. Katie Latanich is here, and she can answer those. Otherwise, I'll move on. I know we've had communications about that prior to this as well. Not seeing any questions. I'll also grab Katie offline. So just noting the workshop, there's several evening events for those of you who might be staying through the end of the workshop. There's an EEJ public meeting that's happening tomorrow night. On Wednesday night, there's an open house at the Kodiak Lab. There will be a couple of shuttle buses to and from, so 2 shuttle buses at designated times. I'm not quite sure what the return times are. I think 7 and 7:30, something like that. And then on Thursday night, there's the community reception at the Afognak building, which also has shuttle buses. So the shuttle buses will leave from this building here, the Marketplace. And I think that's it for me. Just the last slide is the last work for you for SSC chairs. Thank you.
Thanks, Diana. Yes, next, Allie will be coming in tomorrow, so I will do her announcement for her, and that is looking at deadlines for the report. It's going to be a little bit interesting this time with the workshop. We'll be sort of double dipping. So our deadlines that we're planning on were the observer report, which we're taking up here first, asking for the pieces into the Google Doc by Wednesday, 10 a.m. And then review that. We're giving a little bit more time for review since we know that you'll be participating in the workshop as well. So reviewing by 8 a.m. Thursday. And then for the balance, the rest of the report, we're asking for those 2 p.m. on Wednesday and then reviewing by 10 a.m. Friday. So both of those will be due on Wednesday morning. And then I know that there are 2 of you that are participating in the entire workshop, and there are others of you that are leading sessions. I've got those down, but I don't believe that any of those sessions occur. The sessions occur after these deadlines. So essentially what we want you to do is we want to have the information into the Google Doc before the workshop, before you disappear into the workshop, and then review as you are able while you are participating. The other thing is Allie has created a new process for the slide deck. So like our Google Doc, she'll give an introduction to that tomorrow, but essentially we'll be she's got drafts of the slides that we can fill out online to cut down on all the time that we take on formatting and putting stuff together. So she'll tell us about that tomorrow. All right, given that, let's go ahead and go around and do name any associations that we have. So we will start with Martin.
No associations.
I have no associations.
I have no associations.
I have associations. I contributed to the small sablefish analysis.
No associations.
I am the second level supervisor for Jennifer Ferdinand in the C1 Observer Report, third or greater level supervisor for contributors to the following: Cody Zawalski and Mike Litzow and AFSC members of the crab plan team for C2 ESAI crab specs, and Dan Gaithel for C4 small sablefish.
No associations.
No associations.
None for me.
No associations.
Mike Downs, I am a contributing author of D2 BASI Grab Rationalization Program Review.
Supervisor of Hamatron Hamazaki, who's stock assessment author for Norton's Red King Crab, and there was a GMAX update in the plan team meeting report.
No associations.
Pat Sullivan, no associations.
I have associations with C4, Small Sablefish, Direct Supervisor Chris Lunsford, Second Level Supervisor of Dan Gatesel and Ben Williams, and Third Level for James Sullivan. Thanks.
I have no associations.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so that's the end of our administrative section, and let's go ahead and move right into a C1 Observer Report.
Good morning, members of the SSC. My name is Jennifer Ferdinand, and I'm joined today by Jeff Mayhew. We both work for the Fisheries Monitoring Analysis Division of the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, and we're here today to present the 2023 annual report on the North Pacific Observer Program. So we have not talked to the SSC in a while. So to orient you to this presentation, it's going to be what we did in 2023. The annual report is always a retrospective look. What we wanted to change and why. We're going to orient you to what we are actually doing now in 2024 and how those decisions were made. And then we'll finish up with what we recommend changing for 2025. So the first part of the presentation is on the annual report. So this is the retrospective of what we did in 2023. And this is the deployment performance review. So as a reminder, we have monitoring programs in the federal groundfish and halibut fisheries, and we deploy fisheries observers at both vessels and at shoreside plants. We categorize coverage as either full or partial. Full just means that there is an observer or an electronic monitoring system on every trip. And partial means that observers are deployed or EM systems are activated on randomized trips. In Alaska, all observer and EM coverage is paid for by the fishing industry, whereas federal funding supports the infrastructure to run all of these extensive programs. Full coverage is procured directly by the vessels and processors through direct contracts with observer or EM providers, whereas monitoring in the partial coverage fishery is funded by an ex-vessel value of 1.65%. Fee revenue is then used by NOAA to procure observer and EM services. The monitoring methods collect different kinds of data at different levels in our sampling hierarchy. For example, composition data from our trawl electronic monitoring program is at the delivery level, whereas at-sea observers on a trawler would collect composition at the hull level. These monitoring methods also collect different kinds of data. At-sea observers can collect the broadest suite of data. Fixed gear at-sea electronic monitoring collects count data and disposition, meaning was that fish retained or discarded. But count information needs to be combined with average weight information obtained from observers to manage tonnage. And trawl electronic monitoring uses at-sea compliance monitoring to support maximized retention requirements so that shoreside observers can collect biological and specimen data. But as I noted, we do lose hull specificity there. So that's the coverage that we accomplish and how we do it. And then those are the coverage categories. And this slide actually shows the tonnage percentage and the number of vessels involved in each of those coverage categories in 2023. So you can see that full coverage has the most tonnage at 89%, and partial is relatively small at 11% of the tonnage removed. So our annual deployment plan is the forward-looking document that we present to the council each year in October, and we finalize a draft in December as the final ADP. Once we know our budget and we can finalize fishing effort predictions. But right now, we're planning for the 2025 annual deployment plan, and that's what we're asking the SSC for input on. The annual report, as I noted, is retrospective, and in the annual report, we evaluate deployment in a variety of ways, both in what we can fiscally achieve, what did we achieve as far as monitoring rates, what was the spatial temporal distribution of monitoring, and then we also address enforcement issues. We use what we learned from the annual report to inform the annual deployment plan. Much of the annual report is focused on partial coverage, which, as I noted, is only 11% of the tonnage harvested. But that's because full coverage doesn't really require much thought about which trips to sample. They're all sampled. They all have an observer or an EM system on them. And then monitoring partial coverage is not this pay-as-you-go system. It is that ex-vessel value fee from the previous year, and therefore there's finite and differing funds for monitoring each year. So in 2023, full coverage just had 2 sampling stratum. That's how we divide the fishery into how we deploy. So full at-sea observer coverage, that's all of our big processor vessels, for example, have full at-sea observer coverage, or full at-sea EM with full coverage shoreside sampling. The partial coverage strata were defined by monitoring method, meaning either an observer or an electronic monitoring system. Gear type, divided into hook and line, pot and trawl. And then there were 7 partial coverage strata in 2023, including the no coverage strata, made up of vessels under 40 feet in length and those fishing jig gear. Just as a point, those vessels that are in the 0 coverage strata still pay into the fee. They just don't carry an observer. They take very, very few tons of fish each year. In 2023, we deployed 350 individual observers on 343 vessels and at 11 processing plants. The programs, when combined, had just under 33,000 observer days. And as you can see, the vast majority of those, again, that's dominated by full coverage with nearly 30,000 of those days. There are 179 vessels in the fixed gear electronic monitoring pool. Of those 179 vessels, only 124 actually fished. Of those 124, we had 305 selected fixed gear trips for EM coverage. And at the time the annual report was prepared, 211 of those trips had been reviewed, meaning we got data that we can use for management purposes. There were also 85 trawl vessels that were participating in the trawl electronic monitoring exempted fishing permit. And again, those trips are sampled at the trip level at the shoreside processing plant at a rate established by the agency. The 2 little boxes below just show the monitoring effort in really high volume fisheries. That's been a council priority from the get-go. So we just wanted to emphasize that nearly 91% of the pelagic trawl catch on trips was in that full coverage fishery. And that when you look across the non-pelagic trawl catch, 94% was in that full coverage fishery. So we're looking at really small amounts in the partial coverage fishery for high volume fisheries. And I'll note too that, because this is the 2023 retrospective, the Pacific Cod Trawl Cooperative will move more partial coverage trips into full coverage this coming year, or no, this existing year, 2024. Okay. And now I'll hand this over to Jeff to look at the rest of the metrics that we measure success for.
The first thing to look at when we are evaluating our deployments is did we achieve the rates that we expected to? And these achieved rates are based off of the 90% confidence interval that we'd be expecting, assuming a binomial distribution. And so in the full coverage sectors, we are expecting 100%, and in the EM trawl EFP, we did monitor 100% of those trips. And in full coverage, there were only 4 trips that we missed. This is really just kind of based off of, I think, a misunderstanding of which trips was supposed to be full or partial coverage. But overall, 99.7% those trips were fully monitored. In the partial coverage strata, the observer hook and line, pot, and EM trawl EFP strata all were within the expected rates. Also noted previously, the EM hook and line and pot strata, at the moment, we are only kind of presenting the preliminary rates. We do expect those to be near the expected 30% once all of that monitoring has been reviewed, but that's something that we'll bring up a little bit later. The observer trawl strata, those rates were a little bit higher than expected. And in order to see how these rates were achieved, we're going to talk a little bit more about the odds system and that we use to deploy our monitoring. So odds is used in the partial coverage strata in order for us to be able to decide which trips are going to be monitored. And so according to the ADP, we put a programmed rate into the odds system. Vessels log trips. Those trips get a random number, and those are compared to the selection rate in order to decide if a trip is going to be monitored or not. After that happens, there's a couple of different things that can happen. So those trips can be canceled, or those trips can also inherit the monitoring from a previously canceled selected trip. And then those trips can also be waived. And so we use odds as a tool to not only deploy monitoring, but also make sure that we are deploying monitoring in the way that we expect. And so whenever we're deviating from our achieved rates, it's always convenient to look at odds to see what might have happened, what was maybe the cause. And so as previously mentioned, observer trawl was higher than expected. And we can see that just due to really just random chance, odds selected trawl trips at a higher than expected rate. And so that really kind of percolated through all of the cancellations and inheritance waivers and still ended up with a higher than expected rate. That being said, also in odds, we also saw that the hook and line trips, hook and line trips were also ended at a higher than expected rate, even though this didn't happen on landings. And I just want to reiterate that there's no one-to-one linkage between odds and landings for a number of different reasons, but we'll talk a little bit about why hook and line, at least in the odds world, was a little bit higher than expected, and some of the other slight random departures from our intentions on this next slide. And so, recall that once a trip is selected by odds, those trips can be canceled, but in order to make sure we do achieve that monitoring, those trips that are canceled, that monitoring is inherited on the next logged trip for at-sea observer strata. And what we noticed actually in 2022, if we want to go back to 2022, is there was a very, very high cancellation rate. There's almost 42% of the selected trips in observer hook and line were canceled. We do have a lot of those trips had that monitoring inherited, but there wasn't enough time in the year to achieve the intended amount of sampling in the observer hook and line strata. This also happened within the pot and trawl strata, but to a slightly lesser degree. So that being said, in 2022, observer hook and line had lower monitoring than expected. But that monitoring of those inherited trips was actually realized more so in 2023. And so observer hook and line had a slightly elevated monitoring rate. And so what we're kind of noticing is that there are some different, odds behaviors that are slightly unintended. And so this is going to be one thing that we're going to be trying to change in the future. And it's just worth noting that the observer strata have much higher rates of cancellations than the EM hook and line and pot strata do. So inherits and managed, but this is something that we want to try to maintain, to try to fix. We want to have random sampling. We don't want to have non-random inherited sampling be so prevalent in our observer strata. And so just going to quickly summarize 2023 in a report. We do a lot more analyses than what we're presenting here. We're just going to try to show the highlights. As far as the cost and expected monitored days, we are well within the expected distributions that we set in the 2023 ADP. There weren't any serious departures from the spatial temporal distribution of the monitoring. There were some observer effects detected. This is something that we see in the observer hook and line stratum most years, that they tend to have fewer trips, but the observed trips tend to be shorter and have lower catch. But as far as the highlights, we wanted to show how the cancellation and inherited trips behaviors were a little bit different in 2022 and 2023. So this is going to be something that we're going to try to remedy. And also just noting that the fixed EM strata have too slow of the review times for us to be able to evaluate them. This is something that happened in 2022 also. So we're just going to be highlighting that as well. So that was 2023. What we're going to be doing now is talking about what we have on the water now for 2024. in order to do that, to try to go over what we did for the 2024 annual deployment plan, which was the evaluation that we used to try to find some cost-effective ways of changing how we monitor. This analysis was fairly extensive and the different variety of cost-saving measures that we could be incorporating. What I'm going to be focusing on here is strictly the ones that are pertinent to the sample design and strictly how we stratify and allocate our monitoring. And so as far as the sample design goes, our challenges were to try to meet a number of different sampling objectives with our sample design. We want to make sure that we are trying to capture the full range of the kinds of fishing activities that happen in partial coverage. And we wanted to make sure that we're collecting the best and most data under this budget, just keeping in mind that we have a limited budget, limited resources for monitoring. And so we wanted to find how can we get the best bang for a buck. And so the way that we did this is we first define, our population as the partial coverage fisheries, and we're going to be dividing our population into different strata, and then we have to decide on how we want to allocate to those strata. So in the 2024 ADP, we actually had a number of different stratification allocation methods, but we narrowed it down to a handful that we could at least manage because it gets pretty onerous pretty quickly. We had 3 different stratification methods. Those were crossed with 4 different allocation methods. So that totals 12 different designs. And then we also wanted to make sure that our evaluations were covering a wide range of budget scenarios. So we added that with 3 budget scenarios. So really there were 36 different total scenarios that we were evaluating here. And the evaluation criteria we used are listed here. They varied from the number of samples we'd be getting, how well our monitored trips are going to be interspersed with our unmonitored trips. And so all these things were put into this fairly in-depth analysis. So I don't want anyone to just squint their eyes because you're not going to be able to read anything here anyway. But just to try to summarize it, there was a lot that was going on with this analysis. So with these 12 designs evaluated across the different budgets, it's no surprise that if you have more money, you tend to get better results. And so that's why you see that the higher budgets have better, more blue, purplish tiles than red, which indicates that they were lower metrics. But we evaluated all of these different designs kind of against one another to see which ones performed more consistently across budgets and to give us higher metrics. So what I want to go to is it's mostly just talk about which design won in the end. I don't want to go too much into the comparisons. And so our chosen design had the stratification fixed FMP, and this is a change from 2023 in that our strata were defined by monitoring method and gear type, but instead in 2024, this is going to have a slight of a modification to how we define gear type. Instead of hook and line, pot and trawl, we're going to be combining the hook and line and pot into the fixed gear definition. And then trawl gear is going to be the same. And then we also spatially divided our strata by FMP, that is the Bering Sea and Aleutians separate from the Goa. And then the allocation method that we picked was the proximity allocation method. And this algorithm is used to reduce the spatial temporal gaps of where our monitoring is distributed, and also is guarding against low sample sizes. So if we have a small strata, we don't want to apply too low of a weight to small strata. And then the other addition to this is that we also included the fixed gear EM strata in our allocation algorithm. 2023 and prior, we're only applying this allocation method to the at-sea observer strata. As a quick summary of the evaluations and how they kind of compared to the previous monitoring methods is that the fixed FFP stratification is going to be solving 2 different issues that we highlighted. Many trips these days in partial coverage are fishing both hook and line and pot gear. So it became kind of difficult to decide which stratum those trips actually belong to. And so by merging the hook and line and pot strata together, we get rid of that issue. And the other benefit of explained by FMP is that we can allocate our monitoring differently to those the Bering Sea Aleutians separate from the Goa. We tended to not get very many samples from the Bering Sea just because fishing gets lower, and having Alaska-wide sampling rate in the past made it so we really couldn't ever change that rate in the Bering Sea specifically. Proximity allocation benefited us in a number of different ways. It really performed quite well in a number of our monitoring metrics. And so what we're going to be doing now is just trying to highlight some of those key differences, I think, with the stratification and allocation. So just to summarize here, this is looking at the 2023 and 2024 strata. And so for the most part, there aren't too many big differences. The hook and line and pot, again, were merged into the fixed gear strata and then split again by FMP. Trawl was really only split by the Bering Sea and the Bering Sea Aleutians versus the Goa. And kind of the same story for the at-sea EM. The EM trawl EFP and the zero covered strata were not affected by the new stratification. The allocation method that we use is really kind of a reimagining of our pre-existing allocation method. We had a 15% hurdle, and then we allocated any additional funds to reducing the combined variance of groundfish, Chinook PSC, and halibut PSC. And so when we were kind of evaluating this 15% hurdle, which was what we applied to the at-sea observer strata, is that 15% resulted in different number of spatial temporal gaps for the different strata. The different strata are very different in the number of trips they have and how they are distributed in time and space. And so we wanted to see if we could find a new way to try to allocate towards not just the at-sea observer strata, but also to the EM strata in a way that kind of balances our ability to be able to minimize the number of gaps within the strata equally among all strata. The other thing that we did is that 50% was based off of IMSS area before, and so we also added an ability to try to use equal-sized spatial cells to make sure that we're treating the distribution of our monitoring spatially in an equal sense. NIFS areas are quite vastly different in size. The other thing that we added to this allocation is also try to guard against small sample sizes. And so while we going to be going into more detail next is how the allocation kind of achieves those two tests. So what we did with all the fishing efforts is we divided it into 200-kilometer wide hexagonal cells and 1 week time bins. We also allowed these what we call boxes to neighbor each other. And so we wanted to see, can we distribute our monitoring in a way for all of our strata such that we can make sure that we're not oversampling some strata by having too much monitoring, and also make sure that we're not having large portions of the strata that are unable to be sampled or have a sampled neighbor trip. The idea is that we want to try to minimize the number of unmonitored trips that don't have a similar trip in time and space. And then the way that we protect against small sample sizes is by just sampling the strata that have fewer trips at a higher rate. And so our allocation is shown up here. If you want to go into more detail on that, please do read the draft ADP. But that's really the gist of how the allocation works.
We have a question for you, Franz.
Yeah, thanks. Maybe there's a good point for the question because I had a specific question about this, but I really have two questions. One is sort of more big picture. Obviously, we didn't have the benefit of reviewing this before, and it was kind of deeply buried in the draft ADP from last October. So one question is, to what extent has this actually been reviewed externally, or is it all, the method that you guys came up with and was reviewed internally? Is that borrowed from other regions, or did you sort of develop that from scratch? And then specifically, one thing, I noted in here, for example, it makes intuitive sense to define these neighborhoods, but it seems like you could have, if you're focusing on a hexagon just north of, say, the Alaska Peninsula, you would include samples both from north of the peninsula and south of the peninsula. Was that dealt with, or is that just the way it works out?
I'll try to answer these in order. And so as far as the review of this method, it was mostly internally reviewed. We had the Fisheries Monitoring Science Committee review this. And so we have, we got their buy-in from sharing this method and as well as the other allocation methods that we evaluated in the 2024 ADP. But this design really is fairly novel. We didn't look at any other regions. I think because when you look at a lot of other programs, they are usually geared towards, one specific objective, because we really saw as our program is having a multitude of objectives to try to reach. We try to find an allocation method that, adequately tries to meet a number of objectives. And so we felt comfortable that the allocation method here does that. As far as the regions being, you can potentially have hexagonal cells splitting between, the Bering Sea aleutians versus the Goa. We allowed that to still happen. We still wanted to, as far as when we're counting how many trips are in a monitored or unmonitored neighborhood, which is how this evaluation's computed, is that we really just define trips, which FMP they belong to based off of tonnage, but we still allowed those trips to still neighbor across each other. We still allowed the Aleutian, Bering Sea Aleutian trips to neighbor the Goa trips if they did happen to either exist in the same cell or neighbor each other.
And I'll just add, we do intend on having putting in a request for the Center for Independent Experts to review this once we actually have resulting data, but it's just on the water now. So we've only got 6 months to look at, so we'll wait till next year.
Yeah, thanks. That's great to hear.
Pat,
Great, thanks. I was going to hold off on this question, but since Franz raised it, I'm struck by this is sort of moving from the random sampling approach to something that's like more systematic. In the limit, as it pushes things out, it becomes sort of more regular in terms of how with weighting associated with the different areas. Typically, we don't have a variance estimate for systematic, and so I would guess that it would be challenging to do that, although maybe doing it assuming a random would make it more conservative, because quite often the systematic is a tighter variance if we were to actually realize it than the random would be. So my question, which you might not be able to answer now, is it would be interesting to see how the variance calculation is made for this. The second question is, I wasn't clear what the A, B sub EH was. So the A, B, right, is the probability of not having data in the neighborhood, right? So I sort of understand the 1 minus, but if at some point you could identify what the ABH as different from the AB is, that would be useful too. Thank you.
Sure, yeah, the B is to define the boxes, and so each of those boxes is representing each of those hexagonal cells in 1 week bins, and H is for each stratum. And so we are computing these probabilities for each stratum specifically. And so if we look at the proximity allocation index D sub H, this is the index that is we try to afford the highest proximity allocation index that our budget is going to afford. And so what that means is that each of our strata will have a different rate that achieves a different variance scaling factor and a different proportion of trips in monitored neighborhoods. And so it's a slightly backwards way that we do this allocation. We basically increasing D sub H until we can't, basically run out of money, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it would be nice to get something written on that. It looks like the B's and the H's, I mean, the bins don't actually match the strata, right? Which is a different sort of question, but similar to what Franz was just asking, right? So anyway, it would be good to understand that a little bit better. So thank you.
hurry.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up question. So going back to the original design of these 200-kilometer hexagons, how was the original spatial resolution defined and the trade-off relative to sort of the temporal resolution? So you have 1 week aggregations.
So I guess if you talk about previously, we didn't, our allocation never really looked at a spatial component and how we allocated. Again, it was just a 15% rate that was applied to our at-sea observer strata, right? As far as how we decided on this 200-kilometer wide cell, we looked at a very vast range of different spatial and temporal resolutions. But as far as when we were trying to decide which one to use, and also we were looking at whether we should allow these boxes to move each other in space and time too, what we saw, at least with this resolution, is it gave us the ability to identify when gaps were occurring. You can't have too big of a spatial area and too small of a spatial area. You don't want to include all the trips, and you don't want to have your boxes also have only 1 trip in them either. And so at least what we found is that with the 200-kilometer wide boxes and a 1 week time bin, is that those two specific values for those had a similar effect as far as how many different ways that you'd be dividing your numbers of trips in strata. And so those two seems to kind of naturally come out as a good way to define it. We do have a little more detail on it in the draft ADP, but as far as what we found is that there were many different ways that you could decide on how you would be dividing things in time and space. But this one just seems to be consistent as far as how they had a similar effect in how many different divisions you would create across all of the strata.
Go ahead. Thank you. Oh, Jason.
Yeah, just a question maybe following up on something that Patrick said about systematic versus the simple random sampling. I'm understanding that you're just allocating coverage to sampling strata here, and it's still random sampling within each stratum, right? Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
But it's based on what's happening in the neighborhoods. Is that correct? I mean, when you determine the weight, the weighting and the effort allocation.
Right, we're using the previous year's fishing effort to kind of define what our expected spatial temporal distribution fishing effort is going to look like. But we're really only looking at how many trips are occurring in each box and based off the probability of how many trips are going to be monitored and whether those monitored trips are going to be neighboring the unmonitored trips. So there's not really any variance that's used in this allocation.
But the degree to which you're using the proximity weighting is based on what kind of allocation has been occurring in neighboring bins.
Correct.
Okay, that just strikes me as a more model-based estimator as opposed to a design-based, but so there's some complications there relative to Jason's question, I think.
Yeah, and we can pick that up in discussion. Thanks. Okay, back to you.
So here we're just combining our stratification with allocation. So we can see our 2023 rates in our strata. And in 2024, we have our modified stratification and also the selected rates that is applied with the proximity allocation method. And so really the big takeaway here is that you'll notice is that the monitoring is by taking a slightly less monitoring in the Gulf of Alaska, we can distribute that to the Bering Sea. And this allows us to have much more adequate sample sizes for any sort of estimates and just ensuring that we are actually getting samples from the Bering Sea strata.
Thanks, Jeff. So we evaluate program performance to find out what we can improve. And so looking back over 2023 and knowing that we have a very different model on the water in 2024, we looked to recommend improvements that the 2024 model was unlikely to affect. So our first and foremost, we recommend maintaining the proximity method of allocation and the current stratification methods into 2025. Since we don't really yet know how the new model performed, changing it now doesn't really allow us to act on any lessons learned. We recommend maintaining the 33% sampling rate of EM deliveries by shoreside observers once the regulated trawl EM program is in place, if that rate can be afforded in 2025. So these are the same stratification or strata rather that Jeff already went through, so I won't cover them any further. As Jeff noted, EM review, it continues to be slower than is necessary for in-season management. We are always able to complete the review in time for the stock assessments, but we will continue to collaborate with the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, who is our reviewer of record, to establish video review selection rates and a review strategy that'll result in EM review times that result in the most useful information for the most number of trips for whatever given cost. So we can always do it faster, it just costs more. And we will also collaborate with Pacific States to develop specific prioritization rules that can be used to allocate review effort to the fisheries and gear types, times and areas that are most dependent on EM data. And then really would want to know what's the impact of slow review times. So having these data available, is there really a risk of exceeding a TAC or a PSC or prematurely closing a fishery? So we'll look at that in 2020, the rest of 2024 in order for it to enact it in 2025. Fixed Gear EM is a program that is well established, and we recommend maintaining the size of that EM selection pool. Right now, it's 177 vessels that are on the water this year. As additional funds are available, we will look to increase the numbers of vessels participating in EM up to the council's recommendation of 200 fixed gear boats. We do prioritize placement in the EM selection pool based on vessel size, fishing effort, and minimizing data gaps, and then the cost efficiency. So as I noted earlier in the 2023 retrospective, only 124 vessels fished that are in this pool currently. So we really want to make sure that when we let a boat into the EM pool, it has significant amount of effort to make that very expensive piece of hardware it's floating around with worth our while. And then for vessel operators with repeated problems causing data loss, we will disapprove their vessel monitoring plans and remove these vessels from the EM pool. This is a very, very tiny percent of boats right now. They've made great strides. We've been communicating regularly with them, and they've been making great strides in improving so that we don't have data loss on the EM boats. This is an odd recommendation because it's a regulation, but the trawl EM implementation is going through. The final rule is expected to publish very shortly. And so we anticipate enacting trawl EM in the regulated environment, and we'll continue to support that. Vessels will be required to opt into the regulated program prior to November 1st. So we'll have a really good sense of who's participating before we release the final ADP. And then vessels are going to be required to have that NMFS approved vessel monitoring plan in place before they participate in EM. Communication has been an ongoing struggle with knowing whether or not a boat is participating for that particular haul or that trip in EM and then delivering it to the processing plant. So in 2025, participating vessels will need to transmit a landing notice to the shoreside processor through some NMFS approved system. That way the observers that are on the ground will understand whether or not they need to sample it as an EM vessel or if they just need to assist an at-sea observer. And we'll continue to evaluate shoreside sampling priorities in order to balance observer workloads. We know that moving from at-sea to the processing plant means that individual observers may be able to sample a lot more trips, but that's also a lot more work. So moving that from lots and lots of observers scattered across the ocean to a concentrated effort on shore does mean we need to balance that work that we're asking observers to do. And we continue to collaborate with the EM service providers and the EFP permit holders right now to improve those and to get a better understanding of EM trawl costs. This program has been paid for by the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation for the most part. And so going into 2025, when the partial coverage costs will need to be absorbed into the fee, we'll have to have a really good understanding of what all that entails before we finalize the ADP. Along the same sides of EM development, we will collaborate with our industry partners on EM development and other cost efficiency projects. We know that there is a number of both funded and anticipated proposals that the industry has submitted to NFWF, National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, and those all really benefit from a tight working relationship between the industry and the agencies to enact them. And then in odds, the observer declare and deploy system, as Jeff noted, there was this large number of cancellations and inherits, and we want to look to figure out how can we mitigate that with the goal of reducing temporal bias, but also not impeding the fishery from proceeding as usual. So we do require a 72-hour notice when, before a vessel sails in order to determine whether or not they have to carry an observer. That's the trick of the inherits, is you can't really impose an inherit on the next trip if it isn't within that 72-hour window. So we struggle with that, and we'll continue to work with a partial coverage fishery monitoring advisory committee who can give us a good sense of, one, why trips are being canceled, two, whether or not the fleet understands the impacts both to them because they're carrying over trips from year to year, and then also to the quality of the data, and then knowing what would be operationally feasible for us to implement. And so in addition to whether if you have opinions or statements on the NIMS recommendations, we're asking specifically for input from the SSC on the 2025 ADP on whether or not that recommendation for the current plan to remain in place for 2025 is one that we should pursue. And then also, as Jeff noted, we really stepped away from allocating coverage towards this goal of reduced PSC and discard variance. And that's a big departure from how we've run the partial coverage observer deployment system in the past. So we have some curiosity about how you all feel about that. And we know that you didn't see the draft ADP, so this is your opportunity now. And then I just want to acknowledge that all of the folks that worked on the the annual report and the annual deployment plan. This is a huge lift. We're the only observer program that does an annual report, and every year we finish it. I know why we're the only ones that do one. So, and then fully, I want to thank obviously all the observers and the providers, crew member who assists observer data collection, video reviewers, and all the agency staff that make the fishery dependent data collection possible in Alaska. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Questions? I saw Martin first. Go ahead, Martin.
Okay, yeah, I guess maybe you could touch on the sort of the issues that are associated with increased tendering in the Gulf and how that affects the ability of the observer program to collect data, both EM data and the regular observer data?
Yeah, sure. Through the chair, thanks for that question. It really depends on the type of tendering activity. So with EM, we're actually able to have EM vessels deliver to an EM tender, and then that EM tender delivers to a processing plant. So we are actually able to continue, we have some fidelity with the information. We know that there weren't discards from the tender, so the observers can sample those tender vessels just as they would a regular vessel coming in that had been harvesting. Again, we lose trip specificity, and in some tendering situations, we even lose trip specificity, but then we'll get the tender specificity. So it's not as, the resolution is different, but we're still able to collect data on unsorted catch from the tenders. And that's true for the trawl EM sector, and that's just pelagic fisheries. So I don't think we saw a big uptick in the non-pelagic tender vessels right this year because the cod fishery has not been particularly robust.
Dana.
Yeah, thanks. It seems like the last time you were up here, or someone was up here telling us it would be, you'd be moving to like a biennial schedule. Has that happened, or is this the biennial?
Thanks, through the chair. We did move to a biennial schedule for the 2024 annual deployment plan, meaning that we did not do a draft annual deployment plan for 2023. We simply carried over our 22 model. And that was because, as Jeff noted, the 2024 one was massive and a complete relook. And so we needed more time to do that. And quite frankly, that is a sort of what we're recommending this year, that we not really depart from the 2024 model. We always have to run a draft ADP because the fishing effort changes. So we have to know fishing effort and our budget changes. So those are two really obviously important factors to consider. So we will still have a draft ADP. We just don't have any input. We're asking for input as to whether we should really look at another model, because the draft ADP is usually presenting somewhere between 1 and 3 models. Last year we did 12. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. So yeah, I guess I was looking into the future here. Would it be appropriate for us to maybe like be alerted when you're thinking about a major change and then we take it up in the SSC? Because it seems like obviously we're not having the time here to really dig into the details today.
Yeah, through the chair, prior to the last few years, we did present both the draft ADP and the annual report to the SSC, and we know what's happened to your schedules. So we've only been presenting the annual report. Personally, I think it makes more sense for the SSC to see the ADP than the annual report, because we get more information from you all for the forward-looking year than we do from looking back.
I just want to follow up on that. So if we look at the ADP, but do you mean that in October, because you can't make changes then, or were you thinking, or, yeah, go ahead, timing wise,
Yeah,
curious.
timing wise, yes, that would be in October. We don't make wholesale changes because we only have October to December to finalize it, but that's when we get input on whether or not the model that we're recommending is the model that we'd like to see on the water. So when we present multiple models, we always have a NIMS recommendation, but we are obviously open to any of the other ones. Yeah.
Thank you. Pat?
I want to thank you for the presentation. This is my first time sort of deeper diving on this, although I design and continue to design observer programs in other areas. So it's useful for me to kind of think about this. So a couple of different questions for clarification. And one is, in the areas where you don't have full coverage, do you do something like VMS or some other kind of assessment to see what the non-observed vessels are doing relative to the observed vessels?
Through the chair, only a few of our fisheries are required to carry VMS, and most are not in the partial coverage fisheries. So we look at landings information from covered and non-covered vessels to determine differences.
And do you see differences?
Through the chair, yes, there are differences.
Yeah.
We'll leave it at that. Okay. That might be useful for us to see too at some point. Can you remind me what the motivation is for the exempt permit? Is it that you don't have to have an observer on board, or is there more motivation than that?
Yeah, through the chair, the EM exempted fishing permit, the big motivation was that they don't have to carry an observer. The trawl EM EFP is different than a lot of the past EFPs because it incorporates both the full coverage sector and the partial coverage sector trawl vessels. And there was a big motivation for the vessels that use that pay-as-you-go model to not carry an observer and carry an EM system. For them, it will be a huge cost savings. There were other incentives in that there was relief from some of the trip limits as far as catch. And really the only requirement for the trawl EM vessels is that there's minimal discard. That was not operationally a heavy lift for these vessels since they don't tend to discard very much anyway.
Great. I think that's very good to know. I didn't see that report, and I think that's a useful thing to think about. Finally, I totally appreciate all of the work that's going into this and all of the statistics that are provided. But quite often, one might ask the question of the quality of the information as it's provided, let's say, to us or the council in terms of decision-making. Like, I know right now it's focused on compliance. In the future, we might be able to use it in stock assessments and so forth. But even in terms of compliance, can we assess whether they're complying from this data? Is there a way to do that?
Yeah, through the chair. So when we say compliance for the trawl EM component, that's the one you're asking about, trawl EM specifically, yeah. When we say compliance, we are not really referring to like the Office of Law Enforcement compliance, like the things we're actually saying, did they discard or did they not? And what we really want to make sure is that when the observers are at the processing plants, they are sampling from unsorted catch so that we get a real sense of what happened at the trip level. And we can gather whether or not they are complying with that or not. Right now, they're only allowed to discard jellyfish and large elasmobranchs or other animals that are 6 feet or longer, which there's not very many. And they've been very good about that. And we've been working with the OCBay lab and other the industry members to try to gather additional information on discarded elasmobranchs, because we know that that's now a new data gap that EM caused. So the information that would be used in stock assessments and for fishery management purposes in the trawl sector is not coming from EM, it's coming from the shoreside deliveries. And what EM just does is to ensure the agency, we got everything.
If I may follow up, so appreciate that. So that's terrific. Thanks for explaining that. In terms of the full coverage, what's provided by that is being used by decision makers?
Yeah, through the chair. So for the full coverage, that's the same. The only difference in the full coverage sector is that for trawl EM, when it's a full coverage vessel delivering to a full coverage plant, instead of having just 2 observers at the processing plant, there's a minimum of 4. So they're sampling every delivery. So it didn't fall out of the trawls, the full sector or full coverage sector. It's just a more intensive sampling shoreside versus at sea.
And we basically by assumption feel that that's working, as long as we've got all of these other statistics that we're monitoring. Is that correct?
Correct. Right. Fronts.
Yeah, thanks. Just a question on the observer effects. I mean, I think we had commented on that in the past. I think there's in the analyses that you have done, there's always the observed trips are shorter than unobserved trips, I think. There's a comparison here of like in terms of diversity, some 2.3% difference in diversity. And I think in the past we had asked for like a statistical evaluation of the observer effects. And did you guys do anything in response to that, or to evaluate whether these differences are really significant, especially when they're small?
Thank you, through the chair. We have been working on kind of reimagining how we do the observer effects analysis. There were some efforts that were done for the 2023 annual report, but they weren't quite ready in time. And so it is something that we are actively we're working on.
Rob.
Yeah, thanks again for the presentation and all this additional follow-up information. And part of the recommendations from NIMS was to evaluate the cost of EM trawl, right? But also in the tables, like looking at 2.1 and 2.2, it looks like the amount of shortfall in funding varies among years. Maybe around 650,000 in recent years, similar between 23 and 22, but it varies quite a bit over the years. I guess, do you have a good handle on why that variation is occurring, and is it going to be additive with potentially the EM trawl, or why is it varying so much?
Yeah, thanks. Through the chair, because we run the partial coverage observer program based on a ex vessel value fee, there's a lot that interplays there. First in 2019, we changed the ex vessel value fee from 1.25% to 1.65%. And so that's obviously a change in revenue. And then it dips or elevates depending on ex vessel values of the fishery. So we have obviously no control over that. So each year, the revenue funding is different and therefore our coverage rates have to fall within that. And then as far as having to absorb the costs of trawl EM, we're hoping, we don't know yet, we're looking to see what the price of trawl EM would be. I expect it to be less than fixed gear EM because the review is very, very simple because all you're doing is reviewing the imagery to determine was everything retained? If not, what's the discard within lines of only being jellyfish or large animals? And then that's it. That's all you're looking for versus the fixed gear EM program, which they are actually essentially being a shore-based observer with imagery. They're actually having to determine species and identify the species on the line or on the table from a pot, and then determining for each of those organisms, were they retained or discarded. So it's much more time intensive. And because trawl EM is a relatively new program, all of the hardware that's currently on those boats is new, and that was all purchased by the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation. So we're not looking to have a large bolus of funding to go in to replace EM hardware systems for the trawl fleet in the next most current years.
So you expect the trawl EM should be relatively less volatile, more stable over time, but the fixed gear partial coverage is going to remain as volatile going into the future as it has been in the past.
Yes, I would say so. Yeah.
Thanks.
Oh, Ian.
Yeah, there's a note in the document about the lack of a direct link between odds e-landings and therefore into catch accounting. And I know this has been brought up several times in past reports. Can you remind us what's being lost by not being able to make that exact link across trips in those different systems and why it hasn't been fixed?
I think the connection that we don't have is between odds and landings, not so much with catch counting. But with odds, we use it as a programmatic tool to see which trips are going to be monitored. But because of I think, what we're looking at is mostly if a trip is logged into odds, we don't have a way of knowing which trip that actually was when it lands. That vessel owner might be able to know what that odds number was, but unless they're entering it, we won't be able to have that one-to-one connection. Sometimes trips aren't logged into odds, so we don't have an odds number to assign to a landing. Sometimes trips are erroneously logged, or when a trip is completed and canceled, sometimes when you complete a trip, you can plug in your landing report ID. Sometimes that's not always the correct one, isn't always entered in, depending on when those trips are being closed. And so we are faced with kind of, do we want to have, we don't have a good way of knowing which trips are which for, a number of reasons, whether it's we're relying on the industry to put those, to make that link for us, or us having to try to make those links ourselves, also working with sometimes data that's not 100% reliable. So it makes it harder for us to be able to, as you can see in the report, that when we're trying to evaluate how we deploy and what we actually realize, why we had different results in hook and line, why odds says that hook and line was at a higher rate, but in reality on landings, hook and line was in kind of the expected range. It's those discrepancies that we can't really tease apart effectively because of that lack of link.
Franz.
Yeah, thanks. One of the questions you had for us was, regarding moving away from trying to reduce PSC and discard variance. At this point, we have no idea what the effect on PSC and discard variance is, right? I mean, until we have some data, or did you do some simulations or analyses to try to figure that out?
Thank you, through the chair. Whenever we in the past did allocate based off of those variances, we never really went back and evaluated whether that was really achieved. And I feel like it's honestly a pretty difficult thing to do. In our 2024 draft ADP analysis, we did look at those calculate those trip level variances and see how those vary between the different designs. And so we could see that, you know, our previous designs did do a better job with reducing the variances on some of those metrics, but not others. You know, it tended to prioritize, you know, Chinook PSE, you know, variances more so than the other designs did. And so I think it's understandable that we don't have until we do a really full in-depth analysis, we won't really know what that effect is. But I think it's still good to know that, you know, when we have the huge portion of the Bering Sea project trawls is all being monitored at shoreside, we have a 33% of the EM trawl, and in addition to what's left of the at-sea observer trawl strata being monitored shoreside, that at least in terms of Chinook PSC, like I think we don't immediately have any real concerns about how this new allocation method is going to be affecting any of those variances.
Great, thank you very much. So it looks like, I don't believe, let me refresh this. I don't believe that we have any public testimony. No, we don't. So let's go ahead and move into the discussion. And for that, we'll start out with Dana.
Thanks, and I want to thank the presenters and authors for their great work. In previous years, the SSC used to review both the draft ADP and the annual report, but because of time constraints, we haven't done so recently. So that makes this agenda item slightly unusual in that we're reviewing recommendations for the next year of a plan we didn't previously review, and without seeing a full year of how it worked. So, new mics. With that in mind, the recommendations overall seem reasonable and a continuation of improvements to a program which has many objectives to balance. I will briefly review and comment on some of those, but not all of them. So NMFS is recommending continue to use the proximity allocation method for the partial coverage strata in 2025. This is a new method, and continuing will allow consistency in deployment and allow for a comprehensive review the next time we see an annual report to see how this worked. Since the SSC hasn't seen the effectiveness of the method yet, as a full year of data hasn't been collected, we still support the objectives of lowering variance and minimizing data gaps, but look forward to seeing how it works. The draft ADP showed good performance of the method looking at retrospective data. Maybe it has been shown somewhere, but it would be interesting to see some spatial maps or examples of how this sampling method works versus the previous methods or the cost-weighted box average. As Franz brought up, it might be good for us to have some external review for new methods like these when they are introduced, because we're currently not reviewing them. We could just bring the new methods to the SSC on occasion when they're big changes. So NMFS recommends continuing with the current sampling strategy in the trawl EM sector for PSC and biological samples. We recognize it's important for them to better understand the cost of the program, but would like to see continued future analysis on whether the increase in EM is significantly changing the specimens or spatial coverage available for stock assessments and genetic stock composition. NMFS recommends observer program should collaborate with PAC states to optimize their video review selection rate and strategy to enhance the utility of EM data. I think this should help us address previous delays, and the SSC has been concerned about these data because they're critical for in-season management and accurate stock assessments. But some of these data may be less so, so optimizing them, prioritizing what gets reviewed and at what rate is important, and also to avoid potentially exceeding thresholds like OFLs. Lastly, NMFS expects to implement the regulated trawl EM program in 2025. The recommendations lay out clear steps for this integration. And again, I'll reiterate, we want to make sure that stock assessments are tracking the continued increase in EM and making sure that the necessary data are being reviewed and collected. That's all I have, and I'll turn it over to my colleagues. Thanks.
Thanks, Dana. Pat.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Jen and Jeff, very much for the overview. I'm so impressed with all of the work that's going into this. This is really terrific. I would support an external review, an in-depth external review, CIE, or otherwise acknowledging my association with the CIE. I'm actually chair of the committee that selects the reviewers for that. I think I found in the past that those things are very helpful. In particular, I am concerned about, the variances. Of course, I'm a statistician, and this is the kind of thing we worry about, both bias and variance. And so in particular, I would like to see in future reports more information on in the area where there's not full coverage, what the landings look like, to see how different they are between the covered and the non-covered area. I'd also like to see, a brief description of the motivation behind what results in an exempted fishing permit. I understand the criteria for allowing one in, but knowing the motivation would be helpful for that as well. Getting back to the variance elements, obviously, when I finally got to the point where I was looking at the appropriate equation, I didn't understand some of the elements that were in it because they were not all defined. So that would be helpful too. But in particular, I know that variance is really challenging to estimate, even when it's done just even with random sampling. So you're using a sort of modified method. And I was using the stratified, the systematic approach relative to the stratified random as a sort of analogy of what we were looking at. But it occurred to me that this is more model-based than design-based. In all of these procedures, we end up sort of imposing some information on the system that may or may not get acknowledged. And so in doing so, we are attempting to achieve this coverage. But I appreciate the motivation for that, but that makes calculating the variance more difficult. So we'll just need to take a look at that in a little bit more closer way. In another sort of analogy, it's like adaptive sampling in some sense too. So we'll have to kind of think through that to see how that works. But I do appreciate the intensity with which you guys are working through all of this. So thank you.
Thanks, Pat. So in thinking about this, are we asking for more information?
Yeah, I would like to see more information in terms of evaluating the bias associated with the not full coverage. I would like to see just as an understanding for why a fisherman decide to try to adopt the exempt permit, the motivation for that. My motivation for that. Does that make sense? That part, the exempt.
Yeah, a lot of times they review the exempted fishing permits before they're in place. So I think that may be part of a different process. But we can, if you want to describe, if you're just asking for a description of it, yep, no problem.
And then finally, I think we're going to need more detail on how the variance is actually calculated in this process, with the proviso that I have always been arguing for us to move away from doing an extensive review of all the population assessments that we see. I don't want us to step into doing an extensive review of this particular one, but it should be reviewed. And it's helpful to us to understand what the mechanisms are and the rationales for that. So thank you.
Thank you. Rob.
Yeah, again, thanks very much for this analysis and the presentation. And yeah, a lot of thought into the changes that are occurring. The main thing, just a couple to, I guess, reiterate, pretty much everything's been touched on. I was certainly concerned to make sure we continue to evaluate the biological data that's being collected, as Dana said, and make sure it's adequately informing stock assessments. The proximity analysis I like a lot in terms of a new direction. And I was curious about, okay. Yeah, to get more detailed information on, to evaluate that. External review sounds like a good alternative too. The spatial representation, I think would be helpful to actually see what's occurring. And then also as far as the, I guess I viewed it more as a stratified random design, more so than any systematic approach. So I think that's positive, but it's also, yeah, as Pat was saying, that we need more evaluation of how variances are calculated. But otherwise, I think it's promising. It's just that there's additional metrics that would be helpful in evaluating that new approach. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Franz?
Yeah, thanks. I don't have much to add really, just to say that we look forward to the CIE or some other external review of the allocation scheme and that proximity method, once there's some data available to evaluate it, and that should include the variance estimates for the various outputs. And then I would just reiterate, you know, we had, I think, previously recommended that we, you know, if to the extent possible, review the draft ADP in October, rather than, you know, final ADP in December, and that would be more important than reviewing the observer report in June.
Dana?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of maybe clarify, and maybe Jason can help me out here a little bit, but I don't think the variance estimates of this kind of analysis are used in anything management wise. And I just hate to put in a lot of asks for something that's not going to go anywhere. I mean, most of the analyses are like computing mean squared error, comparing retrospective sort of a performance. But I don't think variance is actually important, even though I love variance calculation.
Jason?
Well, I don't want to speak too much on the details of what they've done for the proximity analysis because I'm not sure that I'm the right person to do that. But it seems like I agree as far as for the management quantities of the discard, we're not really using the variance directly for that. But I think the discussion that I pulled out of this was getting that external review seems like the way to go with this, and those sort of issues could be discussed during that CIE review.
Pat?
So they might not be used for management, but they're certainly used for allocation. And so it would be useful to have something, and it may be numerical as opposed to analytical, depending on the nature of the approach. But it would, I think I don't want anybody spending years on this, but I mean, it would be nice to kind of see the thought process that goes into the overall calculation.
Ian?
Yeah, just a couple comments. I think we need to capture Franz's comment earlier about these continued differences between observed and unobserved trips, both in terms of the duration of the trip as well as the number of species and diversity of species landed. We've commented on those in the past, and I think we should encourage just further look at those. I also think we should support the FMSC's recommendation to continue to work on this missing link between the odds database and the e-landings. Sounds like that would be helpful. And then the other thing that we've asked for in the past is the calculation of the full cost per day for partial coverage observer versus partial coverage EM. And the document notes that that couldn't be done this year because the 2023 EM is still being reviewed. But I think we should request that when that's completed, that be added into future reports.
Okay, I think we're there. Pat?
I was just thinking, Sherry, when we were talking about the motivational part, part of it is it's nice to know, but the other part is it works into cost and how much effort goes into determining the different elements. And so if we as a group sort of understand what motivates a fisher to get into this program, it may help us in terms of like improving design, but also potentially in reducing cost. Thanks.
Sure thing. Okay. I'll do this so Sarah doesn't have to. All right, first we want to thank the authors and the analysts for the presentation today and the work that they do on this. SSC would like to continues to support or supports the continuation of using the proximity method in 2025. There's no data to evaluate currently, so we'll support using that for 2025. And then we do have recommendations on evaluation of that at that time. We recommended an external review, or we highly supported that if that doesn't happen, also to bring to the SSC when there are big changes. For trawl EM for PSC, we'd like to see whether there's an increase in EM is changing the variance of the samples, and we had some discussion about identifying what the variance calculation is and then asking for those. And if that is, I think we can say as practicable. And then we also discussed about that as possibly being something that can be covered in a CIE review. For previous EM delays, we recognize that optimizing and prioritizing will be important. And for implementing the EM trawl in 2025, we recommend laying out clear steps for doing that implementation and the impacts on stock assessment for tracking EM and appropriate, and also support having appropriate samples collected. We'd like to see additional information for partial coverage, what the landings are between covered and non-covered. Let's see. And things like the variation in duration, the species landed, things like that. We've mentioned that in the past and are still interested in that. And then we asked about to have an explanation of the motivation for the exempted fishing permit for a couple of different reasons that we named. When evaluating the proximity data in the future, it would be helpful to have information like spatial information to evaluate that, whether that's by us or by a CAE review. And also wanted to ask for or consider new metrics for evaluating this new approach. We'll note that yes, we do think that it's valuable to review the draft ADP in October, and that it's more important than reviewing the report in June if the SSC can manage that time-wise. And I do note that was France's recommendation, and France is leading the October meeting. So as far as, let's see if I missed one. Oh, we wanted to note that we're supporting the recommendation that was made by the FMAC to continue to investigate the differences between odds and e-landings. And we look forward for the partial coverage EM. We look forward to seeing when the video is completed, an evaluation of that in future reports. Pat. Martin.
I'm not Pat. So I'm the old Pat. I think there was a point about tracking the information, the collection of information for stock assessments that, that I didn't hear. Did you mention it or?
No, I didn't. And thank you. Yes, it was recommended and yes, I missed it. So
Okay.
thank
I
you.
mean, yeah, I think that's important to be able to have that part of the evaluation of the collection or how they're meeting their objectives.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, I think that we're there. It is 10:25-ish and let's go ahead and take a break and come back at 10:40.
Testing, testing. Down, lower, 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 lower. Yeah, so it just needs to be pointed at their chest.
All right, let's bring it back together. All right, so the next topic that we have is C2 crab specs. And I am going to ask admin staff, for this, I'd like to have two sections of public testimony, if it's possible to add one. One of them, we're going to take the Aleutian Island Golden safe specs. And then the second one will be for the balance of the report, everything else. And that's notice for the public as well. Okay, and we'll go to Sarah. Go ahead.
Hi, good morning, members of the SSC. For the record, my name is Sarah Rhinesmith Gardner. I have a new last name now. So yay. But today we're going to be talking about C2 crab specs. So our PowerPoint's wrong. It should say C2. But we'll have a presentation from our TPT co-chairs, Katie Bailoff and Mike Litzow, just summarizing Aleutian Island Golden King crab specs and then proposed model runs for Bristol Bay Red King Crab, Snow Crab, Tanner Crab, and St. Matthews Blue King Crab. And then we'll have a brief slide on the balance of the CPT report. And with that, I will pass it off. Thank you.
Good morning, SSC members. So Sarah just introduced Mike and myself, co-chairs of the crab plan team, here to talk to you about our May meeting and our report. This is a slide okay, go ahead.
Sorry, Katie, before you even start. So just for our leads, so that you know, I'm guessing that they're going to give an introduction for the crab plan team report. If there's any information on that, we can ask questions, but we'll hold the discussion until after Aleutian Island Golden, just for SSC knowledge. Okay, go ahead, Katie.
Great, thank you for that. Yeah, I just have our three intro slides that we usually do at the beginning, just to kind of let everyone know where we're at in our cycle. And this is just a reminder, our final specs, like Sarah said, are for Aleutian Island Golden King Crab this meeting. We will look at proposed model runs for all the stocks that we set specifications for in September, October. And just a reminder for folks, we are not having our January meeting this coming January 2025. So we will have a one-day virtual meeting for Norton Sound in November and present that to you hopefully pretty briefly at the December council meeting. So just an update on that in case you missed that in January. This slide is just kind of a really high-level overview of our tier system. We spent some time on this more recently, I feel like, in the last few SSC meetings, but generally our stocks here that we're discussing today are in tier 3 or 4, depending on their life history information and other information that we know about them, but they both all have size-based assessment models that we can estimate biomass. And then the buffer range is somewhat associated with the amount of uncertainty we have about the model and the data. So those kind of coincide with the tier system somewhat. This is our May agenda. There are a lot of things that everything in blue here is things that are in our written report that we won't talk to you guys about in our presentation. We got a lot of updates over things that aren't ready for your review yet, but things that will come up either in September or further along in the process. So what we'll focus on here today, as Sarah already said, is final assessment for Aleutian Island Golden King Crab and then proposed model runs. And then we'll have just 2 slides on the balance of the report with some research updates that is informational for you guys. And that came out of the February council motion, or the council action that they didn't take action on the Bristol Bay discussion, not initial review. they asked for there to be updates frequented through the council process. And so we're just making sure that that information is relayed to you in a summary form through this process. So that's why we're still including that in our oral presentation here. Yeah, go ahead, Sherry.
Yeah, two questions. So it's this, so the information that the council wanted is being given to us. You're going to give that directly to the council as well. Great. And then you mentioned that there was no January meeting, but am I correct that there's going to be a January modeling workshop still?
Through the chair. Yes, Sherry. So we actually, if you looked at our meeting notes and listened to any of our meeting minutes, yes, we did actually flag a lot of topics that we want to talk about in our January modeling. So, and that was very important for us with dropping the January meeting, still being able to have a modeling workshop, at least for the assessment authors and those that are involved in the modeling process, because there are a lot of things that we could use dedicated in the room time to work through. And that's very important for us to have that in person. It's really hard for us to hold that virtually. And it's actually been really productive for us with transitioning models into GMAX. And since we still have Tanner crab and Norton Sound red king crab that aren't accepted into GMAX models yet, we really want to hold that and try to push through some of that progress if we can during that time. So yeah, thanks for clarifying that. Okay, without further ado, I'll jump into Aleutian Island Golden King Crab final assessment. I will present an overview of that, but the SAC assessment author, Tyler Jackson, is in the room. If we have questions that he can answer better than me, I might call him up for those. Just letting everyone know that. I didn't give a lot of background on the model, but the Aleutian Islands Golden King Crab is assessed as two different areas, the Eastern Aleutian Island and Western. So there's two separate models, but the specifications we set are for the Aleutian Islands as a total stock. So Tyler has he's a new assessment author for this model. These are the first set of final runs that he has authored. And he spent time working on, much time that we saw in January, working on data streamlining and creating historical data from our databases. And then some time on the CPU standardization. And those were all detailed pretty heavily in our January meeting and documentation. So just an overview of this model, it is the only crab model we have that is based totally on fishery dependent data. So the CPU standardization is important for this model because that's the index that we're fitting to. We don't have a survey yet. There is a cooperative survey in the Eastern Aleutian Islands, but it's not yet incorporated into the modeling process. So just for the CPU standardization part, going into the modeling process, there were some small changes between January and May due to the fact that, when Tyler gets new data, he has to rerun that process every year. So that included exploring Tweety distributions instead of negative binomial, removing lat long as a covariate, and that was due to some overfitting concerns, and then just some correction of the fish ticket data. In January, we noticed there were a lot of zeros, and that was just a way the data was being pulled, was pulling some zero entries that weren't supposed to be in there. So the models that we have here for us are actually pretty straightforward. There's the base model from 2023, which is 23.0A. There's 23.1, which is that base model with the size compositions truncated to exclude crab that are less than the smallest size bin. And this figure here that I included to the right kind of shows that. The lighter blue shading with the arrow pointing to it shows that there was kind of this minus group, if you think of plus group, minus group, that was being included in the assessment. And part of this process was that the CPT suggested that that should be excluded because pretty much all of our other crab stocks, we don't include crab that are smaller than the lowest size bin we feel like we can assess in the model. So that was 23.1 and 23.1B base builds on that, and then also has two selectivity periods for the pre-rationalized CPUE. And there's some reasoning in gear differences there for that hypothesis. There you go. So just high-level summary of the CPUE standardization. On the right here, you'll see the nominal CPUE and the standardized for both the Eastern Aleutian Islands and Western Aleutian Islands for the commercial CPUE. And this has both the pre-rationalized and post-rationalized period. And one of the things that was done in this process is the negative binomial distributions fit the pre-rationalized CPUE better, but the Tweedy distribution fit the post-rationalized period. The author provided us great diagnostics on this during his presentation and in his report. And so the CPT was very happy with the overall standardization and transparency in that compared to, what we've had in the past, and the increased diagnostics was very helpful. As far as model fit, the 3 models that we're seeing here, you see the resulting MMB on the right-hand side. Generally, the model output was pretty similar, both in the Eastern Aleutian Islands and Western. However, model 23.1b actually fit the EAG slightly better, but there were some issues in the WAG with that model with consistency in Francis weighting and some concern for localized minimum in the jittering. So that model was not recommended. For to move forward, we recommended, the author and CPT recommended model 23.1. And right now we're still being pretty consistent in picking the same model for both areas. However, there was some discussion at CPT that may change, because if we start incorporating the cooperative survey in the EAG, the model would have to be different to accommodate that. So that's something to think about for the future, but not something we're dealing with today. And there were some, if you listened in or looked at our minutes, there was some CPT discussion on some issues with some bycatch estimates of F in the early part of the time series. These were also some things that were flagged in Tanner Crab GMAX models. And so that's something that we're working on GMAX development for, and something that if it doesn't get resolved before the January modeling workshop, of course, will probably be a topic then. Doesn't seem to be becoming an issue in any of the other stocks. And it mostly just comes up in jittering issues. So this is the final specifications for the EAG at the top and the WG.
Katie.
Oh, sorry.
Got a question from Martin.
Yeah, sorry. Can you maybe provide a little more detail on what you're calling a minor jittering issue?
Well, it's not in the model we chose, but the issue is that when you're jittering the model, it's allowing some of the bycatch estimates for F in the early part of the time series to be really high. And for some reason, there's something in the modeling process that seems to be in the jittering process. Yeah, go ahead. Do you want to answer that? You come up here. Tyler's going to answer that question.
We actually need to be on the mic if you're going to answer. Sorry,
Sorry,
Tyler.
I'm calling Tyler up to answer that question. You can just go ahead and use that mic. That probably works.
It was estimating really high groundfish F in the early part of the time series, is basically because I wasn't using the F penalty for that fleet. I was just getting around that by providing better starting values. When you do jittering, you obviously can't give starting values. So I don't know necessarily what Andre was thinking in terms of what a GMAX fix would be, but using a strong penalty on F would solve it for now. Jittering was just suggesting a model outcome that was a better minimum that wasn't suitable.
Thanks. Welcome to the SSC.
Thanks, Tyler. It was a similar, some of Buck's Tanner Crab runs also saw a similar thing. So that was something that was talked about as more appropriate penalties on some of those F values for the models.
Okay, so just to follow up, usually you get concerned about jittering when it doesn't return to the same MLE solution. And you're saying that you were getting there, but some of the parameter values were sort of drifting off into La La Land or whatever.
But Tyler can correct me if I'm wrong through the chair, though. I think the jittering solution that was where the parameters were going up was actually like one likelihood value less. And so that was the concern than the MLE. So that was the concern with is it actually an MLE versus a local minimum? But I think it was exploring space that we don't really believe is reality for the stock too. So I don't know. We felt like there was enough concern there that we didn't want to move to that model at this time until we figured out those issues.
Hurry.
Yeah, I had a quick question on the CPUE standardization. I was hoping to catch Tyler while he was still up here, but uh, maybe you can address it. So it talked about removing the spatial interaction between latitude and longitude. And I'm kind of curious about that. There were overfitting concerns, but generally in the context of these sort of standardization procedures, we're a lot less worried about parsimony and relative to ensuring we get a good signal year-to-year variation.
It was estimating 27 parameters and wasn't moving the index at all. And I just felt that if I was going to go down a smooth on lat and long, some kind of spatial smooth, a geostatistical model would be a better tool for that. And so for now, I just thought it'd be simpler to go without it, and which is effectively what status quo has been for this CPUE standardization before.
Thank you.
Pat?
So I had a similar question. Sorry, you might have to just sit up here for a while. The challenge with removing the sort of interaction smooth term is that spatially that results in a north and southeast west variation. You don't get any kind of curvature or anything like that occurring with regard to the distribution, which could be problematic. So although I do like to see the main effects, the smooth lat versus the smooth long, if it's really a concern about the number of parameters, I guess kind of would make sense to just include the interaction, not the other two. Did you explore that?
Through the chair, no, I did not. I just removed it. Any spatial component other than I let the model choose whether it wanted to include block, if you remember that. That's been there in the past.
Okay, good. Thank you for that. That helps.
Dana?
Yeah, thanks. I think in February, there was a recommendation to look at the weighting, and I see there's a Francis weighting issue here on the slide. So if you look at the WAG here, you'll notice how extremely precise those estimates are. So like suspiciously so. So I guess my question is, did you get a chance to look at the weighting on the tagging data and versus, because once you do Francis reweighting, it changes everything else too.
I did not.
Okay, thanks, Katie. Or thanks, Tyler.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
thanks,
Katie.
Tyler. Yeah, through the chair, also in response to some of that, with the CPUE standardization, the previous author had actually been working on a lot of how to incorporate the spatial components to it. And that actually isn't something that the CPT had ever endorsed moving forward with recently until some of the work that Tyler did in January. So I think we're still concerned as to how best to do that. So there's still development that could be done there. Okay, I'm gonna move forward, I think here. Yeah. So model 23.1 was the one that the author in CPT recommended for both areas. And so moving on from that, we had our discussion about a appropriate ABC buffer, I guess OFL to get to the ABC. Previous buffer was 25% in the 2023 assessment. And the CPT had a pretty good discussion about definitely improvements in data processing and CPUE standardization. Tyler's done a lot of work on this model, making it his own, but we still felt that the main reasons for that level of uncertainty in the modeling process were there. These include, but are not limited to, poor fit to the index, especially in the EAG, and a poor retrospective pattern in the EAG. So I think our minutes provide much more detail on our reasoning behind keeping the buffer at 25%. It is also, like I said, the only stock where we have a fully fishery dependent model. We don't have fishery independent data. So under that here, I have listed some of the future work that was suggested by either the author or CPT. Like once again, this is not fully extensive. There were some more things in the minutes. I just picked out a couple things that were kind of higher on our priority list. And those do include trying to figure out the issues with the EAG, index fit and retrospective patterns, and also incorporating the cooperative survey data for the EAG, since we do have enough years that we should try to incorporate that. And that was work that Tyler was working on in January. but wasn't quite ready for us to set specifications with that model. So we didn't ask him to bring it back at this meeting, but it is a model that he is continuing to work on. So I think with that, I think that's the last slide I have for Alicia on Golden King Crab, and I can field any questions, or I can call Tyler up to field questions if it's more appropriate. Yeah.
Thanks for the presentation. I really appreciate it. So just for the sake of clarity, because it wasn't clear to me in the presentation, but I was listening to the CPT discussion. When it stated that we're exploring the Tweety was actually included in some of the assessments and not others, right? So can you be a little, provide some clarification as to what's in the recommended model?
Through the chair, yes, Pat. So the recommended model uses the Tweety distribution for the post-rationalized, so 2005 on time period for both the EAG and WAG. The diagnostics for that were much better than the negative binomial for just the post-rationalized period. So it is consistent difference. The resulting standardized CPU is actually very similar, pretty much the same. Yeah, but as far as diagnostics with how well it's fitting, the Tweety was more fit better for the post-rationalized period. So it was recommended. Tyler did use that.
Thanks. I just wanted that to be on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Katie, for the presentation. Just a couple of quick questions from me. Understand the rationale and the subsequent results for removing the smallest size bins. Was there any discussion, and I didn't pick it up in the meeting, for reconsideration of the size bins to incorporate the data that we're obviously getting in that smallest bin, as opposed to just truncating?
Through the chair, Bob, I don't think we specifically talked about that at this meeting. I know there was some conversations about if the smaller bins were included in like the biomass for total catch or removals and how they were being counted for. Do you remember some conversations about that? Do you remember if we talked about if you should have smaller size bins? Yeah. Just come up.
Yeah, Tyler, we need you on microphone because we have people.
Sorry, I'm gonna call Tyler.
Yeah, we have people virtually. That's the only reason.
Yeah. We talked about it a little bit offline. That's probably why it's not in the minutes, but yeah, it's something to explore down the road. I'd have to look at the data and see how consistently those crab even show up. I think they're mostly early time series, so that might confuse other processes in the model too, like selectivity and catchability, but that's, yeah.
I feel like I recall when you looked at it before that it was some of the early part of the time series before the escape rings were changed for a lot of the stuff. I feel like that was part of it, wasn't it?
They're there. Those minus size crab are present in most years, but they're disproportionately present before escape rings. Yeah.
Bob, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, just to follow up. Thanks, Madam Chair. Just real quick update on expectations for pulling in the cooperative research. Was that discussed at the meeting? And maybe that's also a Tyler question. I know you're just getting this assessment. So any thoughts on bringing in those data and what the value would be to bringing in those data?
Yeah, there's been considerable effort by the Kodiak research group to get those data cleaned up and stored and have a proper database home. And so I'm going to revisit the analysis of those data. It's really high on my list to get a model that would use those data.
Rob.
Yeah, I just had a question about, so in section 8, the justification for splitting east and west, there's a list of variety of options that are all, make complete sense, biology, genetics, et cetera. And I know this particular assessment doesn't have a ESR or an ESP, sorry, or a risk table, but, the the 2023 ecosystem status report for the Aleutian Island describes some pretty profound changes the Aleutian Islands are going through, especially the western area versus the east, relative to some changes in species composition, declines in warming trends, even at depths down to at least 300 meters, maybe not as deep as the species, but changes in condition of groundfish. Is that part of this discussion as far as what's considerations for east and west separation, et cetera?
Through the chair, Rev. I think it has been in the past, but I don't know if the changing ecosystem is part of the current conversations. I mean, that is something that we talked about at CPT, kind of jumping topics, but not really, but ESPs and kind of the need to have more information for some of our other stocks. And that kind of is a capacity thing that we're kind of facing right now with our crab group working on ESPs, is how much they can actually get done. But I think that's a good point for us to flag as potentially something that we can try to look into, either by just looking at through the ESRs or there was some talk with the ESP group of trying to make some just generic crab pools from the database to try to things that might be of interest to us for different stocks that we don't have ESPs for, just so that we had that information summarized in a way that we weren't digging through the entire ESR for it. And that was something that we talked about. I don't think it came up specifically for Aleutian Islands golden king crab, but it's good to know that I wasn't realizing that the Aleutians was going through such great changes. So I think that's something for us to flag for this stock for the future.
And Dana.
Yeah, thanks. Maybe I missed this, but with the changing schedule, is this going to change schedule at all?
Through the chair, yes. Right now, Tyler's scheduled to do proposed models in September. And then his final would still be in May. So there's more time between that. So we're going to test that out and see how it goes, because he really had requested that he do his proposed models in person. He didn't really want to do that over a virtual meeting, because the other option would be do it virtually, potentially when we do Norton Sound. So right now we're going to try that for the September and see how it goes. And some of that is in flux as we kind of adjust to changing schedules and see what's most appropriate.
Go ahead, Dana.
Thanks. And the plan team has quite a few different recommendations here. Did you prioritize, like, this is what we want to see in this September meeting, and this would be nice to have at some point? He's a new author. I know he'll go for all of it if he's not given the guidance.
Through the chair, Dana. I feel like in our minutes, we prioritize somewhat some of the things that we asked for, but I think we were leaving it up to Tyler's discretion on what he thinks he can handle between now and September, and also what kind of comes out being more influential in that process. Yeah, so I don't think we had some higher priority items, but there were still quite a few things on that list. So we didn't go further into that.
Great, thank you. Let me just look and see. We didn't have anything for public testimony, but let me double check. Nope, we don't have any public testimony for this. So let's go ahead and go into our discussion for Aleutian Island Golden. And for that, we will start out with Pat.
Great, thank you. So we want to thank the SOC assessment author for his work on this assessment and the responses to previous CPT and SSC comments. We're pleased to see the point-by-point responses to previous comments by the CPT and the SSC. So the Aleutian Island golden king crab is managed as a tier 3 stock with a single OFL and ABC. However, ADF&G manages the fishery on a 2-area basis, east and west, referred to as EAG and WAG, with a harvest strategy based on model estimated male abundance that splits the TAC and specifies a 15% maximum harvest rate for EAG and 20% maximum harvest rate for WAG, if that's still the case. And I hope you get corrected if I'm wrong. The Aleutian Island Golden King Crab assessment is based on two separate models. The one for the EAG and one for the WAG, and are configured similarly, and model results are summed to provide stock-wide assessment advice. So harvest in the EAG and WAG had not been completed by this time, or was it completed this time?
Okay, through the chair. The harvest for both, the directed harvest was completed in this model. So, sorry, I wasn't clear on that in the presentation, but yeah, in past, we have had times where we've had to put together the model and the previous author had to estimate like the last little bit of harvest that wasn't completed. In this case, the harvest was completed before the model was run.
Very good. Thanks, Katie. Appreciate that. So the retained catch and bycatch mortality were similar to other recent years. Fishery CPE continues to diverge for the two regions, with the EAG CPE at 38 crab per pot. Spelling crab here. And then near the time series high, and the WAG CPE is 13 crab per pot near the post-rationalized low. So authors presented three models, as we heard. Models represent updates to GMAX version 2.01.m.10 and include average recruitment reference period for the calculation of 35% updated to 1987 through 2020. In addition, as we heard, other modifications were considered and or implemented, such as the Tweedy distribution instead of the negative binomial, a removal of the interaction term for long and lat, although there's some concern about that potentially, but it's interesting to look at, and then a correction of the fish ticket data for 1985 through 1998. So the three models were 23.0A, which was the 2023 base model with updated time series data, 23.1, which is model 23.0A, plus the truncated size composition, and then 23.1B, which is 23.1 with two selectivity periods in pre-rationalization. All models decreased the male mature biomass mature male biomass mating in 2023 compared to 2022 in the AG, and a slight increase in the WAG. The author preferred model, as well as the CPT preferred model, was 23.1, although 23.1B appears to perform better, as we heard, for the EAG on its own. So I would suggest that the SSC supports the authors and the CPT's recommendation to use model 23.1 for both the EAG and WAG as the basis for harvest specifications and status determination. Results of these models indicate that the Aleutian Island golden king crab is not overfished, nor has it ever been overfished in history. And overfishing did not occur in 2023-24, as total fishing mortality was below the overfishing limit. Specifications for the Tier 3 Aleutian Island golden king crab assessment are based on the combined areas of EAG and WAG. However, because EAG and WAG are modeled separately, area-specific status is also available. The EAG stock was above MMB 35%, which makes it Tier 3, while the WAG stock was below MMB 35%, which makes it Tier 3B in 23-24. The SSC notes that the OFL calculation method in the current assessment does not exactly follow the method approved by the SSC and the CPT in 2017. However, the current OFL calculations are likely conservative compared to the result of the OFL calculation method approved by the SSC and the CPT in 2017. Therefore, the SSC supports, I would suggest, the CPT recommended OFL specified in the current assessment, but recommends returning to the calculation of a single OFL and ABC for the combined results as in 2017 in future. That is not summing the specific OFLs for models, for the models to separate the areas. Doing some on-the-line editing while I'm doing this. The SSC recommends continued exploration into the single area, two area spatially explicit model, noting that the two area spatially explicit model may be a bridge between the previous separate model approaches and a combined model approach. The SSC notes that if the model changed to a single area or a two area spatially explicit model, the specific method for calculating the OFL may change. And just a comment on that last statement, I recognize that we have a new but experienced stock assessment author, as well as some new ideas for modeling. And I recognize the CPT had agreed with Tyler, I think, to explore the single models first before going into the two model kind of assessment and or combined model assessment. And I would agree with that, that it really is much simpler to be looking at single models while you're exploring the various factors affecting them before combining them together. Nevertheless, we still have this statement here about trying to bring them together if we can. So to continue, a 25% buffer to the maximum permissible ABC for the Aleutian Island golden king crab was applied from 2017 to 2020, but was increased to 30% in 2021 due to model convergence concerns. The buffer was subsequently reduced to 25% again in 2022 due to reduction in these concerns. However, the EAG model continues to exhibit poor model fit to the index data and poor retrospective pattern to the mature male biomass. So the SSC agrees with the CPT recommendation for continued use of the 25% buffer for this assessment and supports the resulting ABC. We then have a list of SSC and CPT recommendations. And the challenge is the list from last time was partially explored by the author and some of them were not explored, and it was sort of hard for me to figure out which was which. So I can either go through and just briefly list, there are 7 recommendations, and maybe we just put them out there and our group can sort of decide whether we want to prioritize them or Tyler or Katie or whoever may want to comment as to whether they were addressed or not, but it was harder for me to sort of figure that out.
And are all of them, they were all listed from last year?
Yes, that's correct.
What if, my tendency would be to refer to the list from last year, since we can't tell, and just ask them to follow up, the author to follow up on ones that have not yet been explored. As far as priority, if you have a strong recommendation, I say we include it. And if you don't, at this point, it sounds like from the way they've described it, it may be okay.
Yeah, I don't have any recommendations then on that. And with that, I'll finish my statement.
Wonderful. This is a little bit unusual, but I'm going to ask Katie and Tyler a couple of questions. So I know that the directed harvest was complete. Can you confirm for me, was the bycatch also complete so that we can do overfishing status now, or do we need to do that in September, October?
Through the chair, no. So technically there still could be some groundfish bycatch between, I was actually going to ask you if you wanted me to correct that statement. So the directed catch was complete. The groundfish bycatch is very minimal, so it's not believed to change the status, but technically we can't do that status until September because there still might be groundfish fishing occurring. The end of the crab year is June 30th. So there still might be some bycatch occurring between now and June 30th.
Great. So we'll just keep that comment for October because it's likely going to be the same, but we won't put it in this year. Second one, I remember having the OFL calculation. I remember us digging into that. And I remember, I think it was last year that you had done it differently, and we said that in the future, we're going to do it the same, which I think is this year. So I just wanted a clarification. Do we still have a calculation that's not matching 2017?
Through the chair, I don't recall. Do you know if you recall, Tyler?
I'd have to be reminded exactly what was said in 2017. If I'm remembering correctly, I thought it had something to do with whether the biomasses were summed before doing the projection. If that's the case, we couldn't do that with separate GMAX models. But I don't remember the exact details of what the request was.
Okay, and since we don't have any, even if it wasn't addressed, I don't believe we have the information to do anything now. So I think in our minutes, we can say that this was raised last year. Sorry, back to the SSC discussion. I think we can say that this was raised last year, and we again would like to look into to make sure that this is the same, and we can look, you already have our wording from the past. And the last thing that you had mentioned, that the CPT suggested exploring a single model first. Is that right?
Yes. So, no. So 2 single models, one for the EAG and one for the WAG.
Got it.
As opposed to a combined area single model.
And your recommendation was what?
Is to keep them separate for now to allow the assessment scientists to explore issues related to both. It's just simpler to do it with one model at a time as opposed to trying to do it with a combined model, in my opinion. And I believe that was the CPT's opinion as well.
Great, and that's different than our recommendation in the past. So we'll need to clarify.
Well, we can continue to ask for the 2 area spatially explicit model.
Yep.
Just maybe not expect it to be there by next year.
Beautiful.
Or next time. Okay. Good.
Sounds great. All right, Dana, you're next.
In terms of prioritizing, I think the CRAD plan team and the author continue to be concerned about the fits to the indices. So I think we should prioritize working on the various data weighting issues, particularly in the Western Aleutians, where the model results are extremely precise. Perhaps the Dirichlet approach will help with this, but the weights on the indices and the standard errors from the standard errors from the standardization and the tagging data weights need to be considered too. And perhaps working on this will alleviate the need for the time varying catchability recommendation. Given we can't fully assess stock status at this meeting and catch cannot be completed by May, I think there'd be interest of the CRAB plan team to consider moving this into the regular CRAB cycle somehow. I mean, we're talking about stock status in September. Is that a possibility? You look like you wanted to respond to that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that that's diverging off. We can say that if we want to. I will say that we always have a number of crab stocks that we do stock status in September anyway, so this won't fix the entire thing. Anyway, so yeah, go ahead.
Okay, and to get even more trivial, you guys recommended the modeling number that next year would be 25.0. I just wanted to remind people that that's if there's a major change. So 23 should be carried forward. Thanks.
And Bob.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Appreciate the presentations. I only have a couple of items in addition to Pat and Dana. SSC would recommend exploring the potentially changing size bins to incorporate what data might be available and or just explain in detail why we cannot do that based on what we were talking about, the time periods. Perhaps that's not a viable solution, but just be clear about that in the document. Recommend that the author continue to work towards incorporating the cooperative data collection, as was mentioned. Agree with how Pat articulated the still including the 2 area model as an SSC priority, but at the end of the list of topics that we're focused on. Agree with the 25% buffer for the rationale explained. Lastly, just wanted to note that this may be the first stop we've discussed where we've moved to the new recruitment years, 87 to 2020. So it's the new method of most recent year -4, I believe. And I believe that came out of the January workshop. My only comment is to ask the author to, I believe that was a policy set for across the crab stocks. So just was not, okay. I'll just make this a statement that the author should make it clear as to whether or not that is appropriately applicable to this stock in the future. But it makes sense for right now. That's all I have.
Thanks, Bob. Curry.
Yeah, I think we should just highlight our support for continuing to explore different ways of effectively controlling for spatial variation in effort in CPUE standardization. It's pretty important when we're talking about fishery dependent data where we don't have an underlying sample design. And that could be in the current model-based context or exploring kind of a spatio-temporal approach for doing so.
Thanks, Curry. The only thing that I would add is I would tend to make our language about moving this to October, maybe exploring it, because I know that we're moving groundfish stuff to October. We just recommended observer report be in October. We're moving this to October. So I think having just some exploratory language would be helpful. Brad.
Thanks, Sherry. My comment doesn't have anything to do with this discussion, but earlier we heard that some of our staff are going to be moving on, and I don't believe we're going to have a presentation from Sarah Reinsmith during the rest of our agenda. So I wanted to take this opportunity on behalf of the SSC to thank Sarah for her excellent contribution to this council process and to wish her well.
Yay, thank you. Okay, that's what we have. Summary will be brief. Thank the author for all the work and explorations that you've been going into. This will be a tier 3 stock, and we will keep, let me go up to the beginning. We agree with the author and the CPT for model 23.1 for both areas. We support that, and we also support the 25% buffer. We talked about priorities, and those include working on the data weighting, especially in the Western Aleutian Islands. We'll include a note as always about model numbering, explore possibly moving this stock to October, look at the size bins and possibly see if they can incorporate the smaller size group or explain why not. We encourage the continued work on incorporating the cooperative data into the cooperative survey into this model. We have a low-ranking recommendation to look at a possible combined 1 model, but we still support having 2. And then this is the first stock with the latest recruitment, and have a comment to ask the author to make clear whether it's applicable for this stock, even though it was used this year. So we also talked about looking at various ways to account for effort spatially. And let's see, and then we will include in our general crab comments, general SSC comments. Thank you to Sarah Reinsmith, and best wishes for your move in your next position. Okay. Thank you. So this, yes, Martin.
Yeah, sorry to be the one that points out your errors.
I like that. You're actually listening, Martin. I like it. Go ahead.
We shouldn't let the right way to calculate the ABC and OFL drop. I mean, we didn't it didn't get picked up last time, but it still should be on the list.
Absolutely. That was key, and it's even highlighted and I missed it. So thank you. Okay. All right. So I think that then we move on to CPT report model runs. And we will take presentation and questions on these. When we're done with the entire CPT report, we'll take public testimony and discussion.
Good morning. While I'm waiting for the slides to come up, Mike Litzo, I'll be presenting the snow crab proposed model runs, and Cody Jaworski, the stock assessment author, is also online to answer any questions that might come up. Okay, so this is the outline for the presentation this morning. We discussed two proposed models for setting specs in October, a tier 3 model and then a tier 4 fallback option. A lot of the bandwidth in our meeting around snow crab was taken up in the currency of management discussion, which remains probably the leading issue at this stock. So I'll provide a sort of an overview of that discussion. First of all, the author presented MMB time series from the tier 3 model from last year with different assumptions for currency of management. He also implemented the yield curve analysis that the SSC requested. And then in terms of ways to go forward, the plan team discussed two possible approaches for defining currency of management for the stock, sort of an arbitrary selection of something based on vulnerability to the fishery, and then possible approach building on Clark's yield curve analysis that might take us to a more sort of quantifiably defensible approach. And then I'll just have one slide to finish up on some projections under continued loss of sea ice in the Bering Sea that the author provided us with. So for the tier 3 model that we'll be using for specs for October, the author brought forward one model that was 23.3A, which was last year's accepted model. As you'll recall from our conversation last year, this model was quite in advance in terms of our ability to model the biology of the stock effectively. It's got on the table on the right-hand side, the approaches that are used for modeling the population dynamics in this model are contrasted with the historical assumptions from the status quo models. The two key innovations, if you will, are first of all, the probability of maturity at different sizes is estimated outside the model based on survey data. And then secondly, BSFRF data are used as priors to estimate selectivity for the NIMS survey. And those two innovations of the modeling approach interact with each other very strongly and provide a better model of population dynamics for the snow crab stock. The author didn't put effort into refining 23.3A in this round. Instead, he put most of his effort into two things. First of all, a modeling narrative that was requested by the SSC in October. That was a reaction to comments from stakeholders in the public that the modeling approach is opaque and difficult to follow. And so he put quite a bit of effort into his presentation in terms of leading folks through the assumptions and the building blocks that go into modeling this stock. And then the rest of his effort was put into the currency of management decision. And so the plan team endorsed continued use of 23.3A for October. And the second model that we discussed bringing forward for October is the proposed tier 4 fallback. Got a question?
Thanks.
Martin.
Yeah. From last year, I think the SSC had recommended that some kind of modeling approach be used to estimate the probability of maturing, and that approach wasn't followed or taken up, and I was just trying to understand. And the same thing was done this year as was done last year, where you just used the survey estimates of the probability of maturing and put those directly into the model. And I was just hoping to get a better understanding of why that approach is considered better. I'm just trying, I mean, obviously you guys thought that our advice shouldn't be followed in this case. And I'm just trying to understand the logic there.
Sure. Thanks for the question. And so to the chair, Martin's right. So the suggestion was that a GLM be used, be fit to the survey data with years of random effect. And the author is using GAMs fit individually to data from each year to smooth out the survey probability of maturity at size data. And so I think this will be my first chance to defer to Cody if he's online, because he's got the informed opinion on this one. So Cody, did you hear that question, and are you online?
Yeah, I'm here. Martin, can you repeat the question, please? Sorry.
Yeah, Cody, it's a question about how you handled the maturity in the model. And remember, we had asked last year about, or suggested that some kind of GAM modeling approach be used, and you didn't follow up on that suggestion. And I was hoping to get a better understanding of your rationale for why you think what you're doing now is better.
Okay. Well, I don't know that it's necessarily better, but I think this is probably a second order question compared to the other list of things that I had to consider this time through. Those ogives that come directly from observations in the survey data are the piece of information that split up the new shell crab into mature and immature, which is then fed into the model. So I guess my goal and hope for this year, and trying to have as few moving parts as possible, was to get through talking about the implications of what happens if you actually make the probability of maturing look like we observe in the survey. So there might be better ways that you could tweak that here or there, but that's a relatively small problem compared to the one that arises once you actually do that. I think the only place that would really make a difference is in the years that you don't have data. And right now we're using the median, which seems like a fairly reasonable stand-in for a lack of data. But it's on the list, the rather long list. Hopefully we'll get to it at some point.
Follow up a little bit, Cody. So you're not concerned that the survey estimates don't have sampling error associated with them, that you're just hardwiring into the model?
Well, the survey estimates. So this is a proportion of new shell crab that are above a cut line. So, I mean, yeah, probably, but either way, given that these data are used, that those estimated ogives are used to split up the data that go into the assessment, it's kind of, I mean, at the end of the day, you're going to use a single ogive in a single year to split up the data, and the model should return those. If it doesn't, you've got an issue, and that's why I've done it outside of the model. Yeah, I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, okay, Cody. I think the way I would understand this is that you're fitting to the mature and immature biomass in the model. And so that's where the sampling error sort of gets propagated into the model, that you're handling it in that way. Would that be?
Well, it's only fit to the mature male biomass in the current assessment model. In some of the research models, it fits to both immature and mature indices.
Okay. Thanks.
Thanks, Cody. Okay, go ahead, Mike.
So then the other model, proposed model that we discussed bringing forward for October is the proposed Tier 4 fallback for a situation where that we find ourselves without a reasonable Tier 3 option in October. So the SSC requested a model with a REMA fit smooth to survey estimated MMB as the basis for this Tier 4 model without including natural mortality. And then the author proposed an alternate approach that diverged from both of those recommendations. The first departure that he recommended is that instead of fitting a REMA smooth to the survey time series, but that the annual estimated abundance of or biomass of vulnerable MMB from the survey be used. And the motivation here is that snow crab are very well sampled by the survey. They're not a patchily distributed animal on the scale of survey sampling. We have more than 200 stations catch snow crab each year. And so the idea that was articulated was that sort of less patchily distributed population has a lot less sampling error year to year in it than a more patchily distributed distribution. So the need for a smooth to address that sampling error is not as strong. And then the other motivation that the author brought up was that we have seen very large interannual changes in abundance for this population. In particular, he brought up 2019 as a year when we really should have believed, in retrospect, the survey estimate, and that fitting a smooth across the time series in that kind of instance would produce a biased answer in terms of the survey estimated mature male biomass. So the author's recommendation there was to use the most recent survey estimate of 95 millimeter and greater carapace width males as the estimate of MMB for the Tier 4 fallback. And then the second departure from the SSC recommendations that the author articulated was the need to include, was to decrement the survey estimate of MMB by the proportion of natural mortality occurring between the time of the survey and the time of the fishery to reduce that estimate MMB by that 7/12 of M. And then the motivation being there that if we don't take that M into account, we stand the risk of imposing a higher fishing mortality rate than we expect. So the plan team found both of those arguments persuasive and endorsed those ideas for the Tier 4 fallback option for October. And I'll pause there to see if there are questions.
Dana.
Yeah, so I think we were making that recommendation to try to emulate ground fish. Would have the same circumstances. We were going off of a summer survey for the next year's fishery. And I think probably the natural mortality decrement would be in the margin of error of those survey estimates probably anyway. So I think we were aiming for the simple as possible fallback that we could just compare scales and think across different FMPs. So I think that was why that recommendation came from us. In terms of the REMA model, I guess, did you guys discuss that maybe the point of smoothing it is that there's still a pretty high CV on some of these estimates. Like the point is so you don't follow the survey exactly when it's going up and down.
Yeah, through the chair. No, we didn't discuss the magnitude of uncertainty for annual estimates. I think the argument was more that the the magnitude of some of those interannual differences is very large relative to annual uncertainty, and that you would lose that with a smooth.
I guess I have a question. So just as a clarification, I know that during the simple modeling workshop, we had the group had talked about bringing back the simpler tier 4 fallback, and that if authors wish to bring back their own, they could. And then last year, I know that we didn't have the simpler fallback. And so then we asked specifically for that fallback, not the natural mortality one. And so I'm just wondering this time around, are the author and the CPT suggesting you bring back the tier 4 model with the natural mortality and not that simpler model, which we've actually haven't seen yet again, or were you planning to bring back both?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So the plan that came out of the CPT meeting was to bring forth only the author recommended approach without REMA and recommended by M. But we can certainly bring forward both. You know, these are not labor intensive exercises.
Great. Okay.
Okay, so that takes us through the actual proposed model as part of the proposed model presentation. And the next part of the presentation is the currency of management discussion. The author presented MMB time series relative to both BMSY in the solid lines and minimum stock size thresholds in the dashed lines for model 23.3A under different assumptions of what the currency of management might be. The top left-hand panel in this figure is morphometric maturity as a currency of management, which is the approach that's currently being used. And then you can see different carapace width size definitions and the implications that those have for status of the stock. The plan team asked the author to bring forward 23.3A with these multiple alternate currencies illustrated for October, in part just for how to put it, for engagement with stakeholders exercise to illustrate the importance of the currency of management decision for the outcome from this single model. The author then conducted the yield curve analysis building on the Clark approach that was requested by the SSC. In this first slide, we're looking at the yield curves for the status quo morphometric maturity. I'm trying to control my feedback here. I feel like Jimi Hendrix. So the important panel is the bottom one here, where we're looking at, first of all, a variety of steepnesses. That's a variety of assumptions about the strength of density dependence in the population. Those are the colored lines. And then a variety of different fishing mortality values, which are the size of the dots along the lines. The maximum of the minimum yield across those different solutions for morphometric maturity comes in at 55% of unfished spawner biomass per recruit, which is very different from the B35, F35 proxy that's in the FMP. And then the important point here is this really sort of formalizes the dilemma that we find ourselves in, which is that with morphometric maturity, because so many mature males are protected from interactions with the fishery, there are a large range of spawner recruit values for which you cannot fish the population down to B35, but you do take all the large males out of the population. So that's just sort of a way of illustrating the quandary that we find ourselves in right now with the approach that we're using.
We've got a question for you, Mike. Martin.
Yeah, thanks. And Cody knows I'm going to raise some issues with this analysis, but I guess the first thing to note is that the x-axis is, it's not per recruit, it's mature male biomass. So it's actually looking at the percent reduction in overall biomass, not biomass per recruit. And it should probably give you something similar, but it's just not how Clark originally did it. I guess that's not a question, but I don't know what format. I mean, I want Cody to have an opportunity to respond. And I guess the other question for Cody that is a question is, where did you, what was the rationale for the choice of the different levels of steepness for this analysis? And the reason I'm asking that is because it's important, and the ones that Clark used, he didn't express it as steepness because steepness hadn't been invented yet. But it was 0.5, 0.67, and 0.80. And he had excluded sort of more extreme alternatives on both sides as being implausible, which were 0.33 and 0.89 steepness. So was there sort of a process that you used to arrive at those range of values? Or yeah, I mean, what was the process?
Hey, Mark. First, yeah, you are right that those aren't per recruit. My fault there. In looking at Clark's analysis, hopefully I'm redoing these now, and hopefully it's close. In his figures where he had relative spawning biomass versus relative yield, those proportions of relative spawning biomass versus spawning biomass per recruit at which that maximum solution occurred were very close. So hopefully that result holds for snow crab, and this will be useful in some way. With respect to steepnesses, there was not much deliberation on which ones is to use. I just picked a range from 0.3 to 0.9. There is no clear stock recruit relationship for snow crab, which would put the steepness 0.9 and above. So that doesn't seem like a, I guess the whole point of the analysis is to say, what if we're wrong? What if there actually is a more close relationship between our proxy for reproductive potential and the recruits that we get? So I don't know if you've got suggestions for a better range to consider here. I'd be interested to hear them.
Yeah, I do think that it makes sense to constrain the range to something that you would be more sort of plausible rather than the extreme range, and partly because the way that this max min calculation works, it's the extreme values that sort of drive it, and I don't think you want that to occur. I guess the other question I had for you, Cody, was the original Clark analysis included both Beverton and Holt and Ricker curves. And if you look at that analysis, if you just looked at the Beverton and Holt curves, you actually did end up with an SPR around 55 or close to 50% on fish. So I don't know that that this isn't giving you exactly what he would have gotten if he just constrained himself to the Beverton Holt curves.
Yeah, interesting point. I think I have one comment that might address both of them. The biggest difference here wouldn't come from plucking off 0.9 or 0.3. It's really the changing between the currencies of management that changes where that would be. So like if you look at this figure and you take away the pink line, you take away the red line to try and whittle it down, you're going to be in a very similar area. But if you shift over to one of the other currencies of management, there's a large change in the implied percentage of biomass to leave out there. So I guess that's the piece that I'm really curious to get SSC guidance on. and I think that that is the key uncertainty to think about rather than what the range is here, personally.
Great. Thanks very much, Cody. Okay, back to you.
Thanks. And so this next slide sort of illustrates the point that Cody just made. So same analysis now with a currency of 95 millimeter carapace width. And that brings in a very different answer with a maximum yield of 28% of unfished MMB. And then you get a he also ran an analysis for a 100 millimeter currency. You get a very similar answer at 29%. Crabplant team discussed a 95 millimeter carapace width in some detail, a 95 millimeter carapace width as a currency of management in some detail for a couple of reasons. One, that's the currency that's used in Canadian management of snow crab stocks, and that's based on research in Canadian stocks showing 95 millimeters to be a reasonable definition for functional maturity, which we don't have data on for Alaskan stocks or for the Bering Sea stock. And then secondly, it's a value that's reasonably associated with vulnerability to the fishery in our stock. The industry is targeting 101 millimeters, but then there's also in some years a lot of discarding, and discard mortality affects slightly smaller crabs. So 95 millimeters would be aligned with vulnerability to the fishery. So then that led us into a discussion of possible ways forward. And the first thing we did discuss was the idea of just sort of cutting the Gordian knot and assigning 95 millimeters as our currency of management. And that would get us back to a place where the currency is aligned with vulnerability to the fishery, which is really I think the most attractive part of this approach. The concerns that were raised in our conversation were, first of all, that's an arbitrary definition of currency management, and there's no MSY analysis to support it. And then there was also conversation about the fact that that definition of our currency for management would then be vulnerable to changing industry practices, because legal size is all the way down to 78 millimeters. And there has been conversation among stakeholders about the need to potentially change fishing practices and target smaller crab. And so that would leave us in a situation where we'd have a set currency of management that would suddenly not be appropriate. So after that conversation, the plan team sort of declined to recommend that approach going forward. The second approach that we discussed was this idea of building on Clark's approach to include both the uncertainty and the spawner recruit relationship, which is part of, or the whole point of the initial Clark analysis, but then also to include uncertainty about the proportion of the stock that's actually driving density dependence, the size of males that are driving the density dependent relationship. And the idea there is that we could evaluate different BMSY proxies, two assumptions of spawn recruitment strength and the proportion of the stock that's driving that density dependence. And the plan team endorsed moving forward with that approach, and we expect that we'll have something to share. I'm not sure when, I won't speak for Cody, but that's a reasonable approach that we can pursue. And so then just one more slide for snow crab. And Cody continues to work with his research model to evaluate what's going on with this stock, both in terms of explaining the collapse, and then now he's moving on to looking at projections that might give us some expectation for what we should expect to see for this stock going forward. So in his research model, Cody sees strong evidence that density dependence and environmental covariates in the shape of, or in the form of, sea ice and the Arctic oscillation explain variability in mortality, recruitment, and maturity. And that you get much better estimates of variability in those population parameters than you do with models without any environmental or density dependent covariates. Ice extent in particular is a very strong predictor for mortality and for recruitment in the stock. And then density dependence in his research model, density dependent effects on mortality allow for a short rebound in the stock from its very low density post collapse. But this panel on the right is sort of the take home from the projections he's been running, where Cody's running his projection models with ice declining from the historical mean at the current time to the lowest observed level in 2060. And if you run the model out with that linear decline in sea ice extent in the Bering Sea, you get a profound decline in the stock. And under that linear ice decline, you should expect to see, given the framework of his research model, you should expect to see the stock extirpated from its traditional grounds in the Southeast Bering Sea. So, important thing to keep in mind longer term for management of this stock. And that's what we have for snow crab. If there are any other questions.
Martin.
Yeah, I suspect this is another question for Cody, but I guess I was a little concerned that the research model was used for the yield per recruit analysis. And it's just, is there any concerns about using those results potentially to adopt a new method for harvest specification? Or would we need to see that done, with something that's more similar to the management model that's being used?
I'll let Cody answer that, but first I'll say that plan team didn't discuss that at all. So that, Cody, do you have any thoughts there?
Yeah, I've a couple. I think so. I'm working on doing it in GMAX too. At the time when I started doing the analyses, GMAX couldn't do that for terminally molting animals, and Andre also made some wide sweeping and outstanding changes to GMAX in the last 6 months. So getting our ducks in a row there made sense, and that's why I used the research model. I hope that I'll be able to show some from GMAX. I hope in September, just to either corroborate or correct the analyses that I presented in May. So yeah, that's why I use the research model.
Go ahead, Martin.
Yeah, just a follow-up question. Did you have any sense of how likely the CPT's recommendation to use both uncertainty in the stock recruit relationship as well as the currency of management in sort of a Clark analysis? Did you have a sense whether that would be doable by September?
Yeah, it should be doable. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, and just whether you think it's a good idea and whether that addresses some of your concerns about our current policies.
I think it's doable. Yes, I think that it's a potentially elegant way of trying to incorporate another axis of uncertainty into it. I think, calling back to your interest in why I used which ranges of steepness and your observation that in some cases the extreme edges of those can drive your results, I think it will probably be important to try and figure out which of the currencies of management are reasonable to use. And if you incorporate the morphometric maturity into that, that is a relatively extreme definition of the currency of management. So I guess, long story short, I think I can get it done by September. I'm not sure what the outcomes will be, but I'm sure it'll give us something to talk about.
Yeah, this is a follow-up on that question, I guess. I can, easily see having a two-dimensional plot exploring impacts of To include the morphometric maturity in that, because that's so different from a cutoff, a knife edge type cutoff, for plotting purposes, for exploring the minimax, using the minimax approach, if that actually works in that context.
I got about half of your question, and the other half was very quiet. Sorry.
Okay, I can respond to it because I heard it, and I sort of scoped it out in my head. I think if you show Clark's plot, I can maybe talk our way through it, but basically you would have different levels of steepness, and then different options for the currency of management. I do think you want to have morphometric maturity in there because that's the current currency of management. And I would suggest maybe just using one, like the 95 centimeter cutoff as the other, and then, pair each of those with the different levels of steepness. But the tricky thing is you need everything on the same x-axis. So that can either be mature male biomass per recruit or 95%, the biomass above 95 centimeters, but you would modify the stock recruit relationship in both cases to have only either mature male biomass or biomass above 95 centimeters entering into the stock recruit relationship. So you could put it all on a single plot like this and do the max min analysis. It might not be very satisfying, but that's certainly what you could do.
So I hate to ask this, are we asking Cody anything on this, or will we just incorporate that into our discussion later?
Oh, sorry, I was just trying to answer a question
that Franz had.
Yeah. So I'll have some advice, I think.
Yeah, I think we can pick that up in the discussion. I mean, my worry is that are we going to have something, if this analysis can be done by then, are we going to have something that is going to allow us to actually make a decision based on that? Yeah, I guess, I would welcome Cody's thoughts on that. Is it going to help us to pick a currency in September, October?
Well, I hope so. I think it could. It couldn't hurt. I mean, it's the same approach that we take to our current reference points because we don't know what the stock recruit relationship is. Now we're just adding another axis to it, so it's at least internally consistent with what we already do. Yeah, I will reserve more comments until I see the results, I think.
Yeah, thanks. And I think, it's worth a shot.
Okay, I think that's where we are on questions. Thanks, Cody. Appreciate it.
No problem.
So I think we move on to other model runs we're doing. Yep, so go back to you. Actually, I just see what time it is. I understand now. Thank you very much. You have to be clearer about what I'm missing. Yes, it is 12:10. That is a good break for lunch. Thank you, Katie. And why don't we go ahead and take an hour lunch, come back at 1:10.
I just wanted to make sure it was coming in still.
All right. We'll bring it back together and we're starting back in on crab models. So the next one up, I believe, Bristol Bay. Tanner. Okay. Then SSC members note for our schedule, you will be backwards, I think. So no worries.
Yeah, so the next three stocks that we have are proposed models, and for Tanner, Bristol Bay, and then St. Matt's Blue King Crab is the order. I have them in here. So just to let you all know, we're really trying to streamline our presentations to you. So these are pretty high level overviews of the proposed models, but we can entertain any questions you have on them. And so I'll probably just pause after each stock if that works for you. Okay, seeing a nod there. So the Tanner Crab proposed model work primarily focused on replying to a lot of the SSC and CPT comments, but also focusing on GMAX transition. And that was something that came out of both the simpler modeling workshop last year and our recommendations from last cycle was to really focus on that. So the only updates to the current model were updates to the input data, and that was from the BSFRF data, which was used for availability in the model from the side-by-side work. Some updates to the 2013 to 2017 data, and then the inclusion of the 2018 data. So the proposed models included those updates for the current status quo model, which here is the TSAM02 model and TCSAM02, and then GMAX models. And just a high level overview of that, here you can see the base model that was accepted last cycle was 2203B. The current model that the author put forward and the CPT did endorse was moving to 2203D. And that just includes updates to the BSFRF data from 2013 to 2017, and then the inclusion of the 2018 data. The other models the author presented were GMAX models. And the author did have a couple alternatives that they had suggested that could be possibilities for moving forward. However, the CPT's discussion really focused on the fact that, I don't know if you recall, but the original recommendation for the author was to potentially put together a simpler model in GMAX instead of doing the full bridging analysis. And the CPT kind of said, well, we kind of want the full bridging analysis out of this meeting. And it's because the models that Buck was bringing forward are really close, and there's only a couple more steps in there to get to a full bridging analysis. So the other thing that the CPT recommended, the reason we recommended a full bridging analysis is the couple things that are not in GMAX right now that would need to be modified are things that we potentially would use in the future. So there's value to adding them into the GMAX modeling framework for us to use in the future. And that differs from some of our other stocks where we've actually said, let's not do this full bridging because the way you're currently doing it is not a way we would do it in the future. So that was something that we're taking into consideration is the time and investment in what we're changing in GMAX and if that is worthwhile for future work. Currently, the CPT did not recommend any GMAX models for specifications in the fall, but I think we gave the author a pretty clear path forward as far as what we would like to see for a bridging analysis for the next cycle for the stock. So what the CPT did recommend in the fall was seeing model, that should be 22. Sorry about that. There's a typo in my slide that I just realized. That should be 2202B because I think 03D. I transposed my 3 and 2 in that slide. I apologize. So it's 2203B, which is the 2023 accepted model with the changes to the BSFRF input data. We also are going to bring forward, the author will bring forward a tier 4 option. This is going to be similar to the one he brought forward in 2023, which was approved by the CPT and SSC. That was not brought forward during this meeting, but it will be brought forward in the fall. And we had some discussion at CPT on bringing those forward as appendices to the SAFE so that they would be clear and concise where to find them. And that would all be like in one place that we could have for every year, just an appendix that was like, here's the tier 4 option as the SAFE and the SAFE. The future work, like I said, is doing the full bridging analysis for the GMAX transition. And like, I think I already commented on this, but we did recommend bringing in features from the current model into GMAX because they are things that would be advantageous to have in there in the future. So with that, I'll pause and see if there's any questions on Tanner Crab.
Jason.
Yeah, in the CPT discussion, there was quite a bit of discussion on the over dispersion parameter for the BSFRF availability, hitting bounds. And I guess I was wondering, so the way that that is dealt with in terms of selectivity for snow crab is using a prior, whereas the Tanner crab assessment is doing this other method for availability. Is the snow crab, I probably should know this, but the snow crab method for using that prior and selectivity, is that already in GMAX and available if work were to be done on Tanner using kind of similar methodology?
Through the chair, Jason, yes, you'll actually see that for Bristol Bay, I use the same method that Cody did to kind of explore that. So it is something that you can do in the GMAX framework. Buck did share with me too that one parameter is that hitting bounds. He was saying that it's related to the sample size for the Dirichlet multinomial going to the max value, which means that the input sample sizes would be the same as a multinomial, was how he responded to me when I asked about that parameter bound. So I don't know if that helps at all, but I did reach out.
Jason.
That's because that over dispersion parameter would be fixed to 1, basically, right? Okay. Thanks. I guess another maybe follow-up if I may. So it sounded like there was only minor changes made to the BSFRF information from I can't remember the years, not including the 2018.
Yeah,
with the older data. And the prior model had hit bounds with the older data. Is there some thought on like, I mean, if it was minor changes, I guess I'm a little surprised that it would have this issue.
Through the chair, Jason. Yeah, we didn't really go into a lot of detail on that during our CPT discussion. So I can reach out to Buck and ask him, but I didn't ask him specifically why he felt that the changes would have caused the parameter bounding issue. Our discussion for this talk really focused on how to help the author transition to GMAX. So we kind of didn't, since this was pretty minor updates to the base model, we didn't really focus a lot of our discussion on that. So sorry, I don't have a better answer.
Ian.
Yeah, thanks. Two questions. The first is with regard to the terminal molt probabilities, and getting back sort of to Martin's question for snow crab, it looks like there's quite a bit of observation error in Tanner crab as well. And I think in the GMAX approach that Buck was building, he was using those as empirical curves as well. And I'm wondering, was there any discussion there about smoothing those and the role of observation error versus just forcing those empirical curves into the model? Stop there before my second question.
Through the chair. We did not discuss that at this meeting. Given how much we've maybe chatted about it now, I'm kind of flagging it as something we might want to bring up in our modeling workshop in January, just to kind of, this is saying as my CPT co-chair hat, not what we actually talked about at the meeting, but like, it seems like there is some concern of consistencies potentially between those two stocks as how they're dealing with the data and maybe the best approach. And so maybe that's something we can chat about during that modeling workshop. That's a good opportunity for us to explore those things that maybe we didn't explore yet.
And my second question was about the VAST modeling. So I think the problem with the current VAST results in the GMAX model was that they were too precise. And I'm wondering, two-part question. First is, has the plan team reviewed the details of the VAST application for Tanner crab in terms of the number of knots, the error distribution, the diagnostics, all that sort of stuff? And then the second one, I wasn't sure, did the crab plan team encourage Buck to continue working on that, or is that a full stop on VAST?
Through the chair, great questions. So we've been encouraged by you guys for the SSC and by the process, because Groundfish is using VAST to try to a lot of the authors hadn't been pursuing it. And so we do want to pursue it. We have that actually slotted as a big agenda item for our January modeling workshop. with the idea of exploring just geotemporal spatial models in general, not necessarily forcing us to use VAST. And so I think we're still building into what that looks like, but kind of going over what we're currently using and then what other options maybe are out there and what's most appropriate is something that is on our list for January. I think at one time we did review the way it's currently they're being put out, but that was a while ago and we haven't had an update in a while. So.
Jason.
Yeah, maybe just a follow-up to the VAST. The SSC, I think in the past has kind of has commented or requested VAST for probably just about every crab stock. And, you know, it takes resources and expertise to run those models and fit those models. So I'm wondering, is some thought maybe in January prioritizing which crab stocks might be most appropriate for VAST, or just sort of manage resources?
Yeah, through the chair, we have talked about that for the January meeting. And the other thing we're going to bring forward is a comparison with SDM TMB. You know, they're really similar under the hood, but the user interface is a lot better for SDM TMB. We're sort of building out our SDM expertise in the Kodiak lab. We have more people who are working with different SDM applications. So we do have more capacity coming online. And we have talked about stocks to bring forward, in particular, St. Map Blue King Crab is one that we want to bring forward with both VAST and SDM TMB and get a comparison and start to address some of those model diagnostic questions.
Sure, go ahead, Pat.
So is this different than TidyVast? Is it called TidyVast? When you say SDM TMB, is that?
It's really true.
Is that's not VAST? That's been put. They're different.
Yeah.
So TidyVast is not being considered here. This was raised on the East Coast, so I'm just kind of curious how it fits here.
Yeah, I'm not an expert in this realm, and I'm not familiar with TidyVast. That sounds like a way to process VAST output to me. But SDM TMB it's a similar application. It's also, as the name suggests, coded up through TMB, and that's the alternate platform that we're looking to use at this point.
Okay, thank you.
So I have one follow-up. I think that Jason and Ian may be on board on this one already. I might just be a little bit further behind. So I know that Buck and the plan team were looking at going to 2020-2203D as the base model, but there is a parameter that's on the bounds currently. Can you just repeat for me? Was that? I hesitate to go to a base model that has a parameter at the bounds already unless you know that you can actually have that model run freely. But now I remember that the Tanner model had ones that were on the bounds even in the past. Can you tell me, is this the same as in the past, or is it a new parameter on bounds?
Through the chair, Sherry, I can't off the top of my head. I can look that up for you and get back to you, but I don't off the top of my head remember if it's the same or not. But it has been an issue in the past, and the way some of the parameters that were bounded in the past were one of the ways Buck did deal with that was by looking at them and evaluating whether they should not be estimated in the model, but be fixed. And so that was a couple things that he did clean up in the model last year or the year before. We're fixing some parameters that were hitting bounds. But I'd have to look up and see if this is a similar one that has had issues before or not.
And I guess, and I'm not quite sure how to ask this, I'm getting a little caught up because it sounds like you said that updating the years for BSFRF was actually a very minor change, but it meant that the parameter is now on the bounds and we don't know whether you can estimate it without it on the bounds. And so I guess what I'm wondering is, was this a major enough change that was the CPT confident that you can have a working model without parameters on the bounds with this new data, and that, or that it was so important that you're going to go forth with it as a base model and just figure it out on the way? I'm trying to get a handle.
Through the chair, Sherry, I think we felt like the data that was updated, and I didn't think we felt it was appropriate to go forward with old data that was incorrect. And so even though we now have an updated data that has this parameter hitting the bound, I think there was more value to having the most current correct data than the bounded parameter. We did not spend a lot of our time discussing with Buck whether or not the bounded parameter is something he could work on before September. But that is a possibility, I guess.
Great, thank you. Kat.
Right. So there was, that's really loud. There was a lot of discussion at the CPT meeting over kind of one of the differences between moving from the Tanner model to the GMAX implementation, being that, you know, I think the Tanner model uses probability of undergoing terminal molt versus the probability of having already undergone terminal molt. And that was noted as being like maybe one of the biggest differences in terms of processes. And there was some discussion over how to approach that in a bridging analysis. If you're going to do that, I'm just not sure if I heard sort of what the recommendation, if there was a specific recommendation on how to handle that in a bridging analysis.
Through the chair, Kat, I don't recall if we came to, I'd have to go look back at our minutes, or actually probably the recording, to remember what the guidance was, if we gave Buck guidance on that. But I know that we will probably spend some time on this stock, you know, in January also. So potentially if he does, I get the advantage of having the January modeling workshop with the timing that it is, depending on what guidance he takes for January. In January, we could potentially get probably get an update from Buck. We will probably get an update from Buck on things because we'll talk about GMAX, and then we could potentially make guidance for May for next year. So there's some opportunity for some guidance in there if what he's doing is something that we want him to do in a different way. I think ultimately kind of what Ian and Jason were referring to is having snow crab and Tanner crab models treat this similarly, I think would be probably our best course of action moving forward, just so that there's some consistencies with those two stocks who do have that terminal molt probability in there.
And then I actually have a question on timing. So we're doing model runs now for September, October. The bridging analysis is not coming back in September, October, but without our February meeting, so you're going to take it up in January, and you said that we would have time for some guidance before May. Okay, but can you clarify what you meant?
Yeah, I guess when I said we, I meant CPT could provide Buck feedback at the January modeling workshop.
Got it.
I guess usually what we talk about the modeling workshop usually comes out in May models, because usually we discuss things that are going to be incorporated into our proposed models. And so anything that would come back would probably to you would be at this meeting next year. Yeah, unless, yeah, that's probably the most appropriate time. Yeah.
Okay, looks like we're good on questions for that. Thank you.
All right, so next stocks is Bristol Bay Red King Crab. Just some real quick overview points. This one model is currently in GMAX and has been since 2018. There's pretty low recruitment in the last 8 to 12 years for this stock. The fishery was open this last season after being closed for 2 seasons. So just kind of a little bit of overview of status. The model explorations here focused on some GMAX updates using selectivity estimation, similar to what was done in the snow crab model, where we're using the BSFRF data as a prior for the NIM survey. And then a look at some models that drop the time block for molting probability in this model. And just kind of high level overview here, the selectivity, or more kind of appropriately, probably vulnerability stuff that was done similar to how snow crab treats the BSF data as a prior into the model. Actually estimated a selectivity curve that was really similar to what is being estimated currently in the model, which was good. There was some implication, the way that this was implemented in the model, that the CPT did not agree with, which was fine. The author wasn't really recommending this going forward. It was kind of a first step in exploring, you know, the selectivity relationship between NEMS and VSFRF in a different way. So the CPT did give the author some recommendations for how to bring forward this in the future. But unlike snow crab, we're not seeing a great disparity to what is currently being estimated in the model and what the BSFRF data tells us on selectivity. The mold probability time block actually gave us similar results. So basically, there's a historic time block for molting probability from 1975 to 80. And dropping that pretty much gave you identical model output. So the thought process here, was that like potentially when the model was developed in the 90s, that this was a lot more important of a time period where differences are. And now with having so much more data, that the differences that might have been present in the molting probability kind of pre the large mortality event don't seem to be highly influential for the stock right now. So the CPT recommendations and author recommendations were to bring forward the base model, which is 23.0A, which was accepted in 2023. This model does estimate natural mortality with a type prior, and that was something that we adopted this last year. Something that I didn't go into much detail here, but we did talk about during CPT discussions was that both for this stock and for St. Matt's, there was some work that was being done actually internally at ADF&G on GMAX development with Andre, and we realized that we were estimating mature male biomass. The timing of it being estimated in the model wasn't necessarily what we intended it to be. So that with both Bristol Bay and St. Matt's, there was a small change to the season within the annual timing that mature male biomass was being estimated. And that was explored here in model runs and basically just scales mature male biomass down slightly because there's some natural mortality being applied that wasn't being applied. And that had to do with the order of events in GMAX within a season. It was thought it was being estimated at the end, but it was being estimated at the beginning. We had a large discussion, Dana will appreciate this, on model numbering related to that and whether that involved a change to model numbering. My vote was no. I won for this one. I didn't win for St. Matt's, so we'll see. Because I felt that wasn't really a structural change, but maybe we'll see. And then the other model recommended for the fall is 24.0C. And this is just that the base model, but that reduces the time block for molt probability to just be 1 for the whole time period, to not have a time block. And then, of course, we'll bring forward a tier 4 option, similar to what was brought forward in 2023. And then, like I said, for all these stocks, some of the future work doesn't encompass everything in our recommendations, but kind of highlights over some higher ones, kind of exploring more of this selectivity and relatability between the BSFRF data and the NIMS data. And then some discussion on, which has been on the list for a cycle or two, on the growth assumptions, both size bins and the growth inputs for this model, coming from some historic data. And kind of what I've started to do is meet with some biologists on trying to resurrect some of that data to see if I can look at it. So that's kind of where I am. So there's nothing that actually was done here for that, but that's continues to be on the list. And then some further kind of model simplification and data cleanup things that are on the list there too. I think that's my last slide for Bristol Bay, so I can field questions.
Bob. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for the presentation, Katie. Pardon me. A couple of questions. I was interested in a couple of things with going down the same line here. Estimating M changed the model output, and the retrospective looked great as a result. I recall us doing that numerous times in the past. And then also removing the block of the molting probabilities from that early time period. Also something I remember going through and being highly influential on the overall model. So you just made mention of the fact that, maybe it mattered when the model was first developed and now it's just of less importance. Could you expand on that a little bit? Is there any concern in your mind that, you're a different author, is there a reason to, make sure that we understand what the impacts of that change are? Or you're pretty confident in going down this path? I mean, the results look great. There's no reason to believe that it's not worthwhile. I just I know we've been here before and we'll be here again.
To the chair, Bob, well, the estimating natural mortality was something that we did recommend last fall, and I feel that's appropriate. I think it still has a pretty tight prior on it, so it's not allowed to really go out into out of very high compared to what it was, but 0.18 versus I think the estimated value is 0.23. So it is acknowledging that. And I think we have acknowledged that for most of our king crab stocks, that 0.18 value that was kind of our default is maybe not most appropriate. And that's something that will come up in St. Matt's as to what do we do next for the stocks that we're using this fixed value, kind of what's our next step there. For the time blocks for molt probability, yeah, when I ran the models, it was like not influential at all. And so I kind of went back to see if I had more notes from G, the previous author, on that. And I didn't really have a lot that he left me. So I kind of was expecting it to come out in some of my size comp fits, and it really didn't have much influence on that. So I don't see, to me, it seems like a good simplification. You're dropping two parameters that you don't really need to estimate. It seems like.
Just follow up. Thanks very much for that, Katie. I agree with you. It makes sense just to go down the path that you're going. I just wanted to make sure, and we should put this in bold so that you don't have to go back the other way when someone says something about temperature in 1975 to 80. It'll happen. A couple more questions, if I may. Let's see. Just on a couple of the recommendations from the plan team. So this isn't specific to the assessment, but there was a comment about tying the ABC buffer to the final, as a CV of the final, to the final year of the REMA output. Could you expand on where that discussion was going? Obviously, we don't need that for here, but maybe there's a recommendation for the author going into the meeting.
Yes, through the chair, Buck, not Buck, Bob, I was thinking, that was related to the tier 4 fallback. And so that was actually the reason I said Buck, is because it's something Buck brought forward in the fall, is his buffer for the tier 4 output was related to the CV of the final year. I think it was do you remember what it was exactly?
Yeah, it was the CV on the final estimate rounded to 5%.
And so I think when we looked at our minutes, the SSC's minutes from October, the recommendation was potentially for the other stocks that were doing the fallback option to present that as their ABC buffer if we would go with the tier 4 fallback, not related to the tier 3 assessment. Does that make sense?
It does. So then is that the recommendation for the author then? Okay. I wasn't sure if they were following through up on that. And last question, if I may, related to another comment about removing shell condition, since there are no data on shell condition. It's kind of an interesting comment in the minutes. So I'm just curious, is it because of the resolution of the shell condition, or what am I missing in that comment?
So through the chair, Bob, so basically it's not that there are no data. You and I both know there is data on shell condition. Currently shell condition is not considered in the model. It's not being input in the model as a data, but the model is set up. I think at some point in time, maybe I'm assuming G had shell condition as something, and probably like you said, it was taken out. And when it was taken out, the coding for following shell condition is still in the model. So it's actually increasing processing time without actually having doing anything to the model. So it's just kind of a cleanup. And I think that's some of the kind of a general comment, but some of the process with moving things to GMAX, like we did bridging analysis, so things were the same. And now we're at a point now with a lot of our stocks with like new authors, now that we're in GMAX, we're kind of like, oh, what is in there in the model currently? And are there things there that don't necessarily make sense either for how we're modeling the stock now, or for now that we're using the GMAX framework? And so I think a couple of those things are kind of cleaning up things that have been there for a bit that don't need to be there.
Great, thank you. Makes sense.
Okay, looks like we're good on questions.
All right. So the last stock is St. Matthew's Blue King Crab. And we brought, at ADFNG, we brought Caitlin Stern, which is one of our new biometricians based out of Juneau in, and she was the primary author on this time around with myself as co-author. It's been a pretty stable model in GMAX since 2016, and it's on a biannual assessment. And just to refresh everyone's memory, this was declared overfished in 2018 and is under a rebuilding plan since 2020. But there's no directed fishing and hasn't been any since 2015, 16. Some of the core model issues here are the same. There's some differences between the trajectory between the two surveys in this model, which is the NMFS trawl survey, and of course, and the ADF&G has a triannual POTS survey. So that's been a struggle for a while now, and we're still trying to figure that out. And that's actually one of the reasons why we feel like St. Matt's might be a good candidate for using more geospatial temporal models to kind of understand the differences between those two surveys a little bit more. New data going into this model, there was new data because it is a biannual assessment. So we have the 2023 survey data and groundfish bycatch information, and then the 2022 ADF&G POT survey data was added. This survey was completed after the 2022 assessment, so this is the first time that we have that included in the model. And model explorations, at least this time around, did focus on natural mortality assumptions and also some GMAX updates. So you'll see on the left, and this is where modeling numbering got fun, some updates to the data, some corrections to the POT survey data, and then also changing the season in which, within the model, where the mature male biomass was being estimated. The author had suggested this be relabeled 24.0. The CPT discussed that it was still 16 because the structure for the model was still the base structure, and they suggested a 16.1 as a label. So I just corrected that there. If you go back to the slides for the meeting, it will say 24.0 or say 6, which we're just adding more levels of fun to model numbering for you all. Because back to what Dana was saying, we considered major structural changes would be the only time we would implement a new year number. So there was some exploration on natural mortality for this stock, both estimating it using a similar method to Bristol Bay, estimating it with a less restrictive prior, and then fixing it at a higher value. In general, the CPT does agree that the base value of 0.18 for king crab stocks is likely low, but we didn't feel that this stock specifically borrows a lot of information from other stocks and has a lot of information in the model that is fixed. So we didn't feel it was appropriate to be estimating natural mortality here. And so we appreciated the author exploring some different ranges of that, but what we actually recommended would be, and a model that I guess we didn't see here, so whether or not we decide to bring it forward this fall or not, but it does encompass the range of natural mortalities we saw. But bringing forward the base model and then bringing forward a model that we're deeming here 24.1, which would be the base model, but with a fixed value of M coming out of the Bristol Bay assessment. And so the idea there is if we're borrowing a lot of information from our most data-rich king crab stock, which is Bristol Bay, if we're estimating natural mortality in that model, then potentially using that as a fixed value in our other stocks would be appropriate, that we don't feel like we can estimate natural mortality. So those are the two model runs that we at the CPT had wanted to see. And like I said, we didn't see that value of M, the 0.23, at this meeting, but we did see something that was 0.2 and a value as high as 0.31. So I feel like we did evaluate a range of differences in natural mortality on the stock. Additionally, some future work here does include something that we did ask the author to bring forward in September. So currently the NMFS survey has corner stations around St. Matt's and the Pribs, but those corner stations are not going to be done this year in 2024 due to changes to the survey modernization and things that are ongoing. And so we did ask the author to bring forward for comparison, not for specification setting, a model that did not include those corner stations for all years, just so that we can have a better idea of how not having those corner stations in 2024 might influence the output that we're seeing. And I like, in a ideal world, that would be something that we would have seen at this meeting, but there was a little bit of lag in communication on the survey planning there, and we didn't realize that that change was I guess it wasn't as obvious to us as authors that change was going on this year. So we were just a little behind there. But there are some other recommendations that were made for this author. Specifically, we do want to explore some of the spatial temporal tools here. In addition, there was some talk about potentially increasing the size bins, because currently this model uses 3 size bins, but there was a lot of talk about what that would mean for the size transition and growth going into this model, because it's all based on those 3 size bins. So some exploration that needs to be done there by the author, maybe for the next round, which would be in 2 years, since it's a biannual assessment. So that's my left side for St. Matt's. I can field questions as well as I can here for that. Pat.
Great, thanks for that presentation. And this, I also listened to this. I love listening to your, I mean, it's hard, you know, going to meeting after meeting after meeting, but it's very insightful. I particularly value the discussion of M and the exploration that was basically letting M drift, and of course the higher M got, the more likely it was capturing the variabilities, and Andre's view of that was that it was freeing up recruitment to sort of pick in. Yet we went back to the other king crabs mortality, and that's what we have in there. So that playoff between recruitment and mortality is, I think, especially important with all of the other mortality things that are happening with crab in this region. And so I was curious if the group was open to kind of exploring that more, or does this going with the other king crabs mortality seem to be the solution to this?
Through the chair, Pat, I think the concern for this particular stock, because it is kind of, it's a tier 4 stock. We have a GMAX model, but we do have a lot of things that are fixed in this model. And then potentially the idea is that there's variability in the stock, and by allowing natural mortality to be estimated versus Q versus, you're just giving it one place to put that variability that may not be the most appropriate place. And so I think that's the concern here, is that there's not enough other things that are there's a lot of other things, a lot of the other things in this model are fixed. So you're not giving it the opportunity to lose crab through other ways in the model. So that would be something that I feel like, as far as king crab stocks, that's where Bristol Bay is more data rich and potentially could allow you some of that exploration. And that's where we felt like basing some of the values going into St. Matt's off Bristol Bay would allow us to not be stagnant with St. Matt's, but allow some of what we're putting into this to be based on a more complete modeling picture. Does that kind of answer your question?
Yes, it helps a lot. Can I do a different question? Great, thank you. So we're seeing a lot of new assessment scientists coming in, and I see that Andre's helping a lot at the CPT meetings. Does he help outside of the CPT meetings, or are the assessment scientists sort of more or less on their own?
That's to the chair. That's with GMAX, Andre is really still really involved with modeled GMAX development. And so he's been really helpful with questions pertaining to implementing the models within the GMAX modeling framework. I'd say that's where, and I know at ADF&G, we got Andre to come to Juneau and do a workshop for our employees on GMAX so that we could get new people up to speed. Because that's something that's important for building capacity, is getting new people in and trained on things. So that's something that we, I think, was very valuable to both Tyler and Caitlin and even myself to have that opportunity. And even Buck was able to call in and kind of get some help with his GMAX stuff. So I think less about the assessment framework. I feel like most of that occurs at our CPT meetings or like internally between author discussions. But I think as far as like implementing changes and things that need to be added to GMAX, Andre is vital to that process right now. So it's great that we have him.
I don't know why I looked at you to call on me. Sorry, Katie. I I'm trying to think at the same time. I see in your slide that the fall models are using a fixed value of M from Bristol Bay assessment in 2023. Can you remind me, so for we just did 2024. Are you re-estimating that again in 2024?
Through the chair. Yeah, so the Bristol Bay model estimates M with a pretty tight prior. So there will be a new estimate when we run the model in 2024, but I doubt that estimate will vary much from the 2023 estimate because it's one estimate of M for the entire time frame for the model. It's not time varying. And we felt that it was appropriate to request the author to use the previous year's estimate because one, we didn't think it would vary that much. And two, logistically, it would be hard to have me run Bristol Bay and then give Caitlin the answer for her to run St. Matt's when they need to be happening concurrently. So logistically, it wasn't really a possibility to use the current years. And we also felt since this was a biannual assessment, that was probably pretty appropriate because we're not looking at it every year. So we're kind of hedging our bets there a little bit with how variable the estimate will come out of Bristol Bay.
Great, thank you. Okay, I think we're set for questions.
So we just have two slides for the balance of the CPT report describing the BSFRF research updates that we received. And again, as Katie said at the outset, this is we're just making this information available to SSC, AP, and Council, just so everyone involved in the process is aware of research ongoing. The first item we have is the second year of the collaborative pot sampling project occurred in March and April of this year. It's now collaborative pot sampling plus a trawl vessel. So 3 vessels went out. You can see in the description of the number of crab sampled there in the bullet points that the trawl sampling sort of addressed the really skewed sex ratio that we saw in the pot sampling this year and last year. The other thing that's starting to come out of this work is this was a colder year than last year, and you can just eyeball an effective temperature on that plot on distribution. So as we start to get more years of sampling, we can start to address environmental covariates driving winter and spring distribution, which is potentially quite helpful for management decisions around this stock. We also have two MPRB funded projects going on Bristol Bay Red King Crab this year. Again, that's BSFRF, ADF&G, and NOAA, doing a larval settlement juvenile habitat study with 2 cruises this year, and then also ongoing sat tag work. And then the other research item we want to make you aware of is cooperative research with Apelio on the slope in the far northwest part of the Eastern Bering Sea grid. We're running comparisons between our shelf 83112 gear and the slope poly northeastern gear on both the shelf and the upper slope to 400 meters this year to develop the calibration factors to combine upper slope and shelf sampling. And conveniently, the 2 areas that we're sampling are highlighted in color here. The 2 areas we're sampling this summer. And the northern area, of course, is quite a bit of interest for Apelio. In particular, when the crash was happening, the fleet was sampling deeper in the northwest than they ever had before. I should say fishing deeper than they ever had before. So it looks like we're going to be able to pull, or I should say BSFRF is going to be able to pull off a pilot study this year doing side-by-side sampling. We're going to be doing the poly northeastern and the 83112. And BSFRF is looking at getting chartered vessels out there with the Nephrops trawl and setting Apelio pots to get a side-by-side comparison. And then that'll give us sort of a proof of concept for moving forward with deeper sampling for Apelio. That's what we have for the balance of the report, and happy to answer any other questions. And one more shout out to Sarah Rhinesmith, and we're going to miss her. And thanks very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Questions, and this can be, for SSC, this can be anything in the CPT report. Martin.
Mike, could you talk briefly about the plan to use the length weight data in the survey? I mean, I was not clear what's being proposed and why?
Sure. So right now we use length weight data collected on the survey from 2000 through 2009, and that's a fixed window. And so we're collecting data annually on length weight of individual crab, but those data do not go into the area swept estimates of biomass that we produce for the stock assessments. And so we presented an idea of updating the data that are used. And what we're going to bring forward for the January modeling workshop is a sliding window approach using the 10 most recent years of data right aligned, so ending on the year of interest from early in the time series through to the present. That will also involve evaluating the spatial distribution of length weight data that we collect on the survey, including back in the past. You know, there was an evaluation, maybe when you were on Plantain, I'm not sure. There was an evaluation of the historical length weight data that led to that 2000 as the cutoff for not using any data from prior to that. My understanding is that had to do with data quality issues. So we're going to go back and look at all that. And then the last piece was there's a request from a couple of the assessment authors to more heavily weight the most recent observations for use in projections for situations such as we've seen with snow crab around the crash, where we saw real anomalous length weight relationships. Cody in particular asked for an analysis looking at that weighting of the most recent year most heavily to give the assessment authors the most recent data for use in projections going forward. So the idea is to look at the biomass time series with the approach we're using now, and then that sliding window approach, and compare them side by side at the January modeling workshop.
Yeah, I guess the question I had is why 10 years and not some other time period? And did you look at how much temporal variation there is in the length weight relationships?
Yeah, through the chair. No, that was sort of a I guess an ad hoc proposed window length. We did run some sort of exploratory analyses of different slopes and intercepts of the log-log relationship, but we didn't present those to plan team.
Curry. Or, sorry.
Yeah.
Slow in the mic. There you go, Mark.
Following it through, it's important, right? Because you get your biomass estimates by, I mean, you have counts and then they're turned into biomass with this relationship. You're not using area swept biomass. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Curry.
Yeah, I'm sort of following up on the same line of questioning, and you know, I come from a groundfish perspective where I'm tempted to ask why you don't just use the empirical estimates in a given year to come up with your biomass estimate in a given year. Is it a question of how many individual crab are sampled for the relationship in each year? I know you said before 2000 maybe sample sizes were an issue.
Yeah, through the chair. And then also it's our sampling protocol where we're alternating kind of CDs in alternate years. But that's certainly something we can look at in a smaller window.
Rob.
Yeah, Mike, I want to go back to, I just had a question I didn't follow up on with the snow crab and the projection under declining sea ice. So that's the Southeast Bering Sea, south of 60 degrees north. Do you or Cody have enough information to essentially do the converse of that, looking at what populations might be like to the north, or thinking about shifting distribution, shifting life histories, moving further north in the Bering Sea too?
Yeah, through the chair. I think that's the $64,000 question for this stock over decadal timescales. Right now, we don't have any sort of assessment model for the northern population that would support that kind of analysis. Cody's been really consistent in his messaging around the need for continued survey data collection in the north to support an assessment model, when we get enough data in hand for that part of the population. And then, of course, as you know, the critical question for the northern Bering Sea is whether and how males in particular grow to commercial size, because currently they're not doing that far north.
Okay, I think we're set. Thank you very much for your presentation, both of you. Let me just double check. Great. So it looks like we do have, let's see. Sorry, working on this. Oh, it looks like, no, I understand. So are these repeats or are these sign up for each individual species? And it's okay, either way, we can work with it, no problem. Okay, and maybe my computer's doing weird things because mine doesn't say the same as Francis. Just one moment.
There should be only one sign up.
Great. There we go. Okay, thank you. I'm up to speed. All right, Scott. There's only one you. If you signed up 8 times, we just ask for new things.
Thank you for the opportunity to come up and provide a little bit of following comments there. For the record, Scott Goodman, Executive Director to the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation. And the last 2 slides that Mike showed, really what I just wanted to come and do was offer some informal comments. The CPS2 project was what I've been characterizing as kind of an excellent but very difficult project. That was about a $1.2 million effort. The one in the first year was just shy of $1 million. So these were big undertakings. And we intend to have those go forward, likely for at least another one, if not more than a couple more, to help with informing a temperature relationship really here, which I think Mike noted here. I want to say that the Nephrops trawl, which we added as an important third charter to that effort this time, we will likely keep that. It was about 500 king crab that were captured during that bit of work, which was very informative. So that's an important note that builds on our experience with the Nephrops trawl. I wanted to mention just briefly here, and then give an opportunity if there are any quick questions. This is really just more of an informational follow-up to Mike and Katie and the presentation that I gave to the CPT, which is on their e-agenda. The Apelio pilot work that we're thinking of and getting close to an announcement on maybe even tomorrow is really high priority for our group. We've been doing a lot of focus on Bristol Bay red king crab, and we really need to get something done this year with respect to Apelio. So this upcoming one would be 2 boats, and it's about 10 days each. So it's a very, very small scale project. It's got one objective that's probably a little more firm and one that's a little less so. And really the intention here is to go get some information this year that we can use going forward as sort of a bridge to the next parts of our research, which are going to be supported primarily by disaster relief funding. So that work is about 500 miles from town, as Mike showed in that map, in case that's lost on folks. So it's a little more than 2.5 days of just driving one of these boats to get there. So for a 10-day charter, we're really talking about 5 days of sampling, and that's if weather's good and there's no other issues here. So this is a pretty important priority for us. I've been working with a couple of you, 1 or 2 of you much more closely, and staying in touch with our collaborators. Mike, primarily with NOAA, and then Dr. Sidden, who is not here today also, but a number of you I know are aware of this, but I just really wanted to briefly be here in this capacity if you guys have questions, and if not, we could follow up later. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Martin.
Yeah, thanks. I have a question. It's thanks for that update, but my question's completely on a different topic, if that's okay. Um, I remember you being one of the people that sort of had some issues with respect to the snow crab assessment, and I think this year Cody really tried to at least address those concerns by some of the information material that he presented about how the model works and some of the rationales for the changes. I'm just wondering, did that help you much, or are you in a better position now in terms of understanding the model?
Thank you for the question through the chair. Yes. We didn't get a chance today to say anything about a recent snow crab workshop that we helped co-chair in Newfoundland a few weeks ago. And Cody was able to participate fully there remotely. It would have been great to have him there in person, but to answer your question, yes, I think I would say that I struggled with some nuts and bolts understanding last time around, and I expressed that. But I've always kept in contact with Cody, and I think this time around, the work that he did, especially at the CPT here recently in May, was helpful. I know that it's difficult, and I think he acknowledges the difficulty there. And I'm not sure that we get to a really clear, well informed and easily digestible outcome as this new survey gets done, and the next iteration takes his data and shows what the output is. But yeah, his work continues to help for sure.
Rob. Yes, Scott, thanks. Excuse me. I just had a follow-up to the reference to the camera sled. So the type of research you're doing with that, is that related to like calibration of nets, what you're seeing with the nephrops trawl, or is it more like process-oriented research, or something that you would potentially replace a net with? Or yeah, what's the focus of that camera sled work?
Yeah, thank you for the question through the chair. That is one of the NPRB projects that we're involved in, and I wouldn't try to overstate too much to take away some of the really cool work that Dr. Weems just got back from recently here. It's not intended to be anything that scales with any existing surveys at this time. It's quantified enough so that I think densities from the work could be computed and potentially available to do that kind of work. The objectives and the intentions at this point really are to go and find habitat for juvenile and larval king crab, and to place larval collectors, which are in the water now, as the second piece of that project. So the cam sled was a high resolution video and photo array that was towed around in a number of pre-selected sites, basically to find habitat and to find crab. And for those of you who may not have looked so far, there is an ADF&G Instagram page that has covered quite a bit of that daily update, which has some really cool pictures of both pods of red king crab that were found in Bristol Bay and some mating pairs. So it was a successful project so far.
Last question, Curry.
Oh, just a real quick one. In terms of design with the trawl, it seemed like you were doing 5-minute trawls. Do you think that was sufficient? I know you had a couple of huge catches out there, but in terms of direct comparison with the pods.
Thank you for the question. Can you repeat the first part of your question there? I didn't quite hear that.
Oh, yeah. And so if I understood correctly, basically the nephrops trawls were being deployed for 5 minutes at a time, 5 minutes of bottom contact. I mean, do you think that gives a reasonable signal of what's out there? Did you feel like that was sufficient?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, that's helpful. At this point, I would share from my experience with this gear and sampling in the bay a number of different times and across the Brink Sea Shelf that I sort of had some preconceived notions that were along the lines of, if we caught a couple hundred red king crab, that we would be scratching our head about, why did we do this, and maybe we shouldn't do it again. And I thought if we were in the 300 to 400 range, we'd be middling to okay. And if we hit 500, that we have conducted quite an excellent survey. And so we were at 496. So to answer your question, based on, I think, what I saw and my feelings of trying to go do this during the late winter, spring, which was a terrible but excellent survey, we caught a lot of crab. We caught almost 1,000 bear eye, along with the 500 or so red king crab. And looking back, which wasn't reflected here, but you could see it in the presentation I gave to the CPT, some of the fish catches were quite large. So there's a lot of analysis that is yet to be done there to really give a little bit more meat to a better answer there. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thanks for your testimony, Scott. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do, we will move into discussion, but before discussion, we've had 2 more members join, and so I just wanted to do associations for those 2. So I'm gonna, Mike Jepson, do you have associations with any of the agenda items in this meeting?
I have no associations.
Okay. Chris Sidden, I just saw your microphone thing go off. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I got you. If you got me, I do have a couple associations. Katie Paloff is, I supervise Katie Paloff. She's the co-chair of the CPT and the lead author of Bristol Bay Red King Crab and the second author of St. Matt's Blue King Crab. And Caitlin Stern, I am supervise Caitlin as well. And then I'm a second tier supervisor for Tyler Jackson for Aleutian Island Golden King Crab.
Great. And if I'm not there right now, but and am I correct that you also have an association with the crab, sorry, D2 program review that we've got coming up?
Yes, sorry, D2 program. Yeah, the crab review as well for Katie, I think, and for Tyler for those.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yep. Thank you.
It's going to take me just a second to get back. Okay. All right. So first we'll go into discussion for the snow crab proposed models. And for those, we will start out with Martin.
Great, thanks. Still a little disorganized here, but let's see how we go. So for this meeting, the assessment author prepared a report that, rather than focusing on alternative model runs, focused on a narrative explanation of the assessment model, including recent changes and a rationale for those changes, and exploring potential alternatives to the current metric for reproductive output. So SSC had flagged both of those items as high priority requests in October. And the SSC should acknowledge that it's extensive work that was done by the assessment author in addressing these concerns. So, so Cody redid the analysis, the max-min analysis that Clark did in 1991, which was the basis for the F35% as MSY proxy. And he repeated that with carrying forward a number of different alternative metrics for reproductive output, and including the current one, the mature male biomass, as well as different sort of cut points to count biomass above. I think we found that really helpful in illuminating, and I would recommend that it be carried forward for the fall assessment for snow crab. The assessment author recommended using biomass greater than 95 centimeters as the currency for management. The CPT did not agree on this approach and wanted clear evidence that this would be a better metric for reproductive capacity. So we're kind of back where we've been for quite a while with this stock in terms of not being totally comfortable with mature male biomass, but not really having the information or the types of studies that would be needed to make such a large change in the management system. And I'm wondering if there's a way out of this dilemma, because we don't seem to have a very good path going forward. One thing that hopefully the crab biologists could start to think about is what sort of lab studies or observational studies would be needed to provide the kind of information that we would need. The CPT suggested that one option would be to repeat Clark's analysis using both steepness and alternative definitions for reproductively active males, such as using mature male biomass as well as crab greater than 95 centimeters. And I think the SSC should encourage further exploration of this approach with possible adoption in the fall for harvest specifications. The advantage of this approach is that it takes into account the possibility that the larger males are reproductively important without this being the only driver for the provision of or setting harvest control rules. With regard to the Clark analysis, if this is done, I'm sort of willing to be persuaded otherwise, but I think it would be helpful if, at least as a starting point, that it more closely follow the original Clark analysis. For example, using both the Ricker and the Beaverton and Holt curves, and then using the three curves that he used to span a plausible range of steepness, which were 0.5, 0.67, and 0.80. There was sort of the analysis was showing the wrong axis for the max-min analysis, which the draft analysis had the percent reduction in total biomass, and the right way to do that, or at least the way Clark did it, would be to look at the percent reduction in the spawning biomass per recruit. I think it's still important to show yield curves. We saw sort of mappings of relative biomass and production, but not the actual relationship between F and yield, as well as the relationship between F and spawning biomass or other metrics of reproductive output. And that's kind of a good, useful source of information. For example, it can tell you how flat the yield curve is, whether it is way out on the asymptote when you're actually getting to the F35% yield, and that, potentially you could have a much lower F that would yield close to the same amount. I think the other thing I would recommend is that another way to characterize fishing mortality be explored, and because the selectivity curve is really strongly right shifted for this assessment, it means that very few crab actually experience that high terminal top of the fishing mortality curve. So potentially it'd be useful to have something like the percent harvest above a suitable cut point as another way to sort of get a sense of actually how high fishing mortality is on the stock. I think we should, I think ideally this analysis would use the GMAX sort of operational model rather than the research model. Although I understand that that's, that there's some modifications to GMAX that would be required to do that. I don't know if there's any possibility for collaboration or interaction with the SSC between now and September, but I think that would be beneficial so that so there's a greater chance of us being happy with how the analysis is done. And I mean, I can volunteer, to help Cody with it or something like that. I don't know if we have to do that formally or not, but thinking about ways to sort of ensure we can get something that we feel comfortable using. So just we really only have one model choice and I think we should support the CPT recommendation to bring forward model 23.3A for specifications and follow 2024. If we don't have an alternative to F35%, it seems like we will be exactly where we were last year, where we made a pretty substantial reduction in ABC, with the idea that that was sort of something we would hope never to repeat. I was regarding the proposed tier 4 method. I mean, there's some good discussion and questions about that, and my tendency was to support the method that Cody proposed, but I'm happy to listen to alternatives with respect to that. Yeah, I think we should continue to ask that the assessment author explore ways to incorporate the mold-to-maturity data in the assessment that reflects the observation error in those estimates. There was a suggestion that the assessment author made to use the approach that's used in the Tanner crab assessment, where the data are input, but then there's a fitting process within the model. It seems like that might be an approach to evaluate. I think we should say that we appreciated the loss of sea ice analysis to provide context for potential rebuilding prospects for snow crab. And then that final note about I'm not sure, Sherry, if this is something we should include, but there was some email about a correction that needed to be made to table 1 in the October SAFE. Are we going to want to put this in here?
No, this is the correction that we made to the table in the SAFE was consistent with our discussion and our writing. It was just an error in the table itself. So it actually has been corrected online and doesn't need any special notification other than that.
Okay, so I don't want to go into that. That's what I have.
And just for the public, now that I've brought this up and said that there was a value in a table, in last October's crab specifications table, we use a hindcast look to determine whether a stock is overfished or not. And the value that we had for, I believe the BMSY proxy was correct. The minimums, the MSST, I thought that that's what was actually incorrect. And because of that, our table said that snow crab was still overfished, where actually it now is not. And NIMS has actually made that declaration. And Sarah, you can come, since I brought this up, if you want to, if you have a correction to me, you can correct it. This is on the fly memory, but awesome. Okay. Next is Curry.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of the three major points on snow crab, yeah, I agree that we should suggest that the authors continue with the yield per recruit analysis. I think it's really helpful in addressing this question of the currency of management. I agree with Martin that in terms of showing those results and describing them in the same way that Clark 91 and Clark 2002 did, showing percent reduction in SPPR on the x-axis as well as F is a good way to explore that fully. I think I would highlight personally, I like seeing the range of steepnesses from 0.3 to 0.9. I don't know that we need to be constrained to the region that was presented in the original analysis. I don't know why you wouldn't show a broader range. I don't know that we lose anything or that it's all that much more costly from a computational perspective, I would imagine, on the author's part. Oh, yes. I tend to be too loud. In terms of the yield per recruit analysis, looking at the full range of steepnesses from 0.3 to 0.9 seems reasonable. I don't know that there's a huge cost in terms of time for the author, computational time to do that, I would guess. In terms of the models being brought forward for fall, agree. I do have one question in terms of the tier 4 fallback model, and this is where snow crab diverges a little bit from some of the other species that we've talked about in terms of its treatment of either using a smooth estimate from the survey or the actual survey estimate. I think the design-based estimate from the survey, the author makes a pretty compelling case for why snow crab are pretty well indexed by the survey itself, are caught pretty frequently, and the need to be responsive to changes in the stock. However, I do think we want to kind of evaluate, I'm happy with that moving forward for this fall, but across crab stocks, I think it would be useful to look at this question of sort of signal to noise ratio in terms of the smooth estimates that come out of the REMA model. If we believe that there's sufficiently low observation error and sufficiently high jumps in the stock that we should use the design-based estimates, how does that compare to the other crab species? Is there really a justification there? So in order to justify that assertion, I think the SSC could request that either the plan team or authors in some way compare the log normal standard deviation of the process versus the observation errors across these crab stocks as to come up with a standardized justification for whether or not you use the design-based estimates or the REMA smoothed estimates. I think I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Dana.
Thanks. I appreciate Cody's explorations and the fact we won't have to review a new model in October. I think I would still like to see the previously requested tier 4 REMA model without the natural mortality decrement, because I think it's the simplest, most analogous to groundfish tier 5, which what we were trying to accomplish. And it makes a good fallback and gut check to the tier 3 models. I think the argument, if the crab design-based estimates had very low observation error, the REMA model would fit it exactly. So you would be right in the same place. So we could see both in the fall, and seeing the difference between the two would be worthwhile. I think I would urge a little caution in showing climate enhanced projections where stocks go to 0 using a linear decline in sea ice. I remember a previous fish paper that caused quite a stir by drawing a linear thing to 0. And following on Rob's comments, I think we should continue to encourage the inclusion of NBS snow crab data, maybe through VAST or something else. And that's it. Oh, and I support Martin becoming a co-author on snow crab.
And Dana, your recommendation for VAST, is this a long-term recommendation that you're making, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Fronts.
Yeah, thanks. So my understanding is that we're recommending bringing both like the the super simple tier 4 approach and the one that Cody proposed. And I think we just want to make sure that then we have the appropriate reference biomasses to go with it, right? So presumably for the approach that Cody proposed, we would you would have to compute the biomass reference point based on biomasses computed the same way that is decremented for mortality throughout the time series or throughout the period for which that we use for reference. Is that right? That makes sense. Well, just that the way the reference biomass is computed has to be consistent with the way the we use the anyway, I confused myself now, but I think there needs to be consistency, right? Because we compute reference points based on some time period, and we need to decrement for mortality if we do that.
So I think that, so my question is actually even a little bit a step back. So I think one question was whether or not there should be smoothing on it, and the other one was whether or not there should be additional natural mortality. And so it sounds like we are asking for one with the smoother and without the smoother, with natural mortality and without the natural mortality. And so I'm seeing, and Curry looks very confused, so go for it.
Oh, I'm not confused. I'm hoping to straighten things out.
Yes,
I think we want to simplify it. So the one is basically the author requested version, which does not include smoothing and does include the decrement for natural mortality. And the other would be the general tier 4 fallback model that's used across other stocks where there is smoothing and no decrement for natural mortality, based on my understanding.
That did clarify. Thank you. So then, in your comment, Franz, does that do anything for the reference points you were talking about?
No, I mean, it just has to be consistent with whatever approach we use. The reference point that is computed has to be consistent with the way that we suggest.
Which might be different for the two different approaches. Thank you.
Okay. Ian.
Yeah, two points. The first one, I think connecting the two comments that Dana had about the climate projections and also the modeling of the Northern Bering Sea, I think we could actually connect those in our comments as well. Any projection of climate, I think, needs to at least account in some way for the Northern Bering Sea for a stock like snow crab that's straddling that boundary. And then the second one maybe is a clarification for Curry and Martin with regard to the discussion about what range of steepness to be including in the analysis. I understood our previous discussion to reflect that the range of steepness that you choose actually does affect the answer. And so I think if that's the case, and I'm not sure if that's consistent with what Curry was suggesting, I find it pretty inconsistent to be using a steepness of 0.3 for an assessment that we assume there's no stock recruit relationship. Maybe you guys could clarify that for me a little bit.
Curry.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly does matter. The question is whether or not it's a broad exploration in terms of a kind of what if we want a realistic range of steepnesses. I would agree that some of those are pretty inconsistent, but I find it useful from an illustrative perspective to see the full range.
So then we'd be suggesting that as an exploration, but for the analysis, it would be a more restricted range?
Sounds like that's a winner from the nods.
But the question really is, will it affect the summary, right? To have the extremes, I think that came up. Is that a concern? Having the extremes, will that push something in one direction or the other? I would think it would.
Yeah, that's a concern. It could potentially. So, I mean, I think the thought process that Clark went through in terms of saying, well, yeah, here's a broad range, but I'm going to constrain myself to this narrow range because I think that these are ones that are potentially viable, and then do the max min analysis with that narrow range seems better to me. But I mean, it does, maybe you do have a question about what if steepness is really low. You don't really necessarily get that from that rate analysis, but how much weight, essentially his analysis puts equal weight on each alternative. And so I can sort of imagine that 0.3 is conceivable, but would I want to put it in the suite of plausible alternatives? I don't know that I would.
Hurry.
I'm happy to defer to others who have a better idea of what plausible steepness values are for crab.
If I can I say something?
Sure, go ahead, Pat.
I don't want to complicate things, but this is looking at it in an exploratory sense is different than making a summary of it, right? So if one wants to explore both, but it gets complicated in terms of like presentation, because do we see all 10 instead of all 8? And then see the arrow in the middle, and is that the middle of the 8 or the middle of the 10 sort of thing? Do we have some guidance on that so that the authors know how to approach this? I mean, it sounds like somebody wants to see the extremes, but as Ian's pointing out, they might not be relevant to what we want to finally summarize everything on, if I'm understanding things correctly.
Go ahead, Greg.
I will simply withdraw my suggestion to explore the extremes.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Anything else? I don't think so. So, my summary, just one moment. The first one, I think we had the SSC had a number of requests of the author in October, and really appreciated the work that the author's done since then, both on the narrative of the assessment model as well as for rationale for changes, alternative metrics for reproductive output. The author did the Clark max min analysis, and in short, for recommendations, we recommend that this analysis be carried forward for the fall, and repeat that with, let's see where I've got this, with steepness and alternative definitions for the reproductive males. So 95 centimeters and the other option, which is escaping me at the moment. And this we will consider for fall specifications. And this is an analysis which shows that older males are potentially, or looks at potentially being reproductively more valuable. We talked about a number of things in this analysis to more closely follow the Clark's original analysis, and that included different spawner recruit curves as well as steepness values. We do suggest that there be a narrower range of steepness values in the analysis that the author bring back. We also talked about the x-axis, and then also it's still important to use the yield curves, which the relationship between F and yield, F and spawning biomass, or other reproductive outputs. There were a couple of other things that we had about that that we'll include in our minutes. Ideally, this would use the GMAX model if it's possible for the author, the operational model rather than the research model. What we normally do in the model runs, so that's something that we will look at. We do support the CPT and author recommended model 23.3A for fall. And the tier 4 option, which will have two versions of that. One is the author recommended, which has the smoothing and go down here. It's got the smoothing and the additional decrement for natural mortality. And then the second one is the simpler one that we asked for earlier that does not have smoothing. And oh, I had it the wrong way, didn't I? Okay. Author recommended model was the one that did not have smoothing and did have the natural mortality. And we want also the simpler one, which is with the smoothing and without the natural mortality. Thank you if anybody followed that one. And then also noting, and I hope the wording will be better than mine, to use an appropriate reference point with both of those. We also, let's see. Going back up, there was a recommendation research-wise that we'll also include in there that we encourage lab studies that could provide information that we need after going through all these cartwheels to do it without. We also wanted to request including the maturity data into the assessment to reflect the uncertainty. And we really appreciate the work that the author's been doing on the loss of sea ice analysis. With that, we had, let's see, we did have a concern. So as far as the sea ice analysis went, we did have some concern about using a linear relationship. And we talked about using VAST in the future. And we do want to say that if you're going to do a projection and possibly do that with VAST, you definitely need to include the Northern Bering Sea, which is something the author has been pushing for, but that's something that the SSC noted. Okay, that's what I've got. All right. It is, let's see, let's go to Tanner. Let's see where we get with Tanner. The Tanner discussion, we start with Kat.
Thanks. Excuse me. President SSC should thank the author for really their extensive work in addressing numerous previous SSC comments, as well as comments and requests from the CPT, and for the significant forward progress they made towards implementing the Tanner crab stock assessment model in the GMAX framework. Is that better? Okay. So the author presented 3 models implemented in the, what they're calling the bespoke Tanner model framework. The first was the accepted model from the 2023 assessment presented in October, which they're calling 2302B, and 2303C included updates to the way the 2013 through 2017 BSFRF survey data were used to estimate empirically selectivity. So that, from my understanding, was included without 2018 and was calculated. That addition was required in order to include the 2018 data, but they wanted to include it as a stepwise process. And so the third model then included the 2018 BSFRF survey data. So among those 3, there were really little changes among the models in terms of fits to the data and estimates of biomass. However, it was noted that the addition of 2018 data apparently caused the parameter to hit its bounds, despite really virtually no change otherwise to the model fit. And I just wanted to also clarify that I believe in the assessment document, it noted that the addition of everything after 2302B actually had two parameters that hit bounds, not just the 2018 data. And so there was a bit of conversation around that at the CPT meeting, and essentially some suggestions were made that perhaps there were changes to the way the data were weighted that were actually leading to those parameters hitting bounds without actually causing any changes to, so the apparent model fit. So I think the request is just to, include sort of what may have occurred that maybe wasn't in the assessment document for September. I'm sorry, I really apologize. I'm also losing my voice. So doing my best here. So let's see. In addition to those three models, the author also presented 7 exploratory model runs implemented in GMAX. So this included what they're calling the base model, G2402, which was developed in response to previous SSC recommendations to implement a simplified model in GMAX. And at a high level, this was accomplished by removing time blocks for natural mortality, initiating the model in 1982 to sort of circumvent the need to parameterize different gear changes in the bottom trawl survey. And many of the biological processes were also estimated outside of the model and fixed internally during the model development to simplify estimation. So from there, they took that model, built upon it. 2402A modifies how crab size compositions are fit. And I'm giving just really brief descriptions. I don't want to be too repetitive over what was already presented. G2403 builds on that model by fixing the NIM survey selectivity to the mean selectivity curve from the side-by-side survey data. And then let's see, following that, G2404 replaces that mean with annual estimated selectivity from the side-by-side data to incorporate the time-varying nature. G2405 builds on the 03 model by replacing the mean values used to describe the sex and size specific probability of having undergone the terminal molt. And then the following model incorporates the both time varying aspects of 04 and 05, and then the last model replaces the design based survey index with a model based FAST index. So all in all 7 of those models technically met what they outlined as their convergence criteria, but all had relatively poor fits to biomass indices, and in particular noted the model that included the VAST index because of the low CVs as we discussed previously. And additionally, many of them had mixed success in fitting the size composition data, especially when the selectivity or molt probability wasn't allowed to vary over time. And so all in all, I think there was wide agreement that there's continued work that needs to be done on these before anyone would feel comfortable bringing them forward for providing management advice. So following the SSC recommendations to consider a simpler model as part of the process of transitioning to a GMAX modeling implementation, they provided the 7 alternative models, which were relatively simpler than the currently accepted Tanner model framework. Excuse me. And again, I think the SSC should acknowledge that this was a really heavy lift and thank the author again for their progress. And moving towards that implementation, I will call it a robust discussion occurred at the CPT over the utility of moving the model into a simpler version prior to fully bridging to that modeling framework. And so in rereading the past few years of SSC recommendations on this topic, I believe that the spirit of the previous requests were to move towards just some more parsimonious models for crab stocks when there were just inherent estimation challenges across the board, rather than moving in the direction of adding complexity. And so, excuse me. Thank you. Thank you. So I think, let's see. Sorry. Yeah, I think in terms of process and looking at, those, considering those previous requests, I think we could agree. I don't think it was explicitly stated whether a simpler model developed in GMAX would then subsequently serve as the new base model without requiring a bridge. Nor was there really a specific comment to what point or by what metrics it would be considered, ready for management as a next step in that process. And so in terms of, making a recommendation on how the author should move forward in the future, I am, look to the other leads and those perhaps with a longer history with this model in particular. But I think for the sake of providing clear guidance for the stock author that the SSC should accept the CPT recommendation to conduct a full bridging analysis as a next step, such that the author isn't working in two different modeling frameworks in parallel, and that they prioritize this migration over incorporating any other model recommendations in the January modeling workshop or sooner if time allows. That being said, I think the SAC should support the author and CPT recommendation to bring forward model 23.3D, which again was the sort of bespoke Tanner model in September, only updated with 23-24 survey data. And additionally, support and thank the author's acknowledgement for bringing forward the alternative tier 4 calculation to be used as a fallback if needed, using the methods for that calculation that were brought forward last October. I think with that, all with the other leads comment. Thank you.
Thanks, Kat. Next is Jason.
Thanks, Kat, for the thorough overview. I agree. I concur with your conclusions. So agree with the author's crab planting proposed model for October, which is 2303D. I think to the extent practicable, and Kat touched on this, the SSC should recommend the author provide detail on changes in the underlying VSF-RF data from 2013 to 2017 that cause parameters to hit bounds. I don't think this is a large issue, but having this information in October may improve our understanding of changes in that compositional data. The authors, I think the SSC should recommend the authors include a more detailed description of the paired Hall selectivity methods for Tanner crab using the BSF-RF and NIMP side-by-side studies. It's currently cited as Stockhausen in prep, so I assume something is being prepared right now. So bringing that forward for October. Support the crab plan team to move forward with the proposed GMAX development, particularly given that Buck has spent a considerable amount of time programming that and where he's at now, and including the bridging analysis. I recommend that in the future with GMAX, I recommend that a similar method as snow crab treatments of the BSF-RF data should be considered for the Tanner GMAX model. I think there's probably some similarities between the two stocks in that regard, so it'd be worth exploring. I think the SSC, or I'd like the SSC to acknowledge its appreciation of the large amount of work done by University of Washington, particularly Andre Prunt and the assessment authors in moving the assessments to GMAX application. I think he's done, Dr. Punt has done quite a bit of that work, perhaps pro bono even, and so I think it's worthwhile for us to acknowledge that and important. And then I look forward to future reports about the SDMT and VAST discussions from the CPT, particularly the prioritization of specific crab stocks for this work. I think there's limited resources, so us thinking about how to prioritize that along with the CPT would probably be a useful exercise.
Thanks. Ian.
Okay, thanks. You both covered almost all my points. I'll just touch on a few of them and expand on a couple. I think for the fall, we can support bringing this base model forward, but we do want to see at least one model run that doesn't have parameters on bounds. So I think in order to do this, it's going to require this base model brought forward as is, and then another model that addresses these and any other issues that may crop up, just so that we can compare. In terms of the longer term development, moving to GMAX, we're going to support them moving to GMAX as soon as possible. I guess I recognize the somewhat dead-end nature of some of the programming it's going to take to move features from the TC-SAM model into GMAX that aren't going to be used moving forward. And that's some of the discussion we've had in the past, but I certainly defer to the CRAB plan team and author if this is what they want to do, to program things in to make the bridge and then discard them. I note that the new models that were presented in GMAX were actually more complex than the TC-SAM model. And so I think we may need to iterate that after bridging, we still want to see a simpler model, especially one that will be more robust to small changes, to apparently small changes in the data. We're generally supporting the updates to the BSFRF data. And I think, as Jason already covered, I would encourage a more coordinated approach to the analysis of the BSFRF data. We now have 2 Kiona-Cetes crabs and Bristol Bay Red King crab that are all doing something very similar. And I support using the BSFRF data as a prior and then using that prior in the model rather than fixing it exactly the way I think was done in this initial GMAX model. There are the 2 issues that the CRAB plan team and the author flagged in the GMAX model with the small mature males in the initial population structure and the very large fishing mortality estimated in a few years for the Bristol Bay Red King crab bycatch fleet. I think, as was noted, these are just technical problems that are going to get sorted out as they work on GMAX. I also support smoothing of the probability of terminal molt curves. It is apparent, especially for tanner crab, that there's definitely observation error in those curves, and that using a smooth approach would be a better idea, especially if these are going to be fixed in the stock assessment model. Also support continued exploration of the geostatistical time series for tanner crab. And in addition to what's been said already, I think when that goes forward, I'd also like to see an effort made in the stock assessment model, if the CBs are still small, to evaluate estimating either an additional variance term or a constrained process error on catchability to allow the model to fit those data post geostatistical analysis. I've got a couple of general crab comments, but I think we might put them in this assessment just because I noticed them there. The first is to, where possible, try to include confidence intervals on estimated time series when comparing model runs. It's very hard to tell whether the differences between 2 models are significant if we don't see the uncertainty intervals associated with those. And then the last one is trivial, but it seems to still crop up, which is connecting the 2019 and 2021 survey data points in plotting. It gives the impression that we have this very precise series, but in fact, there's a key year missing in there in some places. That's all I've got.
Thank you. Jason.
I guess maybe a clarification or question. I mean, it sounded like the author was going to bring forward just the multinomial model. So I guess for the base model that doesn't have that parameter rating bounds, that would be it. I guess maybe is that what the suggestion might be?
Yeah, I think that would be okay for now, but it's not a great long-term solution. It's a real problem with the Dirichlet, because when you then fix it at 1, anytime you change anything else in the model, you really need to go back and re-estimate the parameter and make sure it's still stuck at 1. So I think it's okay for a short-term fix for this model, and then maybe we'll deal with it again when it crops up. But it's not a great general solution, and I think it's actually just a shortcoming of the Dirichlet approach.
Yeah, so I was actually thinking, so are we thinking I was thinking we were changing the base model, that you were recommending changing the base model, but we're actually still with 23.03D, but fixing the parameter at 1, or were we actually looking at going back to one of the 2 previous base models that were described?
Yeah, I was imagining that this model would come forward as is. If the parameters are still stuck to the bounds after the new data are added, this year's data, then we see that result, but then we also see a version of that model that has this problem fixed. And I don't think we've seen that model yet. But in the end, I don't think that we would prefer to choose for management a model with parameters stuck to bounds. So I think we've done it before and we might have to do it, but it would be nice if the author could bring forward something that didn't have that problem in parallel. But we don't know what it is yet, I don't think.
Got it. Okay. All right. I think what I am going to stick to, the only piece that I heard between the three of you that differed slightly, sort of, was the recommendation for the model coming back, and that is 23.03D as the base model, leaving that as is, but then asking for, and then having the tier 4, but asking for another one, which if the parameter is still on bounds after adding the data, to bring forward something that fixes that, corrects that, not fix, although it could be. So I think that is the recommendation for the model going forward. And we supported the tier 4, so there wasn't any change to that. Let me go back. I don't want to repeat all of the things that you've said. So I will say that we really wanted to thank the author for all the work that the author did. It's exciting seeing this stuff in GMAX. And we do appreciate that. So I will say that, so we've discussed about the models coming forward in September, October. We also support the CPT's recommendation of working more on GMAX in January, doing a full bridging analysis. We can support that, recognizing that we may still want something simpler in the future. Did want to acknowledge big acknowledgement out to University of Washington staff, Andre, for the work that he has done in moving the assessments to GMAX. It's been a huge undertaking and we appreciate that. We also look forward to, let's see. Think I can do this. So we support model updates with the BSFRF data. We do have 3 stocks that are now doing something similar. And so we do have a recommendation to do something similar between the 3 and using BSFRF data as a prior and then estimating the parameters would be our top recommendation at this point. The other ones, I think the other major one was we do support continued exploration of VAST, and we had a couple of different suggestions with that one for the error term. And then finally, we had a couple of general comments, and that is just asking authors to include confidence intervals on time series, not connecting 2019 to 2021 survey data points, but leaving a gap. I think that those are the major topics that we talked about. Okay, so we have, it's 3 o'clock. I think let's go ahead and take a break. So it's 3:05. Let's go ahead and come back at 3:20. All right, let's bring it back together. All right, our next discussion is Bristol Bay Red King Crab. And so for that, we will start with Bob.
Okay, pardon me, thank you. So the SSC received a report from the crab plan team on model alternatives for harvest specs for Bristol Bay Red King crab. The SSC wants to thank the author, Katie Paloff, for continuing to thoroughly review past and recent crab plan team and SSC comments. Just acknowledging that the assessment's been run on GMAX since 2018. There was a small directed fishery in 23 where there has not been in the previous 2 years. 8 models were considered, including the base model. The 4 relatively large changes in those 8 models included updating the GMAX code to correct season for incorporating MMB at the appropriate time of the year. So that has impacts on natural mortality. When natural mortality is assessed, estimating natural mortality with an informative prior rather than fixing it was the second set of models, 223.0. Estimating survey selectivity using the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation selectivity experiments as a prior for models 24.0 and then removing the time block from 75 to 80 in the molting probabilities. The incorporating the updates to the change of season resulted in a better understanding of the timing within GMAX, but improved the overall model. Hold on, I'm going to switch documents. Yeah, it had positive effects, minimal effects on model likelihoods and MMB estimates. The change I just mentioned, estimating a natural mortality with a tighter prior rather than fixing it led to the improvements in the retrospective patterns, which were substantial. We had a discussion on why that worked now versus previously, and we were focused on a discussion on the tight prior. Survey selectivity estimates from the BSFRF selectivity experiments resulted in similar selectivity curves to those in the base model, and the model output was not changed by removing the time block from the early time period. So it was recommended to continue to leave that out for parsimony in the model. There was not a detailed discussion. I would say that the SSC concurs with the crab plan team and the authors recommended models moving forward in October, and that would be model 23, the base model, as well as model 24.0C. We also recommended bringing forward the tier 4 calculation, similar to the one that was done last year, October 23. We agree with the additional considerations listed by the SSC by the CPT in their minutes, prioritizing, and this is my prioritizing, I would prioritize considerations for the selectivity time periods based on gear types. It's a recommendation that was made in a short discussion in the crab plan team. And then secondarily, consideration of the time-varying selectivity and fishery data relative to the survey data. And I will turn it over to my colleagues for additional adds.
And Bob, can you say that second prioritization again? Selectivity time periods, the second one was consideration of time.
Time-varying selectivity in the fishery data.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Kat.
Thanks for the overview. I also concur that we should recommend the author and CPT proposed models to bring forward. And I think the only additional comment I had is perhaps that the same as in Tanner, in that maybe moving it to sort of a general category for crab stocks with respect to coordinating on the BSFRF selectivity studies. I hope you got that. Thanks.
And that was using it as prior. That was using it as a prior based on those studies. Great.
More so just in general comment to kind of coordinate on how it's used.
I gotcha. Martin.
I guess I don't have anything. The one model that I'd consider putting in, as well as the ones that were mentioned, would be the one that did have the prior for the BSFRF survey as an alternative. And it seemed like that was a pretty strong, I mean, we endorsed that approach for snow crab already, and it seemed like it was an improvement over using the BSFRF data as additional survey. So potentially it could be considered for adoption unless I'm missing something. I don't have the model number that has that feature yet. I can look it up.
So I'm going to go back, Bob, I hate to put you on the spot. So for the ones, so you described the 8 models with the base model and the changes. I didn't hear the model numbers with those. I did hear the model numbers that you recommend. And I am wondering if you can tell me whether the 2 that you recommended had the prior for selectivity, or if that's a different one, and if you happen to know a model number.
Yeah, the 2 I recommended were 23.0 and then 24.0C, which do have the selectivity. Hold on. Were you looking for model numbers for all the models, or just the 2 I recommended?
Nope. I've got, so great. I've got the 2 that you recommended. I'm just wondering, Martin was talking about possibly adding one that had the prior on selectivity. And I'm asking whether that might be that might be a characteristic of one of the 2 you recommended, or if it's a different one. And
yeah, my understanding is that it has it in there, but I need to go back and look right now because I'm not seeing it in the list.
No problem.
Give me a second.
So, Bob, I thought the one that was in the list was the no time blocks for molt probability. And I don't think.
Well, how about this? This is a little unusual, but this is worthwhile. So what if we go ahead, would members be okay switching to St. Matt's Blue King Crab? We've got completely different leads on that. And then we can come back to Tanner because we've got all the comments on Tanner. We just don't have the exact model numbers. And that'll give the 2 of you time to figure it out so that we've got it straightforward. All right, I hear conversations going, can't understand it. So I will, yes, let's go ahead and take a pause on Tanner and move into the discussion on St. Matt Blue King Crab. And that lead that we have that will start that is Brad.
Thanks, Sherry. Shall I wait for the whispering to stop?
No, I just decided to ignore the whispering and just talk right through it.
Okay. Moving on. All right, so our minutes will reflect that we received the presentation from the plan team co-chairs outlining several proposed models for St. Matt Blue King Crab. A few reminders that this assessment is conducted on a biannual basis. The last full assessment was in 2022. There's been no directed fishery for this stock since the 2015-16 season, and the stock was declared overfished in 2018 and has been under a rebuilding plan since 2020. The stock decline is attributed to adverse environmental conditions affecting recruitment to population rather than any fishery-related effects, and the rebuilding plan does not impose any fishery-related restrictions. So just an additional reminder, this is a Tier 4 stock based on estimated mature male biomass on the 15th of February. That's what's used for biomass, with males measuring over 105 millimeters in carapace length considered to be mature. And then the BMSY proxy is obtained by averaging estimated MMB using the full assessment time frame from 1978 to 2022. So one of the things that the presenters noted is this assessment has continued to struggle with the inability to reconcile conflicting trends in the abundance of the NMFS Eastern Bering Sea Bottom Trawl Survey and the Alaska Department of Fish and Game Pot Survey, as well as relatively poor fits to both survey data sets in recent years. We also will note that we have a new stock assessment author, which is great, and that Katie is continuing to assist with this assessment. So with respect to the two time series, pot and trawl survey, the author did note that they're working with NMFS on developing a single survey index using some spatiotemporal approach. SDM-TMB was mentioned, hopefully to better reflect the information of the two surveys and to resolve these discrepancies. However, that is not addressed in this year's proposed models. The author did bring forward a number of models. There were 7, I believe, that were considered, beginning with model 16.0, which is the base model that was used most recently in 2022. The first step was to update or move to an updated version of GMAX, while the rest of the operating parameters for the model were maintained. Then data from the 2022-23 groundfish bycatch, 23 NMFS trawl survey, and 2022 pot survey were added. Next iteration of the model, there was an updated historical ADF and G pot survey time series added, and an error that was identified in the 2016 data was corrected. Next, and I'm not going through 16A, B, C, D. Each of these are logical updates to the way the model's being implemented. So the next one was to adjust the season in which, similar to what we heard with Bristol Bay Red King Crab, was recognized that the split between season 4 and 5 in the model was right at the breakpoint for February 15th, and that the value should be drawn from season 5 instead of season 4 for SSB estimation. So that was corrected. So all of those together were presented by the author as a new model, 24.0. I concur with the crab plan team's evaluation that these all constitute updates with no change in structure of the model, and so it should actually be model 16.1, and this is noted in the presentation. And that going forward, this is presented as the new base model, having combined all of those incremental changes, which are really to do with updated data, correcting errors, and pulling the SSB estimate out of the correct time period. After this was done, the author then explored various ways to address natural mortality, beginning with an approach that's used in the Bristol Bay Red King crab assessment, which has a relatively tight prior on M, and it's M set around the mean of 0.18. The next version, 24.0B, the model was exactly the same, just uses a less restrictive prior on M. And then finally, the author explored a model, 24.0C, that actually took a value from one of the previous models' outputs and used it as the fixed M going forward. And the crab plan team identified this as perhaps an inappropriate use of a model output, and requested the author not not do that procedure going forward. So I believe the SSC should concur with the plan team recommendation to adopt model 16.1 as the base model for this 2024 assessment. Further, I think we should support the plan team recommendation to see one variation of this model, building on the base, but using a fixed value for M that's drawn from the 2023 Bristol Bay Red King Crab assessment, which is 0.23. I also think the plan team's recommendation to explore model 16.1, but removing the corner stations from all previous years to examine the way this model performs with the expected changes to the survey going forward. It's the way to go. And then in terms of the future work outlined, I think we should concur with a number of the items raised by the plan team, encouraging the continuation of work on a single index of abundance to integrate data from both surveys. But with that said, I think we should encourage the recommendation they put forward to explore geostatistical methods for this approach. But it was a comment raised by one of the plan team members, which I think is quite important. And that is, I think we should recommend that they explore these geostatistical techniques separately, or for these data sets separately, given that they're using different samplers, the trawl versus a pot, that the surveys themselves have different spatial grain, lag, and extent. And so perhaps there could be some information forthcoming from looking at them individually that might inform the way that they potentially could be brought together. And then just for clarification going forward, a number of the figures in the document in the y-axis are labeled pot survey CPUE, with the units being crabs per pot, but clearly those numbers are associated with estimated tonnage, because I don't think we're seeing 10,000 crab per pot. So I'm just asked that those be corrected for clarification going forward.
Thanks, Brad. Pat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Brad, for the overview. I think this you cover lots of things. There's something I'd like to dive into a little bit deeper, if you'll have patience with me. I had a little sidebar during our break to kind of see if it made sense what I was suggesting, but I'm going to put it forward anyway. And part of this is precipitated by a recent CIE review that I reviewed for a snapper in the Gulf that was using stock synthesis. And in the end, the review failed the model. And part of it was because the assessment scientists were new. They had a stock synthesis model, and they didn't have the opportunity or were encouraged to look at the data in a sort of raw sense. And as a result, they went forward with the model thinking it was complete, only to find there were lots of errors associated with how the data was being handled. In this particular stock assessment, but generally for the crab that we have here, we have several new scientists as well as a newish model that is continuing to evolve. And I worry that our scientists might be encouraged to be using the model as a foil, which is an important thing to do. As we saw with this particular assessment, each step of the way something new was discovered as different things were pulled in and out of it. But somehow I would like to encourage our assessment scientists, especially the new ones, to get into the raw data, and in particular for this assessment, but also for the Aleutian Island golden king crab, this idea has come up of using geostatistical approach to examine the data. And that sort of implies to me vast, although from my perspective, I would think about it in terms of like using cross correlations or things like that. I really support what the CPT recommended for this particular stock to keep the pot and the trawl separately, examine that separately. In fact, what I would do is just map it As a suggestion that came up in the CPT with regard to using the geostatistical approach, I think Andre suggested doing the geostatistical approach by length class, by area, by gear. I would go so far as to not use the geostatistical approach, but just to map it, if you're going to do it that way, by gear and by size class and maybe by sex, by gear, and start there. And then if one wants to do something geostatistical, maybe apply a matern variogram to that, as opposed to just jumping right in to doing VAST or SDM TMB or tidy VAST or any of those things. My point is, as came up with Kat's comment, is and goes back to 1998, Improving Fish Stock Assessments National Academy Review that Doriso and Quinn headed, is having more basic models in there and just looking at the data before trying to launch into something that's more sophisticated. Done a lot of work, obviously, with length-based models. There's a lot of collinearity there that you don't find necessarily, I mean, beyond what you find, I guess I should say, in age-based models. So there's lots of levels of complexity here. And so if we can encourage our new stock assessment scientists to feel comfortable exploring the data, use simpler models, take the stepwise approaches they've been doing, and in terms of the spatial stuff, map it, examine it at whatever level you have before jumping into the fully integrated kinds of models to see what's going on. I want to acknowledge, as has been done, the comments that Andre provides the assessment scientists as they're using GMAX are incredible and insightful, but these guys have to learn on their own too on how to do this. So one recommendation might be to have, there's maybe, if there's this many new scientists working on this sort of new model, maybe a working group or something like that, where these folks can kind of get together and talk with each other, share ideas and experience and so forth, and trade ideas with regard to how they're doing the different models. But this may be beyond what an SSC member can suggest. So I'm just putting it out there as a thought. Thank you.
Thanks, Pat. You were looking for a response. The response is that I think it's fine to ask. I think it's fine to ask authors that. I mean, prior to using a geostatistical approach, you explore the raw data, plot it somehow, put it however they tend to look at the raw data first. I think that's and actually there's Martin that is shaking his hand, and I'll take that though. I mean, it's worth a discussion. I would hesitate though to pick out new authors and say these authors should do it and these shouldn't. I would just say if for coming up with work groups, that's trickier. Right now, people are doing it within an organization. Work groups a lot of times will take like council. Yeah. But I don't think exploring raw data and talking with your peers seems fully within our realm. Martin, you go ahead and tell me what you're thinking.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to push back on the idea that people aren't looking at raw data in the North Pacific, because I mean, I have in my mind plots of CPUE around St. Matt's Island and the survey stations, and there's one station that always comes in large. That data has been really poured over pretty carefully, from a just empirical, look at the data. And so I don't know that that's a totally fair criticism. It is true that the new person that's doing that assessment doesn't have that context, maybe. And so you want to build that intuition, but and maybe that's a valid point, just the idea of onboarding people.
No, and that's really valuable. And I actually had the same sense, because my sense is that these authors likely have just because I've heard about their work, but I don't think we should have something in our minutes which suggests that they haven't looked at data. But I don't think, would it be too far to say that, I mean, authors should be familiar with the raw data before you use a geostatistical approach? I mean, that seems pretty basic if it doesn't assume that they're not. And I take feedback on that. I see a couple people. Go ahead, Pat, first.
It's interesting that consistently we're hearing a recommendation of doing a geostatistical approach. Has anybody considered what having an island in the middle of an area?
Yeah,
what effect that has
we've
on
talked
a
about that.
geostatistical approach?
We've talked about that in depth, actually. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's an issue.
It's definitely an issue, and that's actually why we originally used VAST for these, and we were using the same settings, and we specifically said we should come back and look at VAST differently. And there's actually, isn't there a function in VAST also that's looking at land masses? And so they were looking at that with both SafeMat and the Aleutians because of your concern. We're with you on that one. Yeah. Curry.
I would hazard a guess that most people are hopefully plotting out the data. So I don't know that we need a recommendation on that end. One thing I would say is that following up on your second comment, opportunity for authors to work together, particularly during GMAX transitions, highlight our appreciation and our support for the January modeling workshop that's occurred over the last few years. I forget how far back it goes, but just as a great opportunity in which that's already occurring.
Brad.
Thanks. So I agree with Curry. My understanding of when we ask for a geostatistical analysis is that it includes the full suite of accepted processes, that it begins with an exploratory spatial analysis that you then use to determine what the appropriate geostatistical tools are going to be. That includes the shape, orientation, data types, all sorts of different things. So perhaps what we could do is ask to see some of those particular products. I believe the authors are doing their due diligence, so I don't think we need to tell them what to do, but we oftentimes see things at a higher level. So we could request to see some of the plots used to and explorations of anisotropy and other things that are important. And so,
Curry.
Yeah, if that's a concern, we could probably highlight or point back to our minutes where we had some pretty specific recommendations for groundfish assessment authors that were using geostatistical models for index standardization in terms of the diagnostic plots we wanted to see and plots of predictions across space.
Great. Pat.
I just want to thank you for this discussion. I thought it was very useful.
Great. Okay, Andrew.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you to the co-chairs for their presentation, for the authors for their work. I don't really have anything to add. I agree with the recommendations that Brad had for St. Matt's specifically, and then I agree with the sort of the end discussion that we had on the geospatial stuff, that recommendation from Brad and Curry. So thanks.
Great. Okay. So in conclusion for St. Matt's, thank the new author for work, and we're excited about new authors, so yay. We will concur with the plan team to use 16.1 as the base model, and to use a recommendation to C1 with a variation with a fixed M. And then also for exploration and information, not for specification setting, to support exploring 16.1 with the corner stations removed. For future work, we support the CPT the CPT's recommendation to look at a single index, but we definitely support exploring the two indices separately. We also support exploring these two data sets, with geostatistical models separately to inform how they might be brought together. And we will refer back to minutes that we had for groundfish on different steps of what to do sort of when you're doing the geostatistical geospatial modeling. We would like to, we support authors working together and want to, will recognize that the modeling workshop is one great place where that happens, and that we support its continued existence happening, however you say that. We're getting late in the day.
Just suggest that recognizing that there are several assessment scientists working on GMAX for different stocks.
Yes.
Something like that.
Great. Yandu. So for, let's see. And I think actually those were the major topics. Did I miss? Yeah, go ahead, Brad.
Thanks, Sherry. No, you didn't miss one. I missed one. Katie mentioned that the plan team discussed with the author the potential of increasing the number of size bins. Minutes indicated that this would require them to actually dig up some of the raw data from the previous tagging studies that were used. And so it was unclear whether that might be available, but I think it's something that we should encourage.
Great. We'll have that in there. Okay. So let's go back to, just a second, let me go back in my notes. So Bristol Bay Red King Crab, we had talked about models that we're supporting, and I think I'm going to go back. Should I go to Martin or Bob? Bob. Oh, wow, you were both fast. Martin.
Yeah, this is simple. I'm going to withdraw my suggestion that they move forward with the model that has the BSFRF as a prior. There was some issues with that implementation. It's not documented in the CPT minutes, but we learned that that wasn't considered viable at this point. So I'm just going to withdraw it.
Great, thank you. Bob.
Yeah, thanks for that. And in light of that, I would add the additional recommendation that for the 2025 assessment, the SSC recommends that the author bring forward a model that adds the BSFRF prior on selectivity to the future base model. I know that's not what we're doing at this meeting, but I just wanted to get it in a minute so we don't lose it for October.
Okay, and I think on that one, so I went to Bob, went to Kat, went to Martin. Were there other comments on Bristol Bay Red? Okay. And if you three don't mind helping me with this, because I'm going to try to remember what I said, but if there are big things in your notes that I missed, please let me know. So the key things that I've got, thank the author as always for the work that's done on these models. The SSC supports a CPT recommendation to bring forward models 23.0 and 24.0C in October. And we support bringing the tier 4 methods back, just like they did last year in October. We did have the recommendation to suggest that the authors coordinate authors of multiple stocks coordinate as far as how they use BSFRF studies for selectivity. And and we did have the recommendation just now for 2025 for the next cycle to recommend bringing back a model with a prior unselectivity. I believe that that's with the BBSRF data. I have 2 comments in here, Bob, and you can help me put them into perspective. I had this is for future research. For future research, prioritizing the selecting time periods for gear types and prioritizing consideration time varying selectivity in fisheries data. Awesome. Okay. All right, I think we've arrived with Mr. Bayred. Okay, so now we are on all right, we're still hanging on here. All right, the last thing is discussion on the balance of the CPT report. And for that, I'll go to Martin. Sorry, I will not go to Martin. I will not go to Martin yet. I will go to Rob first.
Okay, great. Thanks, Jared. Okay, so I'll go down the list here. As far as there are a few other items in the balance of the report. One in particular that we received a presentation on the research update at BSFRF, and this is going to be presented directly to the council. So we're not going to summarize in our report, and I do not have specific comments or recommendations here, but definitely appreciate the efforts of everyone involved with that research, and as well as the Scott Goodman's public comment related to it. And it's great to hear that the next at least 1 or 2 years, I know it's an enormous effort, but it's going to be some important data for capturing different temperature conditions as we saw were critical for understanding size and sex specific habitat use. There was also a portion that discussed the survey update or a section within the plan team report. And this primarily focused on the side-by-side trawl comparisons, and in particular, the 30 versus 15-minute tows. The plan team noted the historically large differences in CPUE and size selectivity, but that this additional new survey modernization will include efforts that will continue this year and include side-by-side comparisons as was mentioned during the presentation, the shelf gear too, with the 83-112 and then the slope gear, the poly northeastern. And then changes to the survey just for public knowledge are going to be gradually implemented in the coming years. And the first incremental change for that 30 to 15-minute tows would be the first change occurring in 2026 as currently planned. There was also some discussion about length weight data used for abundance to biomass conversions, and we support the plan team's recommendation on this topic to be further explored at the January 2025 modeling workshop, along with considerations of how length weight regression parameters were used in projections for computing overfishing limits. The plan team discussed proposing a utilizing sliding window approach using the most recent 10 years of data and recommended time varying windows for smoothing. And I guess we've talked a little bit about smoothing for different models, and I do have some concern about over smoothing in some cases and missing these kind of abrupt step changes that we have seen in a variety of both abundance, but also life history and other demographic and morphological changes that occur on shorter time windows. So I think it's important to consider not only these different time periods for those windows, but also some to pay attention to interannual variability too. And also other potential metrics that were brought up in terms of width and height measurements that, for example, for Tanner crab showed some strong correlations with maturity. That might be valuable for other situations too. But just to kind of reemphasize that there's a variety of examples where there's environmental forcing changes in life history. And this occurs across trophic levels, from zooplankton up to marine mammals, and fish and crab are not excluded. And some of these are also independent or not density dependent either, that are indeed environmentally driven, independent of density effects. There is a reference to observer program changes, and that primarily focused on the hybrid data collection for Baird Eye and Opelio. And we support the Crabfish Plan Team's request for an update at the September Plan Team meeting. And then also they had listed 4 specific recommendations in the report there, which we support too. The GMAX update was also touched on, but I think that's been discussed in in the stock specific, at least the topics I felt were relevant were discussed in the stock specific discussions. The other section was with the ESPs, and noting that it's a big challenge to produce one ESP, let alone to bring this all for all the crab stock assessments. And currently now the limit is staffing, right? And so to produce all the ESP report cards. So an important methods project has spun up to evaluate statistical methods to score the effects of individual ecosystem indicators, or support the plan team and others' approach to producing generalized ESP report cards, as that was brought up during the discussion for the Aleutian Islands, which can be, I think, is important to have at least some aspect of, or at least to bring in some aspect of an ESP type perspective for all the assessments, and to, rather than waiting for having resources available to try to produce the best possible option for the moment and the given resources. There was a focus on evaluating kind of non-time varying or stationary relationships versus time varying relationships is noted as a concern, and that's certainly important. But I think, again, the concern being that in order to statistically look at some of these stationary versus non-stationary changes in the data require long time series, and sometimes you can miss that important change, but waiting for a statistical a result that's to be identified. So one recommendation that I would propose is that to pay attention to annual deviations from established relationships to show how a year or series of years might deviate from an established relationship, even though it's not statistically relevant yet. And if it's I guess a more consistent deviation versus a variable deviation, for example. And then the plan team discussed, the Eastern Bering Sea snow crab stock that provides a historical example of how these ecosystem indicators could have informed changes for these beforehand or certainly during the decline. And then the last thing was I was going to bring up was just the section on economic impacts of snow crab closure, which is, of course, very important to many and a major fishery in the Bering Sea. That's been postponed, but there is progress, and the couple important directions being that a working group was formed with the immediate goal of the working group is to develop a standard set of socioeconomic indicators to inform the 2024-25 groundfish tax setting. And the CPT requested that the fishery performance and economic and community indicators previously reported in the snow crab ESPs be retained. One thing, there was discussion about providing some forecasts for metrics, since the socioeconomic metrics are often delayed in acquiring them for that are relevant to the stock assessment, and currently there's no capacity for conducting the market forecasts, which is understandable, but it should be nice to, again, rather than booting things down off into the future, trying to find ways to resolve that. Brian Garber-Yance also mentioned in the report that, and during the meeting, that the current suite of socioeconomic indicators included in the CRAB ESPs don't encompass the full scope of the council, what the council was requesting. So that was another thing the working group was going to focus on. And we definitely, I guess I would support the inclusion of these kind of highly scrutinized metrics beyond fisheries performance indicators as part of this ESP effort, even realizing they're trying to keep it manageable, contained, and easily produced and as automated as possible. And that's all the comments I had.
Thanks, Rob. What was their very last one? That's the only one you said it was after retaining.
Oh, as far as the very last statement, as far as supporting the additional metrics beyond fisheries performance indicators alone.
Got it. Okay.
Yep.
And one question, so this is part of our struggle when we try to do the CPT report and we're trying to expedite things, but we always have the opportunity to comment on them. So I have a question for you, since we're in our discussion, which I didn't ask them. For this working group, do you or Bob know, is this working group, who's in this working group? Is this the working, this is not the SSC subgroup, this is a different working group? I just want to know who we're talking about before we.
Well, just from the notes, it says the AFSC ESSR group.
It did.
Yeah, Alaska Regional Office economists and council staff economists. Is that covered all?
So it's the group that the SSC subgroup is guiding, if you will, staff level.
Got it. Okay. And just so that everybody knows, the SSC subgroup has not yet met. So that will be, so that's part of the confusion. But in preparation for our meeting, I am guessing that this is the working group. Okay, got it. Okay, next, Martin.
Well, first off, I want to congratulate Rob on really doing an excellent job. And we were thinking he wasn't a subject matter expert on this topic, and he nailed it. So
he's now going to be doing all of our CPT reports and groundfish plan team reports, and you are assigned. Okay.
So yeah, thanks. So I don't have much to add. Regarding the survey modernization effort, we should strongly support that. I think it would be nice to get sort of routine updates as that moves forward. Like, for example, to be able to get a report on the results from the summer comparative work. And with respect to the length weight data sliding window, it could be I don't appreciate the full complexity of that issue, but it does seem like I know historically it used to be you'd have one length rate relationship for the survey, and that just stayed in place for years and years and years. So the fact that they're trying to update that seems a step forward, but I agree with Rob about, the importance of trying to capture the sort of dynamic process. And it really, is there a way that, I think I heard the suggestion from someone that that using the length weight relationship for the year in which the survey is conducted would be sort of preferential if there's sufficient data. And maybe that principle could be, and I don't know if that's feasible or not, but maybe that could be sort of the model going forward if possible. Although I understand that maybe a shorter, it seems like maybe a shorter sliding window would would serve the same purpose. Let's see. With regard to the observer program and the sampling for hybrids, I sounded like because it's not relevant for management that they would potentially stop doing that sampling. And I think that that shouldn't be considered. I think it's important to continue to monitor the level of hybridization. I would, I think it can be simplified. I don't think it's fair to ask observers to characterize the Opilio type and Verde type hybrids, but I think the hybrid as a single category, I think is, based on my long ago experience, is totally doable. And it's important to continue to monitor to that, particularly if, you know, all the crab stocks are sort of moving around and potentially there may be increased potential for hybridization under a generally warmer ecosystem. And yeah, I think I'll just stop there. That's great.
Brad.
Thanks, Sherry. So I concur with Martin. I thought Rob did a great job and look forward to his future reviews of plan team reports. I just wanted to say I felt like the minutes for our plan teams have kind of gone through various evolutions, and we've looked for more and less over time. I felt like they did a really great job of capturing enough detail on these key topics to keep us informed, such that these minutes are a great reference for us to look back on without kind of going on too far. So nice job. And unfortunately, our lead staff person on this, who's got it perfectly figured out now, is going to carry this off to a different council. But we did our best. We just can't produce enough sunlight, I don't think. Anyway, the other one thing I guess I wanted to just highlight, I really appreciated the detailed description of the refinement that's happening within GMAX. And the work that Andre is doing really comes forward there. But this is such an important tool. It comes up a lot in our assessments, and it was really nice to sort of see the efforts to go in, look to clean things up, make it more efficient, and standardize the tool to better fit some of the types of questions that are coming forward in our assessments. So anyway, I thought they did a great job. I don't have anything else to add.
Hurry.
Yeah, just a quick addition to the discussion of ways to look at the size-weight relationships from the survey data. I think Dr. Litzo highlighted that there's some year-by-year differences in which species are actually weighed and measured, I guess, in that context, which probably precludes doing the sort of empirical weighted length or weighted size from the survey data year over year. But I do think we can encourage either this sliding window or maybe a locally weighted estimate that can be used and give them some opportunity to explore that.
Martin.
The only thought I had about that is that I think that's up for discussion. Why not collect the data for all the species of interest every year? I mean, why is that not feasible?
Right. I think we can definitely say to explore different methods, and we can put in examples there if we wish for consideration. So that works. The other thing that I wanted to follow up a little bit, and I'm not the best to speak on this, but about the observer and the hybrids, my understanding was during the crab planting meeting, they discovered that something is happening with an observers and something different may be happening in surveys. And so I think they're going to get, I'll ask if they can nod for me. I think that they're going to get an update in September with more information on that. So I don't know that we dive in too deep, because they too, I think postponed until September until there's more information. Okay. So we usually thank authors, but in this time we're thanking the entire CPT with the minutes, the amount of detail that's there, keeping us informed. It's a tough balance, and you nailed it. So thank you. And it's also been really helpful to get the iterative work of GMAX. See if I can do this without repeating things. I think the recommendations, we had a number of things that we appreciated, but I'll go through just for specific recommendations for the survey. We've asked it would be great to have updates and keep updated on the survey modernization efforts. That's a request. For length weight modeling, we talked about using possibly a smaller sliding window or different sampling or annual, and we will encourage looking at other ways to do it, especially with regard to, and then also while making that choice, we'll be considering step changes that occur in abundance and demographic and morphometric changes, and ask for an awareness of how much to smooth, essentially. We continue to have a concern over hybrids in general, and we'll look forward to an update later on. At this point, we still have a desire to have monitoring information. For the ESPs, we support or recommend we support the generalized ESP report cards, recognizing that staff is limited. Regarding stationary relationships, we do see value to having indices in these report cards, even if you can't tell statistical changes, and we had a couple of suggestions for that. And we support the work of developing the economic indicators that the work group is working on for the ESPs. And I think those were the general comments. We've got some more details in there, but I don't think there were other recommendations. All right. Okay, it is 4:22. Let's go ahead. I'm looking to Diana. So we are able to move forward into Sablefish if we choose.
Through the chair, Diana Evans.
Yeah.
We have some of our staff available for Sablefish, and some of them are still flying in tonight. So they'll be part of the presentation that will need to be tomorrow morning. I believe that we can do some part, but Sarah's here and she can speak more specifically to which parts we could start on this evening.
That sounds great. Do people need a 5-minute break, or are you? Even Jason's already getting up. Let's take I take that as a yes. Let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back or 7 minutes, come back at 4:30.
right, everybody. Inappropriate use of a gavel, but it worked. We are not adjourned. Nice try. That was good. All right. We've done some circles, but we are back to where we started. We're going to get an introduction on sablefish, and I will hand it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm hoping that I can get this microphone correct, considering I don't think I listened well enough to the earlier directions, but I think pushing the button is working. Is it working?
Just keep it down lower.
Yes, thanks. Got it. For the record, I'm Sarah Kleber, council staff. With me back in the flesh is Mr. John McCracken. We have two other team members that will be presenting the rest of this with us tomorrow, and that is Andrew Olson from the NMFS Alaska Regional Office and Dr. Dan Gaethel from Off Bay Lab at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. We are presenting the analysis on the initial review for small sablefish release. On your e-agenda is the full document and an action memo and this presentation. So let me just get PowerPoint to go. Here we go. I think, yes, we are going to continue with this presentation outline as it's posted. So for now, I will walk you through kind of some of the background and history of action, the purpose and need, a very high level description of the alternatives, and then I think that's where we will leave you off and have myself and Andrew pick it up tomorrow within section 3, and then we'll continue through this outline as it's on the slide here. I think you all saw this slide before when I presented in February of 2024, but just as a reminder, this action has a fairly long history, and currently full retention of sablefish IFQ is required in the sablefish longline and pot fisheries in both the Gulf of Alaska and the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. And back in 2017, as you know, there were unprecedented numbers of newly recruited sablefish that began showing up in catches. And this prompted IFQ fishermen to come to the council, and they provided testimony regarding this influx of small sablefish, which are low in value. And the council initiated a discussion paper on a proposal to release small sablefish. This resulted in actually 3 different discussion papers and a first initial review back in February of 2021. And you will likely remember in 2021, the SSC had recommended, when you all reviewed that analysis, that it needed additional analyses before final action. That February 2021 analysis was focused on what is considered alternative to option 1 in this document. So it was really focused on the ability for fishermen to release sablefish of any size voluntarily. That's in contrast to the document that you have in front of you now, and I'll kind of explain that in a minute, but the document in front of you, we really focused on analyzing a new subset of that alternative. So specifically, this would allow fishermen to release sablefish that are under or equal to 22 inches in size. So that February 2021 analysis, I believe there's a link on this slide to the SSC's recommendations from that, and what we have tried to do in our analysis is take some of the recommendations that we received from the SSC at the 2024 meeting of this year, as well as provide provide the simulation analysis that the SSC asked for in February, and try to address some of those prior SSC recommendations to the best of our ability through through a combination of both the new under 22 inch size limit combined with this proposed simulation analysis. So kind of the history between what happened in 2021 and where we are now. Originally, the council did not want to consider kind of a minimum size limit. But last year in June, we provided an update to the council and had several discussions, and the council revised those alternatives to then include this, excuse me, it's greater than or equal to 22 inches, not under or equal to 22 inches. And I'm probably going to confuse that several times throughout the presentation, so bear with me. And so where we are now is the council in June, last June, revised their purpose and need to account for that change in the alternative of the maximum, what we're calling a maximum retention size limit. So the council's purpose and need focused on trying to provide limited operational flexibility for IFQ harvesters to carefully release sable fish, noting that that would increase the value of could increase the value of commercial harvest and allow small fish to contribute to the overall biomass. That's what's stated in the council's purpose and need. So these are the full new, or these are the two new alternatives. They are lengthier than this, and I'll go through that on the next slide. But the first alternative is just your status quo or no action alternative. So full retention of sable fish with a prohibition on discarding sable fish. Alternative 2, both still has option 1, which was analyzed in the 2021 document. That's to eliminate the regulatory restrictions that prohibit release of sable fish caught by sablefish IFQ vessels, as well as the FMP provision prohibiting discarding. Again, that was analyzed in 2021, and the SSC had some outstanding recommendations on that. We focused on this option 2 to require retention of sablefish 22 inches total body length or longer. And this essentially provides for voluntary release, so an option for IFQ harvesters to decide if they want to release sablefish that are under 22, I don't know why I'm struggling with that, under 22 inches total body length, and requiring them to retain fish that are greater than 22 inches or equal to 22 inches. Thanks, John. So that was the major change from June, was adding that second option. I'll note that this kind of helps reduce some of the uncertainty that's associated with this action. And we also noted and are going to note for the council that while the motion didn't specify the CDQ program, the CDQ program is also included in this analysis, and this is because of legal reasons in the MSA. So as staff, we recommend reflecting that adjustment for the council in any future motion that this includes, or it really applies to sablefish IFQ and CDQ. And that's not necessarily called out every time we say IFQ in the paper or in the presentation, but when we say IFQ, unless it's otherwise specified, you can assume that we mean IFQ and CDQ. We also have several appendices that are attached to our document. And the first one is shown here on the screen. This will likely be a reference for you throughout the presentation. This table is used to look at the differences, or I guess kind of the age, size, length conversions of sablefish by sex And the values in this are from the 2022 stock assessment, with the exception of the fork length to total length formula, and that was estimated using data collected during the 2021 longline survey. And the colors here represent, so anything in red we have assumed would be discarded throughout the analysis, and anything in black anything in black would be required to be retained. Obviously, in kind of practicality, under the current alternatives, anything in red, harvesters could choose to retain those, or they could choose to discard those. So just making that note. The other appendices include a discussion of the proposed simulation model, which Dr. Gaethel will discuss tomorrow. They also include a discussion about escape rings and selectivity. We have I'm trying to pull this up. We have an appendix that's related to current other sablefish kind of size limits and DMRs, and any additional regulations that apply to sablefish in other regions that I believe we referenced when we brought this to you in February of 2024. And thank you. And we also have a appendix 2, which is specific responses to SSC comments, so that we could direct you to where exactly to find those responses within the analysis, or they are found right within that section. I think I hit all 5 of those appendices. There we go. So at a very high level, the elements of alternative 2, so we have analyzed all of these in relation to option 2, the 22-inch maximum retention size limit, what we're calling. So the first element is to apply a DMR to discarded sablefish. The council's motion included options of 5, 12, 16, 20, 25, and then another option for the SSC to recommend the DMR through the stock assessment process. In reality, number 6 is the process by which we typically recommend DMRs in this process. And as you'll recall from February, the SSC had a lengthy discussion about what DMRs to use within the analysis, since we were limited in capacity and wanted to try to focus on DMRs that were kind of more likely to be chosen once we get to the stock assessment process. And so the SSC ended up choosing 3 different DMRs. I will go through those tomorrow, but just to highlight kind of the high level of what you will see tomorrow. Mr. Olson will then go through elements 2 and 3, which are, it's kind of a, those elements are very intertwined because they involve monitoring how the data is collected and then how discarded sablefish would be accounted for, both in terms of the catch accounting system as well as for in-season management, and then how that gets carried through the stock assessment. And then element 4 of the council's motion, I won't go through in any further detail than what we say here today, but it basically just includes 2 options, either reviewing the kind of impacts of this action several years from implementation, or having a time at which it would just sunset. And there's a description of what that would mean in the document, but I won't go into detail for the SSC on that. Lastly, the analysis, or the council asked for a discussion of selectivity in sablefish pots and whether requiring escape mechanisms meets the objective of this action. So that is included in our appendix for you all and for the council. And Mr. Olson will be going through that as kind of part of his NIMP section tomorrow.
We've got one question on this slide. Did I cut you off?
No. Good.
Okay. Kaylin.
Thanks. And Sarah, yeah, so regarding element 4, which you said you were gonna kind of give a brief overview of, I'm wondering if you can talk about or have guidance related to how we're supposed to read this document in terms of the time frame that we think that this would be in place for. And I am really struggling with this. So I'm going to throw this out early because there's really nice language that I think caveats some of the analysis. So for example, under current utilization. So that type of language shows up in the executive summary and some of the bottom lines. And so I'm thinking, well, maybe that's more short term. So it could be consistent with option 1, but there's nothing, or I haven't been able to find really clear guidance for most of the sections of this report in terms of the time frame that I should be thinking about this applying for. Wondering if you can help me.
Thank you for the question. I'll think a little bit more about that between now and tomorrow. I think it's based on the discussions that I've heard at kind of the council level, it does seem like some folks are certainly interested in at least one of those options. The document that we provided you explains some of kind of the pros and cons of having a sunset date, but I guess it would make sense to me to look at it from the perspective of choosing one of those review dates, either from anywhere from 3 to 7 years. Obviously the council might not choose, they have the ability to kind of not choose any of those options, but I think it would be a fair guess to assume that this action would be reviewed at the greatest maybe 7 years following implementation. But I'll think more on that and try to get back to you tomorrow.
Great, thank you.
I will leave you off with this slide, just kind of the general ask for the SSC. This isn't anything that you don't already know. What we're looking for from the SSC is to review the EA and RIR as well as the simulation results, which are in Appendix 5, determine if the document is ready to be used in final action. And typically when the SSC, if the SSC moves the document forward to final action, we could include any kind of more minor revisions or additions, or you can decide whether this proposed action needs further analysis, which would entail another initial review coming to the SSC to make sure that the council has everything that they need for decision making. So just putting this out there to help direct you in any way. And I think that's it for today. I think we could pick up tomorrow, diving a little bit more into a description of the elements.
Okay, great. Thank you for the intro. And yeah, for rushing here and doing an intro. And so with that, I think that we'll call it for the evening and come back tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock for more sablefish. All right, good night.
Hello. Can you hear me? Hello. This is Sarah. Can you hear me? You probably can't hear me over all the people. Hello?
Sarah, you might have to wait until this room's cleared out because it's pretty loud in here.
Okay. All right. That's fine. I'm on and I'm just gonna stand by. This is a really cool little book. Yeah. No. No. Mm. Kayla, I'm still here. No. Hello? Hello, this is Sarah. Now you've unplugged all of those microphones and you don't have any way to talk to me. It sounds bad. Maria is saying that it sounds
Oh,
bad.
we do have one still
You-
on. Kayla was genius and left one on, so we can talk to you. Keep talking, please.
Okay. You want me to just start rambling? Okay, all right. Well, I'm going to walk down over here to the end of this hall, and then I'm going to start reading out of this little children's book that I saw over here, and that's what I'm going to be reading to you guys. Oh my gosh, they have like a couple different like AV systems in all these different rooms, so that's kind of cool.
Yeah, it doesn't sound
All right,
very Sarah.
embrace. Kayla, you were breaking up when you tried to talk to me. I didn't understand what you just said.
I was saying that it doesn't sound very good in here and to please keep talking.
Okay, I will keep talking. As spring blossoms around us, it is the perfect time to rejuvenate your approach to health and exercise, or kickstart one if you haven't already. Why wait for the warmth of summer when you can seize the momentum of spring? It's seasonal. It's the season of renewal, offering a fresh start and opportunity to invigorate your fitness journey with reward, energy, and focus. Renewed. Here's why spring is not just a season of physical growth, but also a time to nurture your mental and emotional well-being. Embrace the lengthening days and natural light. For Alaskan Natives and other Indigenous people, the changing season holds deep cultural significance. Spring marks the dawn of new beginnings as daylight stretches and brightens. Natural light plays a vital role in regulating our circadian rhythm, enhancing mood, and boosting vitamin D
Sarah,
levels.
none of the microphones without batteries have sound coming out of them because we're dumb. So we can't really test this right now because you're only coming out of one tiny speaker.
Oh.
And the big one, but
Okay.
that's not really a good test. So I think we should abort.
Okay, well, okay, all right, sounds good. I'm hanging up. Goodbye.
I think it will sound better when all of the microphones are on.